Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, no matter where you are in the world. Welcome to the RLCS 2025 APAC 1v1 Open. My name is Boyoroyo. It is good to be back. I am joined by HailMonkeyman and Quanzek on the desk. How are you, Hail?
You know what? It's a fantastic day. Glad to be back here with some 1v1 action. We finished the 3v3 split, and now it's about how salty an individual player can be and what we get to have on the desk. And honestly, boy, it's great to be able to be alongside you for the first time. I know, my man, the Italian stallion, looking pretty good over here, though. Oh my goodness, look at that chain, Quanzek. How you doing, dude?
If there's one thing I can never expect from you, Monkey in the booth, it's that I will get nothing but praise over how I look. Thank you very much. I'm looking forward to this 1v1 action. I think it's such an underrated mode, and now that's officially being thrown into the 2025 circuit. We should see some phenomenal gameplay, and it's a circumstance where I think the 1v1s, there's a lot more nuance in touch that we aren't used to seeing in 3v3. So these players get to show a different side of themselves here, Boyo.
Yeah, it's a new addition to the season, having this 1v1 circuit. We've got the EU and MENA happening in the same time as... No, EU and SSA, sorry, happening the same time as APAC. They'll be going to the Birmingham Major, the top two from them. We see here the Birmingham Major will be the next event coming up after the 1v1 Open. Following that will be the transfer period. We'll see a lot of roster moves coming for a lot of these top teams. Hopefully not too many for APAC. I wanted to see a lot of these teams set together, but I never get what I want. And then Split 2 will have the Rally Major coming up, LCQ at the end of the year, just before the World Championship in September. And I'm wondering, guys, the LCQ, a new addition to the format as well as the 1v1 Open, how are you looking forward to this? Is it going to be a big change, do you think, for the esport?
That's actually kind of cool because I've seen LCQs from like a Scholastic side, some of the collegiate side as well, and depending on which kind of other professional brackets of different esports. I think that that's a fantastic addition rolling into this because we have such a tight points contest that goes into each one of these regions, and then to give one chance, I think it's a collaborative of the 6 major go. It feels like a really strong way to do it, and as well as just being one, I mean, we're finally flexing what everyone has done as show matches, so it makes sense that 1v1 comes to the forefront. I'm just hoping that we get to see some fantastic matches. It's best of sevens though, man, but we also get to talk about what's coming up here on the dock here, Quanzek.
Yeah, no, the showcase here of the 1v1 should be fun and entertaining, and here it is what we have going on. It's the 1v1 competitions around the globe, APAC, EU, and SAM, all taking place Saturday and Sunday. The top 8 from each region, and I know it's basically by the book in almost every single region. I know Vatira in EU got knocked out a bit earlier than he would have expected, but for the other two, I think who you thought the top 8 would have been, I think they're there.
Yeah, I mean, it's exciting to see here for EU and SAM because the winners of both of these events will be going to the Birmingham Major and they'll have a 1v1 match against each other. The winner of that match will then go off to the Worlds happening in France. And it's very exciting to see as well, World Championship in France over in Lyon. It is an exciting time for the whole French community, I think for everyone in Rocket League, to be honest, because it's what I've been waiting for after this whole time. September 12 to September 14 at Lyon. The Rocket League World Championship finally going to, and in my opinion, really the home of Rocket League. It is the place where Rocket League shines the most, and I think it's going to be a real amazing event, to be honest.
I agree. Also, I was given a free pronunciation lesson by Rhino a couple times. Lyon de Seine. They don't like S's. Just nothing really slipping through like that. So can't wait to see how hype that crowd is. I think they had like 12 or 16,000 seats. And you and I clearly know it could have been like 60,000 people easily filling up a huge entire football stadium. But that's going to be a run that everyone is looking forward to, a collision course of some of the best places to just see football, be it American or otherwise, but definitely car ball in its glory. But either way, we find worlds in France, but we've also got around the world that's going to be coming up as well, as everyone was playing for those end splits. And goodness gracious, this entire thing was crazy. So before we get to that though, if you're trying, I think my fingers point there. No, I have so many weeks of practice.
I'm so bad. There we go, that way.
God, it's over there. Quanzek, you got to do it too. Come on.
Wrong fingers. I don't know. We're really bad at this.
Yeah, I know. Okay. It's the coordination not on point here on the desk.
It's okay. It's
man,
we got another chance. Another chance.
Yeah.
Come on. There we go. That way.
That way. Here we go. This time's the charm.
There we go.
There we go. I think we're all there. Congrats. Look at this.
As Hail was saying, we're not the only region in the RLCS. Of course, we've got many teams joining APAC at Birmingham, at Raleigh, at Lyon. Sorry, not Paris. It's almost rolled off the tongue the complete wrong way. So what happened around the world in the other regions? Well, it was a incredibly, and I mean incredibly, exciting final week here of the RLCS. Regional 3, especially in EU and NA, were exceptional. I'm going to start over to the EU side of it, where, I mean, there's only one team to start with, and it's Geeky. And I'm going to ask you, Hale, did you expect to see Geeky go 4-0, 4-0, and then 4-0 against Carmine Corp as well, to then make the major? I mean, surely not.
If I say yes, you're going to call absolute cap. There's no one that saw this coming, especially when they had to go to Game 7 to beat 100% the day before. And then, you know, all of a sudden, Joyo shows up and he's like, I am Kami. I am the dude. Everyone playing out of their minds. And I feel like the biggest thing that everyone forgot, I didn't forget it when I was there, how Archie is just a menace to society. 12-0, GK comes through and they make that big run. I mean, Quanzek, it couldn't have been better, especially because literally I feel like everyone saw them playing the underdog story to beat the EU villains.
Yeah, I feel like GK, they had a miraculous run, and Gen G gonna do their best GK impression of it. I mean, we saw them basically take center stage and accomplish nearly the same thing. Why not us, says Gen G, and they go and make a route, win over the Ultimates in Game 7, and you see the celebration there, booking their ticket to the Raleigh Major in the waning seconds of the initial split here, Boyo.
Yeah, Gen G, I think those words will echo in the Rocket League esports scene for quite a while. Why not us is a phrase that I think means a lot for a lot of teams here. Geeky in specific, Gen G as well, of course, the ones to said that very sentence and really prove it. The last region we're going to look at, of course, is the MENA region. A very exciting bracket as well. You know, we had kind of two top teams really contending. The usual top dogs of Falcons, and I'm not going to call them up-and-comers because they're by no means up-and-comers. They're actually probably the most experienced players in the region of Twisted Mind, or the two imports here coming in with Rise and Atomic. And Twisted Mind coming into this major, Hale, do you think they have what it takes to kind of show off the same way that Falcons do? Because Falcons have always been a team now who are pushing for a top 4, pushing for a top 2 even, like almost winning events. Do you think Twisted Minds could join them up there?
I like the idea that they've come in and they've kind of shifted the overall dynamic. Twisted Minds, I think, as an organization, recognized that there was obviously some talent to be brought and to really fight for this top 2. They took that split, or rather open number 2 in this split. But I feel like Team Falcons has matured so well from previous majors that we got to see them. Everyone has said that basically that semi-final hump was the hardest for them to deal with because they would put so much energy into it, fall out when it came to the grand finals, and now and it was during, I believe, the summer split that they finally got themselves a grand final win as well. So I feel like that team in particular is going to be very scary. No one's ever ready for MENA, but I feel like, you know, I always get surprised. Either way, we did have all those around the world recaps. How about our own recap? Quanzek, you're kind of coming fresh to the desk on about. Look at this.
Yeah, coming fresh to the desk, but I have seen a lot of the journey from the team that's going to be sent to Birmingham from APAC. Luminosity looking good, coming away with their 3rd consecutive win, and still not too many speed bumps for them to experience. It was a journey to get there for these teams involved, the familiar faces, but ultimately, Luminosity just too strong.
This is bad highlight reel for me to watch, having to watch the Elevate versus Keener Trope game. I think I have been... I've actually been consistently threatened by Cocken ever since that match, and for good reason.
Oh, no.
Called that on my stream way too early, same on Twitter, but nevertheless, Elevate did end up making their run all the way to the Grand Finals, but it was not enough to take down the 3-time champions of APAC of Luminosity. Of course, our major representative going to the Birmingham Major. Catalysm, Sphinx and Sosa have been on a incredible run all tournament long, and I mean, there's no better person to ask Quanzek than you. Like, you've watched these guys all throughout the split. Do you think they have a chance at the Major to really make a run?
I think they definitely can make waves, and I think a lot of people will write them off just as a given that they're an APAC team. But let's not forget, Sosa in NA peaked top 4 back in RLCS. Catalysm, a well-known veteran of the EU scene himself and the future king of APAC, many would argue, in Sphinx, reigning up the rear. It's a team that I think will make waves that not a lot of people will be expecting here.
Well, I'm going to move over to you then, Hail, because you have the exciting job of not talking about any team, but instead telling us about this tournament today, the format summary. We've got the APAC playoff bracket coming up, and you are well experienced with these brackets. You know what they're like, because it is the exact same format as the 3v3. So, what are we going to expect today from our players? What matches are we seeing today? And where will they end up in the bracket with a win or a loss?
Well, you know, we've dwindled a heck ton of awesome players down to just 8. And they're going into what is kind of your mixed hybrid bracket. So if you've not seen it all split before, well, this is exactly what it's going to be. We have 4 players that are already in lower bracket round number 1. They will be playing through single elimination through their first and their second rounds. But those top 4 are going to be seeding themselves into a top 4 or top 6 position, be it the quarterfinals or the semifinals. Everything is best of 7. I said it earlier. Best of 7 of a 1v1 bracket is so brutal, and it's one of those things that they're going to fight for. At least they got some extra cash to be on the other side of that fight.
Yeah, the prize pool's a little bit of a jump here, especially with the difference in conversions rate included. There's going to be a lot to play for these members here. Well earned, and we'll have a multi-regional 1v1 tournament, but that is the way it goes in APAC, and I'm looking forward to see the sort of differences in stylistic play come to clash here in the 1v1 game mode, where there's a lot of differences from region to region, a lot of styles, a lot of ideas, and we get to see him center pitch here, Royal.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see our APAC players going to take charge of the stadium, hopefully. Risk and Sphinx are the 2 players who, in APAC, they are the top dogs in 1v1, really. Sphinx has won the APAC Off-Season Open. Risk has been actually a big mentor. Crazy enough to say, he's been a big component of a lot of training for a lot of APAC players in 1v1. And so far, having only lost to Shady, who, coming into this, was top 6 in Saltmine Europe. He is second out of the MENA players in that Saltmine Europe. He is an excellent player, and they're the only players that Sphinx and Risk have lost to. So I'm expecting good things for the both of them, but something more important than all what we're having to say is what the chat has to say. Because everyone knows that these guys over there don't know how to predict anything. I'm always right. I've not been on the APAC stream for a while, but don't check the history. I was always correct with my predictions. These guys know nothing. So chat, I want to know, who do you have winning our first game of the day? We have Ziad against Risk. Hashtag ZYAD in chat. If you think Ziad is going to win, hashtag Risk in chat if you think Risk is going to win. Because these guys know nothing, but I mean, I guess we've got to hear from them. So I'm gonna give it to you to give us a little bit of an idea of your prediction. We'll start with you, Hail.
You know what? I mean, Quanzek, I feel like if we know nothing, we just got to follow him, right? Like, we just got to do the whole thing. Yeah. We'll just copy Boyo. So
take the scene,
right.
Sure.
Yeah,
it's Risk all the way. APAC on top.
Risk is definitely the guy. I feel like last time that we got to actually see Risk with Godspeed finally making a top 8 position, Risk has definitely showcased a ton of mechanics that I have a lot of question marks running into this first one against Ziad. And I know that MENA, they really push over the bandwidth mark, but I feel like it's going to be Risk. It's got to be, right? Here, Quanzek?
No. I'm devil's advocate here on the desk. I'm taking Ziad. I'm the enemy of the APAC region. I think it's going to be a grimy series, and in past games, Ziad's shown that he can win those, and so that's why I'm going against Risk. Probably against my better judgment, but we'll see at the end of the series.
Wow. As I kind of alluded to beforehand, it's Risk all the way for me. APAC on top. He's only lost to Shady so far. It's a pretty good result. He may be in the lower bracket, but it's only one loss. I'm going Risk for the distance. We'll see if I'm right, but more importantly, what did chat have to say? They're in favour of Risk, 75% to 25%. The chat maybe knows what's up. We'll have to come and see, but yeah, it's exciting times here. Risk against Zayed, for our very first game of the day. The winner of this will move to the lower bracket quarterfinal. The loser of this eliminated in 8th place. We'll have our first elimination of the day in about, 40 minutes down our time?
Yeah, about however long it takes to be able to get there. So should be a fun run regardless. And so hopefully you guys are excited because it's best of 7, it's 1v1, and it's us about to jump into it as well. Quanzek, you're gonna have to, with your weird prediction. I don't know all about it, but we're gonna have you skedaddle.
Just wait. Give me a second.
Yeah. Okay.
We're the APAC stream here, so let's get the people predicting APAC on to the cast. It'll be me and HailMonkeyman bringing you the first match of the day in Monkeyman. I'm excited for this one here. First APAC 1v1 cast together. First APAC cast together. The first APAC 1v1 tournament happening for the main APAC tournament. Let's not include in the off-season stuff. But exciting stuff here coming into this match. We both think that Risk is going to have it, but what do you think it is about Risk gameplay that kind of leads you in that direction?
He definitely flashes the mechanics early, and I think that he uses a lot of space that's given up to him to be able to dominate from basically an untenable position to react to. And especially, you and I think we've seen a lot of people fight over the Ethernet line. What can be done ping-wise? Well, if they're also doing it against players that are kind of used to that difference, he's going to do it even faster. Risk is young, he's fast, he's probably a big phenom to be able to match Sphinx in the coming years. But we're going to see the two players that we've been talking about coming up into this fray here in just a little bit. I feel like some of that will permeate into this matchup, but 1v1 is still 1v1 is still 1v1. It's a long series to have to play.
I mean, Risk is, I think, as you kind of described, the future of APAC. He is by far the youngest player in the region, a Singaporean player. He is a very old, 13 years old. He is, without a doubt, the future of APAC. Young player. He was previously banned for playing at 12 years old in the RLCS after turning himself in. So he's got a long history in this whole tournament. But he has also been the 1v1 coach. I'm sure if I'm saying this, I'm sure he doesn't mind. A little small anecdote of kind of his past experience in 1v1 is a story I was told by, I believe it was Nai, another really prolific 1v1 player in APAC. He was getting coaching from Risk on 1v1s, and in the middle of his coaching, his house went on fire, so he went to a different house to finish the coaching. That's how committed he is to 1v1 in APAC, as he was coaching some of the best players in the region. A fire happened, and he went to his other house, apparently, that he's got, and finished the coaching session. So, he really is a star in the making here, and lots of great history behind him, so I'm really excited to see how he performs.
I hope he can put that on a resume, like just a selfie of the fire in the background, like, yo, I'm committed to the grind. I'm ready for this no matter who's able to pick me up. That's an amazing anecdote. I love that. All right, so you know what? And if you're getting pointers from anyone, even as that's that young, he's about literally a third of my age. So dating myself at least a little bit, but you know what? That's exactly where all the talent is also boosting up to. I feel like we're going to be seeing some big moves as well for Risk here in the coming years, but also into the coming minutes and moments going into this matchup. Do we go deep into this? I feel like Ziad has a lot to kind of prove to us. We know what Risk has been able to do, and that he's only lost to basically some of the best that are coming into this tournament. Do we go more than 4 here, Boyo? I mean, do we go at all beyond that?
It's a good question here. I think I would give Ziad a game here. I don't want to... He got a reverse sweep in the Swiss here. He lost initially to Tank and Furlash in the Swiss stage, then went on the reverse sweep, winning against Vela, winning against Absquity, winning against Danske. In the group stage as well, though, only getting result win against Regzer in a 3-2, and losing in the lower bracket final and getting a DQ win just before. So he hasn't had the result to really push me in his favour just yet. But As we get ready to the game, the only way really to prove how good he is to show it on the pitch. We don't know much about Ziad, it's as simple as that. He has got to show us on the day just what he can do. If he can take down Risk, of course, he's going to be playing on the ping, but it's something that I would say the MENA players have the biggest advantage of. They're used to it. They play in Europe all the time. They're always playing on ping, to be honest. They're just playing the other direction.
They're like, all right, we go west. Now this is east.
Exactly.
You know, this is actually just a little bit like the tiniest bit different. They're like, all right, this is still the same landmass. We don't have to cross any kind of straits or otherwise. So yeah, this one will definitely be kind of a change up, I guess, for just the most amount being kind of time. So we actually have a pretty omnipresent kind of MENA base that did come into this as well. So APAC basically becoming the UN of having the world stage show up at their door and having to be very diplomatic, but on to the Rocket League pitch. So, and then when we walk into like literally just 1v1s, the mental game becomes so much more of a boom state than it does when you're in 3v3, because you can be able to talk it out, you got teammates to rely on, but then when it's all you all the time, boyo, this is about measuring yourself on the highest stage and being able to hold all that weight on your own shoulders.
Well, it is game number 1 of the APAC Birmingham Major 1v1 Open. It is our first match of the day, our first match of the playoffs. We've talked about it long enough. It is Risk, it is Ziad coming in. The very first one, Monkeyman. An exciting time here. You've said that we get past 4 games. I'm predicting a 5-game series. But we'll see if Ziad can really impress us and get maybe an upset win over the young APAC prodigy. Well, it's time to show it now. Look at this lovely map. I love the ball just paused in the little corner there. A little freeze frame of action at the right hand side of the map. But it's exciting times here on Rocket League side.
Yeah, everyone just kind of chilling out to the side. Look, they took a park. They made sure to get out of the car. The Eggs wanted a selfie, so they wanted to hang out with them over there. You know, if you're on the field, it's at least we don't have anyone trying to streak out and go steal the ball. You know, whichever. So as we get into this matchup, I agree with you that we'll be seeing probably 5 games, because not 1v1s isn't about just flat out like kind of beating your opponent. You have to really figure out how they want to play, and if they're doing that a lot more proactively and aggressively, that they're trying to get fakes out on you, and I feel like Risk is gonna be taking that to kind of a head. They want to figure they're gonna play it maybe conservative, and then they're gonna ramp it up. That's why maybe those first 2 games will be split in the next 3. I think that those do go Risk's favor.
Yeah, I think Risk has the favour of chaos here. I mean, I've seen him play in 3v3. He is a chaotic player through and through, and often it is his one's ability that really excels him in that kind of situation, where he's got great mechanics, and I think where he lacks is the team play aspect and learning when to behave with his teammates and, you know, fall back. He doesn't need to worry about that in 1v1. He doesn't have any teammates to have to consider. He can just do what he wants. It's great. And I mean, so far, the only player he's actually lost to other than Shady is Sphinx, the player who I think is the next best in APAC. So I'm really confident about how Risk is going to perform today.
Yeah, I mean, Sphinx has won both of the Champions Road and the off-season opens. So, I mean, the dude is basically the king of the 1v1s here in the Asian Pacific region. So, makes sense that if you're kind of measuring to them as well as a top player that comes out of MENA with Shady, that's a pretty deep resume. But we finally go into the depths of our game number 1. We had all of a pause. Looks like Ziad was actually able to score first in the first 15.
Apparently missed the first goal of the game, but here nonetheless, Risk does start 1 goal down, but in 1v1, I don't think that matters in the slightest now. I mean, we've all watched 1v1, and for those who haven't, expect to see like 10 goal games coming your way, because 1v1 gets chaotic. I remember like the very first time kind of watching Rocket League, it was the Johnny Boy stream. It's the reason I actually started my Twitch account to follow him. And 1v1 games, they're always a goal fest. It's 2 already for Ziad. There's 4 minutes still to go. There's plenty of time for the ball to go either way, I would say, Hail.
Yeah, there's tons of time. You actually saw Risk. He was trying to poke the bear a little bit. He bumped into the back end of Ziad just to see if he could reposition him. But then he ended up getting pit maneuvered right after. This is going to be also one of those things that could be common, but no. doesn't get picked up. And everything's all topsy-turvy twisted as well, as we see this. Felt like that was kind of a sure thing, big pickup, and then just coming out of nowhere from the outside corner, and it's free in the first minute.
Yeah, so yeah, early on, coming out very, very strong. 3-0, only a minute gone by. Riska's had barely any control of the ball, I would say. Maybe a confidence booster has to come from kind of getting that first goal of the series, perhaps. First goal of the game, even. If he can find one, that'd be ideal. Good save and recovery, fantastic there. Coming out the way, obviously, getting chased down by Risk, but to no avail. Zia now on the ball, but Risk good challenge. Ball dash past them. Zia riding high, Risk nabs the boost and keeps on this ball. The movement, fantastic, but cannot find the good bit of control that he needs to get the chance on net.
Defensive effort, and I was going to be making note of that. We're going to be seeing maybe a lot of kickoff goals, but I think these guys have also found themselves a way to kind of measure from the kickoffs to not give up total space to that detriment. Love the overall control that we're getting, but we're also seeing this one pushed all the way forward and finally kind of neutralizing all those early scoring attacks. So again, I think that you and I are in agreement that this one will go to a moderate distance in this series. It's a great starter kit for either of these teams, and as soon as you, or rather not just teams, but players, as soon as you get that first one, you're able to kind of snowball a little bit, and 1v1s can be massive point differential games, or they can also just kind of run up the stack, and so far, we're seeing some pretty stellar control overall. Maybe double? No, not gonna happen yet.
Risk playing back and making our life difficult, having a almost blue team covered car on the orange side. Good catch in the midfield and a wave dash recovery here. He's got the full control, he's got the bump, and he's found the goal off the back of it. And wait, now I'm confused. Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
That is now Ziad's car. What? Okay, the nameplate has just changed. The nameplate just changed in front of me. What is going on?
No, I definitely saw what you were seeing. I was like, wait, how is an orange name on a blue car, name on an orange?
I don't know who's who anymore.
Yeah, see, I don't understand this. In the replay, it's fine, and on the field, it is not.
I don't know if this is Risk. This is apparently Risk, but this is the guy who just scored.
I think
I'll
it's
be
right on the scoreboard.
New update. I don't know who's winning.
We'll
Either
figure that
Risk
out going
or
to game
Ziad
2.
are winning.
Orange car, blue car. That's where we exist now.
Orange or blue. Either way. Potentially Risk or potentially Ziad on the attack, and potentially the same way on defense as well. It's a chance on net for one of the two. Allegedly Risk, but apparently Ziad.
There is definitely one person definitely winning this handedly at this point. We have 106 seconds for game number 1, and for all the potential of a long series. It's actually just made longer by the fact that they have scored a huge chunk, a handful at this point. That is currently the funniest glitch or man-made situation. I would, you know what? I would bargain that this is Risk, and then it's just a weird color. Yeah.
I'm gonna make the assumption that Risk is. Wait, no. Now it's Ziad. You're right. It's Ziad in the replay.
Yeah, it's the replay is maybe correct, and then on the game is wrong.
This is a real mystery of a game right now to try and figure out who's who.
They're the only ones that know. They know. We have not a clue. Soft flick, anything.
My Steam account even have Risk as a friend. Just find out who it is. I don't
see if they're winning. Okay, wait. Someone in the chat, please tell us.
So, if anyone has had Risk as a friend, check his scoreboard on back of the mark to tell us if he's winning or not.
A player is dominantly winning this.
Someone is up, and we don't know who, but when we find out, it'll be great to know.
Oh my gosh. Alright, well, couple back the other way. And just as vulnerable in 2v2s. 1v1s, you can score very quickly. There's all of, 10 or so seconds later, 16 to that. So, it's not out of reach. Someone's about to make a comeback, maybe.
Someone might win. But 6-2. Oh, wait, the names are back. Oh,
wait.
they're normal. Zayad's blue.
So it is confirmed.
I believe this is what we see in the replay as well now.
Okay.
But I'm scared to speak too soon.
Risk is just shaking his head completely. Risk does watch the broadcast while he plays. Mad
yeah, of course.
Oh.
Okay, either way, I'm going to confidently-ish say that Zayad is up 6-2 in game number 1, with Risk attempting a comeback with a little time on the clock. It is seeming unlikely.
We're living in probabilities and potentials.
Yeah.
And if this does stick as is, and everything from Risk to Z plays out, then that means this is a great start here for the Mina faithful as Ziad comes up huge. And like I was talking about with those mechanics, you get the flip reset and a finisher as they maintain an extra flip. So I don't think they have enough time to really get this back, Boyo, but this is the kind of play Risk wants to manage. But to do so, he has to have a longer possession to get it ahead of Ziad.
I'm loving some of the logic coming out in Twitch chat with the reason it's definitely Risk is because the Mina player would never use the KC goal explosion. So I think we're going to come to the conclusion that Ziad won game 1 as said in the graphic here, meaning that we have finally figured out the problem. We know who is who. Game 1 goes away of Ziad, so we're guaranteed not a 4-0 for Risk, and we're definitely wrong about that, Hail.
Got it. Okay. Wow. All right. I'm glad that all of you were able to join us on that journey. That was something else. So, all right. Goals and much aside, I mean, the same level of shots. It's really kind of Ziad showing up defensively. I know that some of that stats kind of get skewed in 1v1 because you're collecting everything, but still, it is that defensive presence Risk couldn't get through for free, and it felt maybe that Risk had opened some level of doors, but it's all of game number 1 in a 1v1 that has the potential to go to 7, so it's a long journey to say the least.
I mean, Ziad did a good job at taking early control of the game, and Risk struggled to really bounce back from it. There was a lot of time where he just could not find anything going, and it was only at really the last minute of the game where he really started showing his true potential, his true ability on the pitch. And I mean, because of that, it was really comfortable for Ziad to just run away with the game early on and sit back and enjoy the show for the rest of it.
Yeah, it feels kind of like whenever you're playing, I'm going to put this in North American terms. When you have someone, especially because we have like a major smurf problem, if you want to go to mechanics, but you're just kind of hoping that they're going to be playing much more defensively, sitting to the goal, and setting up one of those where you're like, all right, I'm going to go for a huge ceiling rush, and I'm going to be able to get at least 2 flip resets onto this. Risk obviously has the mechanics, but Ziad has the proactivity to get these plays started early and to follow through. Doing it right here, you're going to try and get a bump onto Risk, but they also end up colliding with their own shot.
That's really unfortunate for Risk there. He sat in that corner booth waiting for it to respawn for about 9 seconds, and it was only on that 10th second where it finally came back, and he had just left to go make the save. So he doesn't actually get the boost. Still starved, having almost nothing in the tank this whole game. But finally back in a position where he can play. But a simple flick from Ziad just finds him an early goal. 1-0 already for Ziad, and Risk is giving him so much space here as he was hunting for boost, and punished for it.
Waiting for that prime moment as soon as Risk left his feet to go and get that jump. And he knew that he had to challenge high to like a medium height at minimum so that he could be able to take it on. And again, names flipped. I'm not even going to care anymore. It's blue car, orange car. We know who it is now. So Ziad, oh my goodness. He goes for another air dribble bump and gets slapped back into his own shot one more time.
Nope, Risk getting there, well made to save. For a clearance away now, he's got a little bit of boost. That shot's barely off target and he can't recover off the post. The bounce goes unfavourably, he doesn't read it, and now it's a wide open net for Ziad down the other end. It's a goal found, and 2-0 for Ziad after the massive miss there from Risk. A goal that he should be scoring.
That's a tough one, because that was going to ride that post one direction or another, and he thought he had a free counterplay, and then as soon as he went all in, well, then it came all out. So a potential turnaround, and it becomes basically a 2-goal swing there for Ziad. So Risk seeing themselves kind of fall into the bucket. they definitely want to be able to get a score here early. Oh my goodness, fantastic recovery as he's being slid across the goal line.
Trying to get the bump onto Ziad here. Shot to net should be coming out, but once again, Risk, put on your glasses. Another shot to the post, and it's another free goal for Ziad. Honestly, Ziad winning off of Risk's mistakes right now, because that's 2 goals in a row where Risk has hit the post and a counter-attack has been walked into net almost.
Yeah, just kind of chucked it from the way outside of the box. That's one of those where you think that, well, I mean, he obviously had plenty of separation from Ziad, and then just thought, all right, I have the angle, should be able to make this work, but he just couldn't get round to the outside of the ball enough. So, unfortunate kind of mental errors at this point.
Yeah.
And, I mean, you know that he's feeling like he needs to maybe catch up. There's another one that, I mean, that's going to be chunked wide, couldn't quite get back to it in time. But he's definitely getting pressured by Ziad. That's definitely going to work into the mental game in favor of him, and Risk is going to have to dig his way out.
Good flick there from Risk. That should be an easy go. It will just sink on in and a go bound back for the APAC player. 3-1 now the score lies for Ziad. 3 minutes to go. Also, I wonder, Hail, I'm assuming not, but I do wonder if there's I don't think there's even an advantage to it having a tactical timeout in a 1v1. Because it's best of 7, so they follow the rules of the preview where they could call a tactical timeout, but I don't think they have coaches with them, so I guess they talk to themselves for like a minute. I wonder how that would really work.
You just kind of get up, do some jumping jacks, maybe get something going. Risk of, they'll get another one. I could see it being an advantage. Just getting away from your keyboard, or maybe just getting another hit of some game fuel. I don't know, something like that. Just snacks. Just not playing the game for like a micro moment. But Risk definitely playing the game as we go halfway mark. So, I mean, Ziad has been consistently a nuisance to have to deal with. Risk though finds at least a couple points of separation.
Ziad going high with the bump on Risk, finds it. The air dribble bump, often too hard to deal with, and that's a prime example right there. Risk has to sit back and wait and hope to get a squeeze through the gap. With no chance, half of the games to go. It is a 4-2 lead for Ziad.
No man's land. You turn with that much space, it's as simple as that. You cannot give anything to Ziad for free, and he's going to do the same thing here. Flip reset, even if it's just to get it over the top. He's going to sit on top of Risk, but that time, Risk was able to get over and around. So, a difficult task all the same. Slow bouncer. Not exactly the way that Risk wants to play, and you feel like Risk is having to bank on a lot of these skillful recoveries. That's not where he wants to live right now, though, and Ziad knows it.
Flick attempt here, dribble bump coming out for Risk. He says, if you do it to me, I'll do it back. Not a care in the world about it. 2 minutes to go. Risk still on the back foot, but clawing back at this game. 1 goal in it, 2 minutes to go. I mean, it's certainly not out of the realm of possibility for Risk. He's just got a bit more work to do.
Definitely, he told him to sit down, just to give himself kind of the ego break. Oh, but
never mind.
Well, you get to sit on the other side of the benches.
Didn't last long there. The potential comeback has been quickly shut down once again, with Risk now needing 2 goals to tie up the game once more. A familiar position for him to be in, but with time on the clock, there's certainly a possibility for Risk. He's just got to get a move on. That was his biggest issue in game number 1, scoring the goals way too late. At least this time he's got something on the board early on. But if he wants to bring it back, he has got to score soon.
Roll, but a much better challenge right now out of Ziad, who just continues to claim space that Risk is giving up. As he kind of waits on back, he knows that he can basically dominate the resource counter as he wanted that corner boost. He's going to come after this corner one more time. And for sub 80 seconds, I'm starting to think, maybe 5 games will be true, but the way that Ziad is playing against Risk, it might be going the other way. I've got to be turned back into a believer, and it's without this fake. That's a way to get me back.
Oh, and it's just pure dirty 1v1 play right there. It's the pure grime of 1v1 that you love to see. Risk with the fake on Ziad, right at the back of net. Full confidence that he is going to jump, and Risk plays it absolutely perfectly. A minute to go, and a bad kickoff. It goes painfully for Ziad, and once again, it takes a matter of seconds for Risk to get within 1 goal, Rats is quick to become 2 goals again.
It neutralizes your entire effort. This is the mental boom side that made me stop playing once. I would do so much work, I'd finally make a great play, and then it just all goes to the ribbons. Not fun in the slightest. Well, for some, but if you can handle the salt, then you're gonna be getting some extra seasoning on some of these steaks. Hopefully, make a challenge. I love the half flip. That'll be a secured goal. What a way to at least get it back. Can they continue to be consistent and finally get it tied?
Well, we've been in this place before. 1 goal difference, 50 seconds to go. Will Risk be able to tie it up this time? I mean, he's got to survive the kickoff. That's the big important part. Can he make it past the kickoff and actually have an attempt? He has. He survived the kickoff. So it's already a good start for Risk here on the comeback attempt.
Not risk averse. He simply is trying to traverse around what Ziad has given him. Fantastic follow. He's going to be there late. And that's another one for Ziad again. He gets within 1, and that's about where it's done.
Back-to-back training goals. Ziad tries to make it back, but to no avail. 7-5 now for Ziad. Performance. Seems comfortable up front.
Ooh, love the flick. All right. You had mentioned before how we will see probably a plenty of goals. This game definitely showcasing exactly that and more. They use it from straight up the kickoff. Do not allow Ziad a moment to settle. I mean, something to give Risk. He's not stopping, going for these chances, but he's only got a half minute to find one that does stick out. And he actually lets his possession go, and he forces Ziad to retreat.
Big kickoff attempt here, but off the back wall, playing it quite messy there. Now down the other end is Risk. 1 chance on net to possibly send this game to OT. 13 seconds to go. 7-7, and Risk finally breaks that hurdle and ties up the game.
We have not seen demos play an optimal point of kind of a push or at least necessity. We've seen so many of the soft bumps off the air dribbles directly to the line. Finally, a demo kind of shows itself. Will not fake this. They're going to have full control. Big flick, ball on the backboard. They're going to make Ziad jump early. Do they do it again? There is time. Makes him jump twice. A third. It gets dumped in the corner, but Ziad picks it up. We're at 0-second time. Risk has got to see. Oh, he might be able to pick this up straight to his nose. He's in. It's in.
Wow. What a turnaround from Risk. The pop shots onto net again and again. Into the 0-second catch. Dribble into an open net after bringing out the defender. Brilliantly won there by Risk to tie up the series 1 apiece. In a game that I thought was surely over for him. He did an incredible job bringing it back.
Fantastic work. If you're going to be a 1v1 main, you gotta have that in your back pocket and getting him to bite. Not doing it once, twice, thrice, and then in the middle of the pitch, it all worked out. So congrats over to Risk to see now this get tied. This is on me, Boyo. I started waning in my belief system. My doubts were out there, and Risk had to really shut me up.
Yeah, the moment of doubt on Risk, and he came to prove things wrong. Ziad at all the start of the game, so I don't blame you. Ziad was doing an excellent job controlling the early game, but finally Risk kind of found that breakthrough. Offered a demo, finds an open net, and then just the constant barrage of chances on net. He finally finds that opening on 0 seconds to win the game, avoid the overtime, and really push Ziad down.
Yeah. That was huge. And that's a great way to reestablish yourself into a series. Definitely have a best of 7 that, it's going to be at least a couple more games before we know exactly who's going to be in control, especially now that this has been split down to best of 5. I know everyone hates the BO3, BO5, BO7 kind of general spread, but this is exactly how it breaks down, especially into a 1v1. So, Risk showcasing too that he can be a clutch up man. Catching the game at the very end there, Boyo. He's able to get that ball and making sure nothing goes crazy and secure himself a win.
I mean, his confidence there kind of being exuberated from Risk. We were worried that maybe be a bit nervous kind of coming into this after the first game and not going the way he maybe hoped. But coming into game number 2, the nerves seem to have been calmed, and here in game 3, we'll see if that still persists. Ziad has proven to be a good opponent for Risk here, keeping things close the whole way through. With 10 seconds in, it is Ziad once again with the early goal.
I think this is just going to be a common place that Risk has to play from. He knows that Ziad is going to be just completely aggressive. Play off the gate, off the rip, off the ball drop, and he has to be able to answer that. Now, when he finally gave himself time to flash mechanics, that's when we saw the difference, but it truly took so much time for that to be able to develop. Also, card change, by the way. Ziad going away from the Fennec, trying to play, maybe replace the mental.
Interestingly enough, someone went in chat and said, oh, that must be Risk. There's no way Ziad were playing the Octane. And well, here he is in the Octane, but that was Risk finding the go back. 30 seconds in, and we're tied up 1 apiece. This game, throughout the whole series, I feel, is just neck and neck at all times.
Yeah, it is. And that's also a huge showing there because we've not seen a tied game until very, very, very late in game number 2. So to see Risk win an immediate challenge and then take that one off of Ziad and equalize, that's massive. Now you got to play it with your exhaust pipe exposed to him, and he knows it as he's able to find that first touch. But it's the second effort that's actually a bit softer than what he really wanted to rip on. So first minute, Risk is really starting to show up, and it's making Ziad have to peel more pages from his playbook.
Well, Ziad can control the ball at the back line, but flick the ball past Risk, and Risk should not be able to recover in time. It's a free goal for Ziad to take the lead once again. Big flicks here, which have been really the key to Ziad's success. He has been winning the ground game, I would say, for the most part, whereas Risk has been really winning in them with the close-up triple plays off the back wall. It is the flicks that are really messing up Risk. Ziad, I think he's found his answer of what he needs to do to succeed.
Oh yeah, Risk is decidedly not taking just any level of space for granted. He's moving and kind of cutting that all down for anything that Ziad decides to give up. And he's also playing much more to the fakes. When is the jump going to pay off? When can he be able to get that ping advantage to help out? He was hoping for a demo, and that may end up going off the pipeline. He's lucky that it does. Knew wisely that it would actually be chilling for him up onto the backboard, so he had time to go get the corner boost. So a moment of poise here for Risk, and maybe a chance to kind of snipe it from the outside.
Ziad at the back line, Risk just waiting for a mess up from Ziad. He's got the boost to play with. He's in the driver's seat. Make sure Ziad gets not a single bit of it. Finally something found for Ziad, but Risk down the other end. He'll follow that ball all the way up to the bar. Saved by Ziad. From the heavens he will rise. A brilliant save now down the other end. On the line, that time caught by Risk. Good touch high, and that should be an open net here. But a massive miss from Ziad. Massive error in Risk. He was sure that was in. I think he thought it was already over, and he just allows that one to fly on by, not ready for it.
He got slapped completely off the board. In transition, that is a fantastic way to get yourself a second chance there, Boyo. We saw Ziad. He definitely kind of whiffed straight up onto an open opportunity, comes from the other side, and he collides with the fender end of Risk. So giving yourself another moment of pause and then giving it a chance from the crossbar. Risk on top of Ziad is going to steal his corner boost. It's going to be a narrow angle to have to work with. Don't give it, if he gives up that inside angle like that anymore, Ziad's going to start biting down on it.
Good back control at the back line, but he's got to get this ball out of his half. Sends it long, looks for the bump, looks for the demo, and he'll find the demo along the way. Something that Risk, even in Brady Breed, is really good at is finding demos. And showing it here in the 1v1, it is the key to success. If no one's on the pitch, then who's going to make the save? It's an easy goal there for Risk off the back of that demo. With 2 minutes to go, we'll bring this game, once again, back within 1.
Well, fiery coach in this youngster, really showcasing that you can change up your game in a moment's notice. Ziad has plenty of boost, and he thinks and believes that Risk is very much on the other end of that spectrum, and so he's playing it cool, playing it conservative. He's going to pick up that small pad, and that will basically become his Bible. Huge follow-up. Ziad knows that he's going to be loose for it, and now it's a flip of the script. Do they rip one on? They actually isolate him, and it's just a big pickup. One touch, not the first shot. The second one is what equalizes.
Putting that ball down here. Ziad maybe expecting a shot towards the post, shot towards the back wall, but Risk plays it into center. Good control of the car. 100 seconds to go. We're all tied up 3-3. I would say quite a low-scoring game for a 1v1 here. Currently 3-3 the scoreline, but I'm sure that can change with time, and it might just do so here. It's a big demo by Risk. Wide open net. He'll let that one crawl in. That is pure disrespect, pure time wasting right there from Risk. Letting that clock run down even further.
He's like, hey, I know you have demo cam. Watch this. Mwah. Kisses it before it just slowly completes. 91 seconds, and that's, you know what, when we talk about salt mines, we talk about 1v1 competitions, that's the level of mental. You gotta have kind of an ego going into this because it's just you versus the world. Anyone that tries to address you risk a big chunk. Can it drop on? It will go in, and they've got a 2-point lead.
Risk finally getting comfortable. We're seeing it in the gameplay. Going for challenges when necessary, going for the demos to find those goals. Having great car control to be in the right position at the right time. This is all thanks to the confidence coming out. And now Ziad has to try and find an answer once again. The old strategy of just going for the flick isn't working, but a kickoff going in his favour will certainly set him on the right track.
Good old kickoff goal. Who ends up being the softer sumo wrestler? Well, this time around it will be slapped out. Ziad will find himself getting within one again, but that was also the biggest goal differential that we've seen out of Risk at this point in time. We've been through 3 games, and it feels like a mini marathon. Best of 7s always really do. So, with a minute approaching, how does Risk approach this? He's going to try and go fast. He's going to go over the top. Flip reset could be the difference maker. He fakes out using it. I don't know if he even had it in the first place, but we will get to that minute mark, just as both these players want to break away from the orange half. Blue half, rather.
In the back corner is Ziad. Control to the back wall, can't find it past just yet. 45 seconds now, it's Ziad. Going for the flex, sends it high, save, and this time by Risk. On the back wall, can he get it any further? No, he cannot. A shot to net, top corner from Ziad. The game all tied up once again.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Risk has got to take control. He's kind of get his hands loose, shake it off for a minute. You have 10 seconds from that replay and let it kind of settle, because Ziad is flashing right back into the fray. 50-50s and all, and it's right at the point of attack where Risk is finding themselves behind the pace. Now as this one separates, I think that Ziad has recognized that Risk is trying to go much more to the sky and that he's waiting for some of these 50-50s, and that is why he's challenging so much sooner like he was in game number 1.
Clears away off the back wall, chasing that ball upfield. There's Risk, but he's got nothing in the tank. He's playing a risky game right here in front of net. Can't find anything of it. 100 boost finally found, and back he will go. Overtime looking likely, and kickoffs have certainly not been in Risk's favour. But you're going to let it touch. You're going to take the gamble. And overtime, kickoffs have predominantly went in the way of Ziad here if any kickoff goals have came out. And this one, once again, going in Ziad's favour. A flick onto net, saved by Risk, but he's got to get out of defence.
Stop the recent history. That was the exact same move Ziad was using to get the first score in the first 3 games. Now he just has to win this really tight angle. Risk is nowhere to be seen. And that one will be picked up. Ziad will regain the lead in this series. It was that sidewall punch that ultimately gave him last possession. He finds it, and it'll go 2-1 before game 4.
Well, a game 3 win for Ziad. Finds it in OT off the back of a successful kickoff. Something that Risk maybe has to clean up a little bit here in these games is his kickoffs seem to be weaker than Ziad. I would say 90 to 95% of the time. Ziad always in control of the kickoff and wins the game off the back of it there. Demos are in Risk's favour, as to be expected. But the kickoff may be where he's lacking the most.
Yeah, if he could simply calm like his overall first approach. I mean, a couple times he actually was faking out, going for first possession, which was fine. Those work out because you condition your opponent that you're going to go for an even and honest initial touch from your kickoffs. but so much of early possession from the initial just face-off, Ziad is dominating, and that's why he has so many early opportunities to run up the score or at least get first shots. And that's a difficult thing for Risk to have to handle because his is a longer developing, mechanically inclined playbook. Cannot settle with that. So I just gotta see how he can kind of neutralize the initial attack of Ziad from that kickoff.
Well, I see the kickoff can be cleaned up here for game number 4 because the series is in favor of Ziad right now. You predicted 5 games. If Ziad wins this next one, you might just be right. But can Risk prove us wrong, tie up the series to a piece perhaps? Well, game 4 is the game to do it. Kickoffs are what we're going to be looking at here, Monkeyman.
Yeah.
We've seen what Risk can do with the demos. We've seen what he can do in defense and offense with the bumps. But the aggression is not enough on kickoff. He's got to start performing better in that situation.
No, would it be something? Oh, wow. Okay, that split cam, by the way, that was sick. Is that how you get to play the game normally? That's actually kind of cool. Local LAN buddies, couch co-op. But, yeah, the fake. Oh, that's disgusting. Oh, boy. Ziad, you nasty.
Absolutely disgusting there from Ziad. Just walks it in a straight line. He doesn't move. He just walks the ball forward the whole way. And with 15 seconds off the clock, it's an early goal for Ziad with pure disrespect behind it.
That's how you set the tone. And really, he wants to run that up as much as he can. But if there was ever anything that I've seen as just a general competitor, is that tit for tat is able to happen. What a way to get it back.
Well, what a brilliant go down the other end by Rips. Sees Ziad coming from above and just takes him out. Goes for the bump and sends Ziad absolutely flying.
Let him out by the hand. Said, all right, go sit on the chairs. All right, that's actually a great positional touch. You drop it all the way back to your own line. Then see what you can handle. This is going to be Ziad that does get a pickup here. And nothing's really slowed down Boyoroyo. We've seen both these guys just basically kind of turn this into a marathon run of this pitch.
And something I've noticed, I think in most of the games, but even now again, is that I think Risk's answer maybe to his weaker kickoffs and his worry about kickoff goals is to often not go for the kickoff. He's often faking it. Often backing off in the corner, especially. And I would say it will work out more favourably for him, but I think he can't rely on that at all times, and he will have to improve his kickoff game, if not for this series, but certainly for later ones. But for now, he is up 2-1 after a great demo and recovery. But I still am not convinced about the kickoff aspect of his game.
If he continues to at least condition it, like maybe not all fakes all the time, sometimes that can happen. Because even if you go for, you have what, 34 boosts whenever you first start? If you go for just a straight line shot after recognizing that the opponent is backing off, then, you know, it becomes much more difficult.
No,
that's
Risk.
a bonker from the crossbar. Risk is not going to be able to catch up. Ziad will take that one with a thank you and a nod.
Oh, Risk. That was 2 shots at an open net missed out upon. And now, a goal down the other end for Ziad. 90 seconds gone, and Risk will be upset about that one.
Good news is, though, he got a couple, so that the only worst position for it, is that he gets tied. He's definitely seeing Ziad not giving him anything for free. He's going to pre-flip over to this and has to stop it at the door. Doesn't feel like it was at much at risk, but Risk knew the game plan. We did not. Ziad was hoping to bump him away, and Ziad's going to make this difficult to play with. He is sitting in corner boots. Look at this separation. He knows he has him just stuck, but it's one solid pickup, and he runs straight through him.
And a goal found back for Risk after the patiently waiting at the corner. Ziad maybe getting a little bit too comfortable for that ball, just holds it and tees it up perfectly for Risk, honestly. Gives him a free goal on net. 3 minutes to go and Risk back in the lead, looking to tie up this series. Well, he's on the right track to do so. That's a winning kickoff here for Risk. He takes it out to the back corner. Off the back wall, can he find anything of it? No. He'll try once again now from the sidewalk. The doomsday this might not have worked out, but this time it might. Into centre, the bump not found, and back he goes once again. He's living off of scraps in the boost department, but he is certainly making it work. That's the fake out Zayad, and oh, he has done him absolutely dirty.
He won 3 big boosts before Zayad finally got the one from the corner, and then using everything that he had, trying to get over to it. That was such a well-designed, like, I know what you're gonna do 4 steps before you ever knew moment, because he was like, all right, you're gonna be desperately trying to get to any fuel, and I've got you running and rushing it down.
Rest. Trying to get past Zayad. I'll follow him back to the corner once again. Rest will find the demo. Take the ball back to his own half. He's got time to waste. He can keep the ball in control over here. All he needs to do is hold on to this game, and the ball in his possession is in the best position to do so. Zayad is never on the pitch at this point. He's constantly getting demoed, and it must be tilting.
He's either chasing or he's being blown up. He's never able to really kind of dictate the pace of this game. That's really been the change-up factor. Risk is definitely putting him in the bag and throwing him around the room, seeing if he'll come out dizzy. So far, Zayad is spinning, so 2:04 to go. Risk with his largest advantage point so far. He's got a flip reset right behind him. He'll wait until he hits the ground. Now, this has been a difficult point for Risk, is scoring when it's on the backboard to crossbar. Zayad will get right behind it, so he still has time. Still time to get 3.
Well, cleared all the way to the back line. Risk is up by 3, as you mentioned, but as we've been saying since game number 1, there is so much time left, especially for Zayad to make a comeback here. We've seen him in the early parts of game 1 and even in the later parts of game 3, where he can just get a run of goals going at any moment. And a good save from Risk though. That ball out of harm's way. Minute 20 to go. Time is certainly on Risk's side now. Zayad don't have infinite amounts of it. Takes out Risk here. Trying to go the distance. We'll send this ball high, and it could be a goal if Risk can't stop it. And not this time. They go for Zayad back into the action. A minute to go. And Risk has lead Rose Finn.
Where Zayad actually had Risk kind of go for a temporary wave dash. He had him in full pause, and then he tried to immediately kick up and start, but he was already a car length too short of where he wanted to be in a better defensive posture. Zayad's going to grab midfield boost, corner picked up by Risk. Can he outpace this? He's got to play for the bump, and that's actually where he's been prioritizing Boyo. He's been going directly for Zayad's car and trying to deny him that contact instead of trying to guess where that ball is going to be traversing to.
Back wall. Risk rushing back to net, rushing back to safety. A save will be found just in the nick of time. With no boost in the tank, he's got to play it careful. He's got to rush on back once again. He's given Zayad so much space because of this. The free run to net, but a brilliant avoidance from Risk. Save once again, 20 seconds to go. This game is looking to be his.
That right there is Risk avoidance. Truly worked out. You had to take the most outside angle, massive power flick, but it just powerfully goes off the backboard. Zayad Satan's seen this one go the other direction against them. The 3-goal lead became 2, but ultimately became a Game 4 dub. So you know what? 5 games? Nah. Why did I not think to consider this was going to go to game number 7? Every single open in the split here, Boyo, went to game 7 in the early rounds. Why not this one?
Well, why not this one is what you say. We'll see, we'll be granted such a design. Game at number 4 may go the way of Risk, but what can Zayad and Risk do in the following game 5? I think if Zayad wants to really come back here, he's got to get aggressive in himself. The bumps and demos have been debilitating. I mean, there was a moment in time where I don't think I've seen Zayad on the pitch for about 30 seconds straight, because he was just constantly getting demoed or bumped out the way, and it was just giving Risk free opportunity after free opportunity. If Zayad wants to come back, he's got to either deal with Risk's aggression play or match it himself.
Yeah, to your point, I believe Risk has out-demoed Zayad 5-0 in the last 2 games. That truly is where it kind of comes in, because I mean, to that same even with the replay, he just got rid of him. get him out of the way. No defense, no problem. It simply is about scoring. These guys haven't exactly been the cleanest either when it comes to their shots, so giving yourself a moment of extra time to finally get something ripped on target definitely plays favors. So we go to game number 5, and this will be the first time for both players at the same time that match point will be available. Remember, this is single elimination, so this means the most.
Well, an early start for Risk, and we kind of harped on about his kickoff never going his way. Well, I believe that is his first kickoff goal of the series, and finally one that goes his way. Finally, an early start for Risk.
Finally, a nice little pop-up. It's been difficult for him to get kind of much of anything. Oh, Ziad went for the pause moment, and he's going to have a freebie. Those are cheeky. Knowing that Risk is actually coming much more honestly at him, and he's going to wait just to have it pop off his nose.
Well, I go back for Ziad very quickly. That kickoff goal means absolutely nothing if the score is now 1-1. But it's a new game, as you said, is to make it a match point, so a bit of a nervy game for either player here. They want to be the first to make the match point. They want to have that advantage. They do not want to have to try and make the comeback with match point against them. So this is a very, very important one.
Of course, all the way into here in salty shallows, which makes the most sense to me when it comes to playing 1v1. Risk has no boost right now. It can be ripped anywhere, and it goes just dead center. That Ziad comes up big. Risk knew that this was basically going to be a 50-50 shot to anything, and his wave dash planted him to the floor.
2-1. Ziad, he is gunning for that match point. Only 30 seconds gone on by, of course, but every goal counts. The longer he can keep possession, the better. Shot to net here. Risk can't make it back in time. Ziad is looking comfortable early on. Risk has to find some answers quickly.
He's just playing a step ahead right now. This opening minute has been Ziad really completely recomposing himself, knowing that previous game got out of hand, and that his early starts is what buries Risk early. And look how both players immediately have they start slowing down. These early kickoffs have been so measured, and there's a lot of recognition as to what is a moment of control. But Ziad is definitely hitting some of these first touches just where Risk is not comfortable, and you're getting a flick before Risk can really do anything.
And I don't think we've really talked about it yet. That Risk has basically this whole game not had boost at all.
Yeah.
And I think that is a big answer to the whole boost and sort of the demo and bump problem that Ziad was facing. You can't really get demoed as easily if Risk has nothing in the tank. Finally, Risk has some boost, and the first thing he does is demo Ziad, so I think really case in point right there. Risk has no boost, Ziad gets to live. Otherwise, he's done, he's demoed, he's bumped, everything. Finally, a demo goes the other way, but Ziad can't recover it in time, instead will take it back to his own half. It's really good adaptation here, I would say, to the play from Ziad, where he's focusing a lot more on the boost management and disallowing those opportunities for Risk, rather than trying to play more aggressive and just go for goal. He's really trying to control the pace of the game a bit more.
You see a pop-up play. Ziad, great read. This should be a cleanup, and it will be a risky maneuver there by Ziad. I would say that he's actually doing this because look how far he leaps. He knows that there is so much separation. Risk is going to pop this up. That was to establish if he wins that read, the mental just death onto Risk if he were to get that first touch.
Well, they go back for Risk, but still plenty more to find. He goes for the fake kickoff, and he leaves himself in a honestly horrible position. I don't really see the benefit of going for the fake kickoff there, because Ziad just reads it perfectly. Even if not, I don't think Risk is in a position to really make that save. It's a goal for Ziad off of, in my opinion, a blunder from Risk.
Yeah, you can go for those every now and then, but because both these guys are starting to read how these kickoffs are going, that they are not just going to be your stock standard speed up and get a strike kind of first face. You're getting the fakes. What a drop off. Wow. Ziad, they'll make it 6. Now we have a lot of time. We've mentioned this before, and I'll mention it again, but Ziad is making this one feel just like the worst dinner plans ever for Risk, and he's having to eat every bit of it.
I mean, it's seeming like the most dominant game we've had probably since game 1, where Ziad was kind of very quickly on top there and Risk almost made a comeback at the end, but it was nowhere near enough. It seems very similar. Risk is keeping it somewhat close, but still with a 3 goal difference. He's got a lot of work to do. He has to get 3 goals on the trot without any kind of answer back here, which is not an easy scenario in any sense of the word.
No. I mean, the leniency also exists for Ziad. You can kind of chase after, see what Risk might do, and it becomes even more difficult for him to have to really recover and kind of equalize this game if he gets so close, but Ziad keeps him just far enough. See, the simplest of touches, and that'll, again, reestablish a 4-goal lead. We've had 10 goals, and we're even before halftime.
Yep, Ziad just so quick on the approach, and with Risk nowhere to be seen after a overcommit, I would say. It's a wide open net, and a goal for Ziad once again. As you mentioned, we're not even halfway. Ziad still going with his slow kickoff attempt, which really puts Risk out of position. Starting to find a lot of answers to the questions that Risk was really laying down. Risk now finds some answers of his own here. He's looking a bit confused. He's looking a bit lost on the pitch. A player who looked really comfortable, especially in games 3 and 4, now looking a bit disjointed. Oh.
Big power. Couldn't quite get it beyond the boost level that Ziad had. He wants some corner boost so quickly that would have been difficult for him to have to deal with, but Ziad will back up. Again, he's just kind of playing with him. He's like, hey man, you have to run through me, but he gave up too much longitudinal space. So Risk had a free lane. You see Ziad just kind of teasing from the far left side.
Ziad inches away, but good control by Risk. He sees his opening at the near post, and I mean, at this kind of level, your placement will be pretty high quality. A shot just past where Ziad can reach gives Risk a free goal. And Ziad still going for these slow down kickoff attempts, but honestly, I've not seen much benefit come his way from them. Risk with a good bump. Ziad going to win that challenge. A wide open net. Can Risk make it back in time? No, he cannot. It's another goal back for Ziad. And a 4-goal difference reinstated.
He knows that he has Risk on the line. He is absolutely, he's leashed them up and he's getting walked around from those kickoff and early on. Talk about maybe it not being the greatest benefit for them, but he's actually gaining possession because he just forces him to come up. And then when Risk starts saying, all right, maybe I need to play off to fake, then Ziad speeds up. From the immediacy of the middle crosshair of this pitch, Ziad is winning this game. And so far, feels like it's going to stay that way as he still has a 4-goal lead. Nice quick half flip, forcing Risk to have to retreat. He's not going to grab it on the timing, so Risk is in a terrible spot with the amount of boost that he has.
Good challenge there by Risk, though. He may have had nothing in the tank, but he doesn't need much in the tank. Honestly, just this little tap here. I think he used it about 12 boosts just to get it past Ziad. Maybe putting a bit overconfident Ziad on that side wall. Gets punished. And a goal found for Risk once again.
You got to win it here, right here. It depends on how this all goes. This is going to be just a solid kickoff. It's going to drop off ceiling. Can he get to the outside? He doesn't care. He actually goes for the boost. So landing on your nose is not going to give you that momentum. Ziad can be able to win this off of a bump as well. Risk is on an island. Finally gets to 100. But a great separation moment there by Ziad. Forces that ball the other way. Less than a minute to go. Got to get 3. He's got a chance to make him sit, and he cannot get the save. He's finally within 2 again.
There's no way. I mean, the comeback is so possible, but it'd be a massive comeback. 4 goals on the trot just to tie up this game. Only needing 2 more now. 8-6 the ball. The game's already staying in favour of Ziad for now, but could Risk bring something to the table which Ziad was not expecting? Shots in there early on. He's using very minimal boosts here. He's making it work. Ziad stuck back with absolutely nothing. He's picking up the small pads as best he can, but a air dribble bump could not connect. Ziad good recovery, but bumped the net. Well recovered and clearing away. Risk off the post will recover badly as well. The car control not working favourably, and a chance for Risk going to be taken away by the post, by the recovery from Ziad. Now with time against him, Risk has got to make a massive play. He goes for the demo, it won't find a connection. Shot towards net, it will go wide. With 10 seconds left to go, the game looks sealed for Ziad now. Match point looking imminent. But Risk A great final attempt to tie up this game, but just to no avail. He'll get something on zero perhaps. He won't even get that. Oh, 8-6 win for Ziad.
That entire last minute. Oh boy, oh Xeon, they ramped up the velocity. They brought it to the pitch, and it felt like it was just, it was Risk knowing that he's into that pressure cooker, and they just put him from a low broil into a hot fry. Could not catch up to him, and Xeon taking every risk possible as well to shut Risk down. Challenges that just paid off. Finally getting a demo in the last 3 games for Ziad, but it's really the defense that rung through. Oh, Risk is going to be wanting something back going to game number 6.
I think the kind of positive coming in here for Risk is he really heated up at the end of that game. So if we can keep that momentum going into game number 6, he could certainly send this to a 7th game. If he starts slow again like he did, especially here when he was already 4 goals down in the first minute and a half, then he's not really going to have much of a chance. It's all about the start of this game, really, for Risk. That is the biggest component. If he can make game 7, if he can start off strong.
That's very true. You know what? We got to see how he goes straight off the rip, because it will require a game number 7. He's going to have to play 2 straight games if he intends to move up into that top 6, or else this is where he'll end out. Now, hey, $1,000, but you're gaining $250 to get into that next round. We'll see how all this goes as we go to one of my favorite gatekeeper maps in the entirety of the game. It is Neo Tokyo. Good news for Risk, wasn't an early score. Bad news, the second effort was.
Yeah, the first one goes high, but the second one not so much. Risk is nowhere to be seen after that initial approach. And Ziad just slips that one top corner. 1-0 start for Ziad, and only 5 seconds in. Risk is already down. He has got to find an answer back quickly. He cannot let this game run away for Ziad's favour again. It really would be the end of his run, I think, if he lets it happen once more.
That's a tough one to traverse. He does it well, though. Ziad again trying to get ahead of it so he can get that bump, but he doesn't get any kind of Goomba stomp. Nice quick tornado flick, and nearly assisted with double tapping it in. Biggest thing that we found late term for Risk in that previous game is that he was really starting to control the boost overall. Oh! Okay, I think Ziad got Spider-Man stuck to that near side post.
And it's the fake musty coming out here for Risk. Ziad is up in a perfect position to make the save on the musty, but he can't get down. He's in a bad position to make it to that lower echelon of the net, and Risk sees that with pinpoint accuracy, places the ball almost perfectly under Ziad's car. A goal found for Risk, ties it up once again, 1 apiece.
It's a crawler. Looks like whenever I'm just trying to get anywhere around the carpet, no one knows where I'm going. Risk on the flick. Oh my gosh! That one I thought was dead to rights. Ziad had a hand in the soup. Not any boost amongst them, and it's really small pad gains that have been really clinical and clutch for both these players when they're not reliant on the perimeter big boost. That has been huge for just staying upfield. I love that turnaround! Risk turns it up. They gain 2 in a row.
Maybe not be old enough to have his driver's license, but he controls the Rocket League car exceptionally well. 2-1 for Risk here off of some brilliant ball control there. Just flips it round Ziad in perfect circular motion. Finds a goal to send him to lead. That the kickoff almost not going his way, but a massive bump on Ziad will bring himself to safety.
And this young player eventually going for their permit. Like, hey, I don't need a 3-point turn. Watch this. Tries to do it in an actual car.
A compilation.
Like, hey, is this enough for my license? Please and thank you.
Shows a montage of his great ball control.
This is how it works, right? It's just him attempting to hit the old
I'm really good at chain dashing. I think my license now.
I'm pretty sure they just say get out of the car. Leave. No thanks.
I mean, hey, if you could chain dash in an actual car, I'd be really impressed.
Oh! Which highway would allow that? Maybe the Autobahn.
Yeah, I think the German players got around that one, but Ziad, coming from the ceiling here, doesn't even actually get the bump really on Risk. It's a small tap in his car. Risk just not in position in time to find the reach really, and that slight nudge is really all it took. Risk now lost his lead, and remember Ziad is at match point, so Risk doesn't really have the space to make any big errors here. He can't allow another game to drop if he wants to stay in the tournament. Ziad, it could be his biggest win in the tournament yet, I would say, if he takes down Risk here. But he has to rush on back. Risk, can he make it? No, he cannot. It's a goal for Ziad once again. Approaching the halfway mark, and Ziad, he's up 3-2.
It's these big maneuvers Risk takes, kind of like these low percentage success points, and they just kind of runs at them. And I understand completely, because that's kind of what you do walking into a 1v1. You have to eventually kind of go into something that's not exactly, you know, super confirmed to be successful right off the rip. But still, he's lost the majority of them. Ziad, see this one puncture past, he will get the 100 boost. So Risk will take a moment of stay, and then this is on a shot. Should be able to get it. That's a fantastic pickup. And I don't think this one's going to find some great separation until late.
And look how quick he gets to touch on that. The recovery of the first touch gets himself down straight away, and Ziad, before he can even react, Risk is already in the air, ready for the shot, slips it under the top post, half of the game to go. And Risk is hunting to tie this game to Game 7. You said that, you know, every single first game has been a Game 7 so far in APAC. Why not this one as well? And I mean, Risk seems to agree he is hunting hard, but Ziad trying to play spoiler, and he's succeeding greatly at that job.
Trying to do it on home turf as well in Neo Tokyo. Can't Risk come through. Ziad finding another one. Aiming to lead Risk by the nose. That entire sequence was actually started off by the fact that Risk went for the challenge at midfield when he had no boost, and Ziad was able to get it. A kickoff goal in answer. Seems like he's at least finding some success from the early face-off.
Kickoff goes the way of Risk. What world are we living in right now? 4-4, 2 minutes to go. I mean, I want a Game 7 here, Hail, I'll be completely honest. I also want Risk to win by my predictions. I just want a Game 7 at this point, because Ziad has given us an excellent game, so too is Risk, and I want this to keep on going. A shot to net by Risk, the dribble takes it slow. Ziad faked out in front of net, and Risk a brilliant goal.
Nice drop control. Oh, what a power slide, just to keep it pinned to his fender and getting Ziad to respond to it from distance. If he has to keep him slipping, he's going to have him tripping at his own goal line. Ziad will see this one go outside. He will retreat to his own point, and Risk doesn't even go for the big boost. He goes for small pads initially, and that may be just enough to trick him. He goes flying by. It'll be an easy shot, and it's going to be a 2-goal lead for Risk.
6-4, and 100 seconds left. I think this might honestly be the biggest lead that Risk has had all series long. I don't remember him having one better, to be totally honest. But 6-4.
He had the 3-point, like one time.
Oh, he did have the 3-point, you're alright.
Yeah, but just once.
Yeah, so on the second biggest lead he's had, the Risk has often played in the back foot, or a 1-goal lead. I've not seen dominance from him yet, and it's maybe a concern in a degree that he can't seem to consistently find shots on net and find the goals, you know, off the trot and let it behind.
This is where Ziad also starts to find themselves in that gamer lead. Mental focus, coming through, just seeing if he can complete the run. Controlling an overall series is so tough, especially to 1v1s. Everything hangs on your shoulders. Risk gets a favorable kickoff. He'll go for corner. He has to watch out. He gave up a lot of street for that. Has to play off ball and directly into Ziad. And now Ziad has all the boost, but that first touch is able to give him some favor.
I think that's a big issue the Risk has had in recent time, is if he's got no boost, he gives so much space. As I talk about his shortcomings, let's talk about his musty flick. All the way from the halfway line, he'll send that ball flying into the back net. Ziad just can't make connections. 7-5 now for Risk.
He's trying to play catch-up by burning everything in the tank and didn't realize there would be so much power. Musty flicks are there for a reason, is because the ball will launch like it's from a trebuchet with all that extra sling. Both these players have plenty in the tank right now. Risk will have pre-jumped though. Ziad simplifies it. Less than a minute. Only one goal separates them.
You are never safe in 1v1. It's a missed touch off the back wall from Risk there. Heavy on the touch and he cannot find the follow through. 53 seconds to go. Risk, if you want to go to game number 7, you're going to hold on for just a minute longer, or else Ziad will be winning it here in a tied up game, 7 apiece. Oh, that must sting for Risk.
At least a little. He thought that he had maybe another second just to go up and get that touch because Ziad has typically gone for that mid boost. Instead, he immediately went for the shot opportunity, and that really kind of cut him down, showing that late-term conditioning. It may be able to push the youngster to a point that he doesn't want to go. What a risky play, and it's not going to pay off. He goes for that ceiling challenge. Ziad went for the simple drop in the bucket.
Off the ceiling early from Risk, unable to make the connection. The ball sinks into the back of the net. With Ziad up 8-7. Risk with the whole game against him now. He's down in the series, he's down in the game. There's only 40 seconds left or he faces elimination. A demo early on is a good start. Ziad back with very little boost. What can Risk do? He goes low and it works out. The 50-50 into net, 26 seconds left. And Risk ties it up once again.
He often goes low to feel sky high. What a way. He keeps his car to the outside right of the ball as the challenge comes in so that it does backboard off of his fender. A great way to keep yourself equal. Oh, but he stays back. He's going to have big boost. Does he get bumped? No. In fact, the way that the ball falls, he's able to get possession. If he gets the first shot, and maybe Ziad does it, he is!
Oh my. Risk from his own half once again. He's better playing and he's behind the halfway line at this point. Another long shot set to the bottom corner. 9-8. Risk with 16 seconds to go has found the lead once again. Game 7 just narrowly on the horizon, and that will secure it. Surely that's the game now. 10-8 with 10 seconds to go. Surely Ziad can't bring this back now.
Catching Ziad looking from beyond the midfield line. Call Risk, the Singaporean sniper. He takes him out from distance. 2 up, 10 seconds. Control the kickoff. Make sure it doesn't go immediately his way. He's got a chance, but he can't cut the angle. Guess what, boyo? We're going to 7. Risk brought this one all the way back.
The game ends 11-8 as Risk gets another 0-second goal. Game 7. Champion field. I mean, you called it halfway through here. You said that all the first years of the day is go to game 7, and well, Risk has granted us that. The downside for Risk, he won game 2, he won game 4, he won game 6, he lost game 1, 3, and 5. He keeps up that standard. He's going out. He has to win 2 in a row.
That's tough, but we also finally crest over the 2,000 score mark. 6 saves, the only demo between them. Risk consistently is finding ways to play off ball. I believe one of those was a great turning point. Ziad, I mean, got to give a lot of credit to this awesome player too. They were down in what, a 2-goal hole, brought it back to be up and ahead at 8-7. But from there on, Risk scored 3 in a row. He's got to simply find that same chain of success going not just from scores, but between games. Boyo, feels like we have a photo finish for this one right now. I don't know who exactly is going to find the consistency, but both these players, it's just 1 game left.
I mean, every game has been incredibly close so far. And now coming into game 7, the series as close as it can be. One player here is going out in top 8, one will make it to top 6 and will be looking to push further. We're going to find out who it is in a very few moments now. Risk, he is the one of 2 APAC representatives here still in the APAC Open. Him and Sphinx, the 2 last standing players. And Risk, he's going to do his country of Singapore proud, the last Singaporean player in, with Sphinx being in for Malaysia. Saudi Arabia, many representatives, Ziad being one of them, but they're looking to make a run as well. So just how good the Saudi Arabian player base is at 1v1s because we've known that for so long. We've got Shady early later on as well. We've got a Saudi Arabian in every match today. So he wants to do his country proud, and he starts off strong to make that a reality.
I thought that Risk actually had a wave dash picked up. He had jumped right here, ended up falling out left instead of going to the right because it was a very short run. He had initially thought Ziad was going to put just kind of a straight shot. A lot of questions in that early moment there, Boyo, but Ziad that again has an early score. Not something anti-typical to what we've seen going through these games, and he's going to try and get another one here quickly.
Risk in the back wall. Trying to get it past Ziad again, but to no avail. Ziad, he goes under the ball here. That's in a little bit of an awkward position. Risk gets the mid boost, but Ziad recovers well, steals the corner, and narrowly avoids the bump. Finally gets takes off the back wall, but doesn't get demoed to his probably satisfaction here. I don't think he's really wanting to get demoed anymore from Risk because it's been non-stop every other game. A goal will be found for Risk nonetheless. Throughout the chaos, Risk rises victorious. I mean, off the wall, off the backboard, everything goes unfavourably there for Ziad, and Risk just bursts out in success.
He just picked his pocket. He consistently forced him to drive backwards, and even when he thought he had a touch, he gets just the tiniest little one ever. Ziad's going to have a great look at this and should be able to get another score. It will run off the post, though. He'll prioritize getting some boost. Sees as Ziad goes for the retreat. Off the tip of the nose. Flip reset late. Uses it for the corner, and Ziad just gets... He gets a front row seat to seeing this one be pretty.
I mean, beautifully done by Risk. The flip reset and just walks it in. It's just pure, solid Rocket League right there from Risk. Brilliantly done. And 2-1 the scoreline. 3 minutes, 44 seconds to go. Risk has found the lead. And he's found it even further. An extension of the kickoff sends Risk 2 goals up.
He's had to really play back and forth this yo-yo mentality as how in the world Ziad is going to approach these because he's been playing fakes, he's been playing forward, he's been playing quick. This time around, he's just been winning better bounce back touches. So that one works out for them. So it's an early 2-goal lead. We've seen Ziad equalize from these anything but safe. Still with 80 seconds in, feels like youngster right now in Risk is definitely finding some promise.
Risk at the back line, he's got full control of the ball. Ziad gives him a lot of space, but Risk, quite honestly, kind of wastes that space that he's been given. Instead, possession lost to Ziad, and a goal found the other end. I don't think Risk should be flicking the ball in that situation. We see Ziad all the way back at basically his own net, and Risk has all the space and time in the world. But a flick and a loss of possession gives Ziad an opening, and a goal found back for the Saudi Arabian.
One thing that I think has come a bit lost to Risk late term of these games. Early on, he recognized that he needed to cut down kind of that no man's land and find that zero spacing to work out for them. And in late term, he's been just kind of winning it out mechanically, winning off of physicality. That's a fantastic find upfield. And his first touch accuracy has really been ramped up, Boyo. But it's still Ziad that is able to ramp up those moments. But it is Risk that's keeping this 2-goal lead alive and well.
2-goal differential, 3 minutes to go. The show is on the other foot here for Ziad. He was usually the one with the lead, and the comeback kind of always being denied. Now, on the back end of that, he's going to face what Risk had to deal with. Constantly trying to make a comeback, but constantly getting scored on straight after. It's hard to break through that kind of area, a bit of a mental blockage. But if he wants to win the series, he has got to get past it. Here's Risk now with good control. Flicks it high, top corner, it's a goal for Risk once again. A 3-goal difference, half of the game to go. 5-2.
The fortitude to continue finding new ways to score here, Boyo, is really just amazing. We've seen how long you basically have to always withdraw and look at what's being scored. And sometimes you'll go into 1v1s and ranked, and you're like, all right, go next, skip. But you are consistently seeing both these guys recognize new ways that are being developed to get into the back of their opponent's net. And they've had to really go through that. It has been over an hour of these two dueling, and Risk is finally starting to look like he is in a much greater point of advantage.
high. He's been saved by Ziad. 2 minutes to go. Ziad on the approach here. He takes it low there with a, I don't know if it's intentional, but a very interesting flight nonetheless. And he's own goaled it. Ziad in game number 7 with 1 minute and 50 seconds to go has own goaled. Oh, what a travesty for the player.
Starting to crumble here, Boyo. He knew that Risk was right next to him and he had to make a move, but it ended up being detrimental, and that's just to say the least. Under a couple minutes, Risk has one of their largest point differentials against Ziad as they grab 4. A rare moment where we have a demo by Ziad and not one by Risk claimed here in game 7, trying to get over the top, and that one will go in. They finally put a tourniquet on that bleeding scoreline.
Ziad taking inspiration from Toxic last night against apparently Jack. That own goal. But he brings it back nicely with a 3-goal differential and 100 seconds to go. The comeback certainly possible, but I mean, it's a hard ask. But that makes it a little bit easier.
It's been 16 seconds since a 4-goal lead was had, and then a couple quickly. Ziad reminding us all that no lead is ever safe as long as time exists. So, the big lady, she was starting to hum a few bars. These two, they know a different tune, and it could see overtime. It could see Ziad with a lead. They're both going to have plenty of boost. Figure out what's going to happen in this one. Quick half flip and turn. This will go sky high. I feel like they're going to let that one settle, and both players will separate.
Yes, sure, as a Risk keeps good control, getting these next 2 goals will be a difficult task, but playing off of the mistakes that Risk is prone to making at times could be the key to success. But with Risk up front, going for these bump plays on the defender, it's hard to get past them. The flip reset into that touch and just takes out Ziad. He sees him waiting patiently and says, no, go for the ball or get taken out.
It's such a talent to be able to have an off-ball play like that and have it be successful, because you can go for that flick attempt, and if he just takes a step back, it's going to be a free run the other direction. Instead, Risk sits him down and tells him how to play the game. Bell's been rung, class is in session, Risk is the professor. Ziad is getting slapped around again, and he's being let out of the classroom as Risk reestablishes 4 up.
He just turned 14 3 days ago. But Risk, the young gun from APAC, people say the future of the region, is starting his journey off strong here. A 4-goal difference in game number 7 to make it to top 6 in the 1v1 Open. Well, he's just going to close out the game now. He's on the right track to do so. Ziad, a well-fought battle, but he's struggling now to find an opening. Risk is running circles around him. He's going for the tempo, not even the ball. He's letting the ball go by itself. He doesn't care where it ends up. Risk a good challenge, but it means nought. A goal for Ziad here with 25 seconds left. He would need a miracle to bring this one back. I mean, it's possible, but Risk should play a solid game, and he will win it.
He's had every single page kind of basically torn out of the playbook, both on the pitch and on the kickoff. This is going to be pivotal here, Boyo. What gets accomplished, what gets gained. They play it very honest, but Risk is going to be telling them the honest truth that he wants to take this dub. Getting back up to a 4-goal dip. 20 seconds, that means there's only 5 per goal that he can expend.
Well, if it's me, I'd be saying this is game over. Maybe I'm overconfident here in 1v1s. But surely this is impossible for Ziad to come back. Surely this is Risk game. But the kickoff not going into the back of Risk net, I feel even more confident in saying that. Risk doesn't need to touch the ball. He just let the clock run down. As long as he stalls for time, he wins, and he's done exactly that. Time is out. Ziad cannot win anymore, and Risk will be moving on to top 6 with Ziad eliminated at top 8. Who Risk will be playing will be found out later on. It'll either be Shady or Perry. Risk, great performance.
Fantastic performance. Showcasing even when you're behind, even when the pattern in recent history is against you, you know how to come back 6 to 9. It will go the way of Godspeed's Risk, as the youngster will go not just from top 8, but top 6. Job well done, keeping their composure, adapting, and overcoming. Boyo, we got ourselves a heck of a series as our first one of the day.
We did.
And I mean, Risk really just kind of came out, struck their stuff, and that was the only game that they did not get a demo.
Yeah, actually a crazy stat. The only game where Risk does not get a demo, but he still wins 9-6. It's a great showing from the young player, just 14 years old. But we'll have to see what more he can do. But he'll next be playing tomorrow, as he's already made it to that top 6 position. And up next, of course, we'll be seeing who will be joining him in that top 6 place. We have Henrik versus PVQ coming up after the break, but I mean, Risk has got his eyes set in that upper bracket. Who he'll be playing of Shady versus Perry? He already beat Perry once in the Swiss stage, but lost to Shady in that Swiss stage as well. So, I mean, he's got his experience against both of those players. And I'm sure he'll be hoping for Perry on his side.
That's a tough ask regardless of how you do.
Yeah.
My goodness. From end to end, he definitely has something to prove. If Shady ends up being his first opponent, well, he's going to have to make up for recent history. If Perry is his opponent, he's simply got to take care and get the job done. Either way is true here, Boyo. But, I mean, you know what? A lot of love over to Ziad. Definitely kind of coming over the Ethernet line. I feel like we definitely got to see a showcase of both players having to adapt. And I think, I mean, regardless, I mean, that was a long series overalls. I know that what was it? Risk definitely is going to be thankful that he has tomorrow to have to play.
Yeah.
The bad news for him is if he wants to get to the grand final, he has to win not just one, he has to win twice. And then if he wants to take the whole thing, he has to win thrice. That's a long day tomorrow.
3 series in a row, but as we mentioned, we've got plenty more matches to see. That was a very long one going all the way to Game 7. We have got Nermic versus PVQ coming up after the break, so stick around. It will not be long. We'll see you very, very soon.
So we're actually going to be seeing that here in just a few, actually. And so we want to make sure that you guys do chill with us as well, because we've got, that quarterfinal? That's what a lot of players ended up kind of wondering, all right, how long is this series going to go for? Is this going to be like forever? And then it ended up being forever. That's, I think even our co-caster said an hour and 15. That's a long series. That's a long time. Look, whenever you have 1v1s, some people barely even want to be there for 5 minutes. Recognizing that there's a lot of aptitude to stick around for that entire thing. They're playing for the glory of APAC as well as some extra cash, and I feel like it really kind of paid off as well. So does that experience turn into, I mean, give me your fat prediction, regardless of who it is. Does Risk move beyond top 6? I want to know like your early
honestly,
day 2.
Considering the fact that I think he'll be playing Perry.
Yeah. And
he already beat Perry 3-0 in the Swiss stage. I mean, results show that he is the favourite there. I think I could see Risk in the semi-finals. I think he should be a top 4 player.
Yeah. I mean, we thought that Ziad would also be kind of maybe a little bit of an easier try.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, he did kind of struggle a bit more than we expected, but I mean, nevertheless, this time, Nermic versus PVQ. One of them will make top 6. One of them will be joining Risk. Who will it be? Well, stay tuned, because that will be coming up after the break. We will see you then. After a long and exciting series, we had Risk move on to top 6. Welcome back, everybody. My name is still Boyoroyo, joined by HailMonkeyman, of course, in that cast. And welcome back, Quanzek, as well to the desk. And I mean, did you enjoy watching from the back end?
What year is it? It felt like it was forever and a half for that series to come through, but man, was it a banger. I mean, you guys cut over to 2 cameras and instantly we're like, oh yeah, you could think that's going to be over in 4 or 5, and part of me was really hoping that I would able to come through in the clutch in that game 7 just so I could prove myself, but hey. End result was a game victory over the side of Risk in a series hard fought.
Oh, incredibly hard fought. And now, Monkeyman, we have Risk in the top 6 position. We talked about him being one of the 2 APAC representatives still in the tournament. Talked about his possibility of, you know, making it into the top 4 perhaps. But we've also got to focus down in that lower bracket side. We've got Nermic against PV coming up next. Nermic being that Russian representative, PV being another Saudi representative. I'm kind of curious how you're feeling about that series, and do you find that Nermic's really got in him to push Russia even further in this 1v1 event, being that sole Russian player?
You know, if I fight against chat right now, which is going absolutely wild, and there's a lot of Russian advocates and fans out there. They run deep, and I want to think that this is actually going to be a fun contest from that Nermic position. But you guys can also tell us all about that, as you can be able to use the NM1K with that hashtag for Nermic, or you can use hashtag PV if you think PVQ is going to be able to take this one. Senza Esports was with us for at least one of the opens, and they did make some deep runs. I want to see if maybe Nermic can do the same thing. I'm not gonna lie to you. I need to go look at what I gave as my prediction. Where is this? Hold on. I know
what I think. I think that Nermic's gonna win. I'm on the side of Senza. Senza had a great history in the APAC scene. They've done well many a time, and I'm on the side here that Nermic will show up well. So I think Nermic is gonna take it for me.
You know what? I'm gonna say the same thing. Let the red, white, and blue in different ways fly. Quanzek, do you disagree from us? The chat surely is gonna be on the side too.
Back to back, I can't go against you guys. We're all in unison here, and I'd be shocked if this chat prediction is anything different, because if it was, I think it'd be pitchforks abound for everybody. Nermic, I think, played well through Swiss, and they're part of the GSL, and we will, I think, see them come out with a victory here. There it is. Blue across the board for Nermic. Senza had a good showing in APAC, and I think he continues this in the 1v1. And look at the chat as well, Boyo, heavily in favor of Nermic.
I mean, what a shot. The chat is here showing up big time for Nermic. The Russian fans are here to support their boy, I guess, and for good reason. I think Nermic has been a great player all throughout the season, and here coming into the 1v1 showcase, it's his time to see what Russia can do in the 1v1 situation. With Monkeyman and Quanzek, you both went for Nermic here. I'm going to ask before I go, How many games are you giving it this time? Because we were way off last time.
Ooh, I think that this one, well, let's see, we always start off with 7. I'm thinking 6. I'm gonna go a little different. I'm thinking 6, but I feel like this one's gonna be kind of back and forth to that same degree. But I think eventually someone will take charge. Quanzek, what about you? Think it's shorter?
I'm going one shorter, yeah. I'm going to take 5 in favor of Nurmik. I think it's a dominating series for him over the top of PV. And, yeah, there's going to be some competition, but I think the edge will be given over to Nurmik. So, with only 1 game concession, I think the series goes to 5.
Well, with all that said, you guys go enjoying the series. I'm going to go sit back and watch and enjoy from the comfort of the same seat I'm already sitting in, just with my headphones on. Not because I'm not listening, but my mic's not on. Basically what I meant. Enjoy. I'll be listening to you guys. Have a good cast, and I'll see you after the game. Enjoy.
Thank you so much. Oh, all right. Let's get into it, Quanzek. It's not your and I's first cast together, but definitely the first one for here. That one was a feature-length movie, Quanzek. I feel like we got to have the full opening and closing credits that came with that previous one. This, I think, might be more of a student film. I don't know. It's going to run its course, and it's definitely feeling very 1970s, as we've got Russia versus the Middle East. They're coming in strong. You have a huge fan base that definitely wants to go behind Nurmik, and obviously, Senza Esports, they are kind of right behind them as well. But these 2 guys trying to vie for a top 6, regardless of what comes through. What kind of sells you? What do we translate from that previous series to this one that both these players could do?
Well, I think what really led to success in the previous game more than anything for Ziad was the kickoffs, right? I mean, he was more of a merchant in that arena, much more than Risk was, and that's what enabled him to get on the board so often and plentiful. It was the majority of his goals found that way. So any sort of kickoff strategies that these playoffs can come out with, get a little bit creative, because that's so crucial in a 1v1 when you start with 33 boost. You lose that kickoff, you don't have time to find that boost in one of the corners and still get back to your net in time. And I think that was a big focal point in our first series. I'm looking for further adaptations if these players watch the previous series, just to learn and adapt between Nurmik and PV. And setting the scene here, Monkey, not just on the field, but you did it yourself, as we're officially underway here in game number 1.
It will be how that title shift, how that tug of war really does kind of begin to get illustrated for us. And Nurmik has first blood. It was 9 seconds in, about as quick as we saw with Ziad earlier ago, and it's all establishing that real early narrative. They're going to be the one that's quickest on the draw.
Talking about the kickoffs, we just see it right there, front and center. Immediate kickoff win into a boost grab, and Nurmik going to do the same here, but this time won't come away with possession of the ball. Going to instead swirl this one around the corner and work on it. Increases. Good heads-up play, just opting to take the long way around and play the possession game. That is how these 1v1 games go, but now here he goes. Foot reset into a musty. It has enough power to just squeak by the top of PV.
You gotta think this is the best time to really flash these kind of mechanics, especially because you're gonna be given enough space to exact them as the series goes onward. Much of that gap will be closed. At least that is my expectation. But what a way to get it from off the rip, get your initial repetitions in. PV has the advantage here, I say. Nurmik, what a find. Just before that was able to hang from around that post there, Quanzek. He makes sure to shut that door.
Yeah, knowledge of what's around him, too. Using his own post to pinch that one out, the terrain to his favor, getting help from his, in this case, second man, not fourth man. It's a 1v1 tourney. A quick cut here by Nurmik. Going to make it 3-0.
That's in the first minute. What a trend to set, and of course it was the first pickup. This is also the first time that we've seen not as Fennec, not as Octane, but also a Dominus. And as a Dom main yourself, tell me about the shot. It feels just like it hits so much quicker. It's like a cutting motion that really just can kind of ruin your opponent. I feel like that's how it kind of vibes, especially, and that's the way Nurmik's really showing it.
Yeah, 100% is PV going to get his own little get back before I go into the nuances of the Dominus hitbox. Just good possession and control coming out here the corner. I don't think Nurmik was expecting that pace that PV found on the initial touch with not a ton of boost in the tank. PB doing a lot with so little. Back to your initial question here, Nurmik on the Dominus, it has sharper corners, way sharper than what you would find on a Dominus or a Fennec. And what that leads to is much higher ground play potential, whether it comes in the form of flicks, because you can get so much more velocity and elevation on them, or cuts as well. If you swoop around the ball, you can get those elongated sides on that ball quicker than a Fennec or an Octane can. And 1v1, it lends itself to a lot of potential offensive outplays, and that's not to mention the longer hitbox, which covers more of your net defensively.
Which is also why we saw some of that shift around to like the old, well, I guess the separate Batmobile. That definitely played well. That was also because I think it was Archie that was on that, and he was like, "All right, chat, which one do we use? All right, Batmobile, cool." Trying to play fun mode, so that one ends up being a musty that just couldn't quite get through, especially as PV stands tall off of the fake. Can't quite do too much due to that small pad, and yet. I mean, I haven't seen PB find advantage with any of the separation he's getting. He's having to just kind of straight up either win it with wide open space, or he has to retreat. I mean, look how far he basically just punts him backwards to his own goal line.
Yeah, the possession touches for PV are a bit heavy, and Nurmik's been good and poised to challenge sooner rather than later and swallow up that open grass in front of the both of them, make sure that he's taking advantage of the space. Good cut here by PV, getting a bit creative, trying to get nifty on the flick as well, elevating just so he can get under it with power, but it's going to ricochet off the post and allow Nurmik to stay 2 goals in the lead.
This is actually, for all intenses of all the goal attempts and shots that we've been seeing here, Quanzek, it's only 4 goals. Maybe I was just too used to seeing 15 goals in a game.
That was the standard.
Yeah. I thought double digits was the only way that you live in a 1v1, especially in a best of 7. But apparently, we have decided that it's not going to be a whole nother, duration of Finding Nemo. They're actually just going to be playing it to regular Rocket League terms. Nurmik with control. He gets him to bite. PV makes sure to stay behind the ball. Great find there, just in the box as we're less than a minute and a half.
Yeah, we might see what a good flick there by PV. Little bit of mind games. He pulls his car out wider to this right-hand side and then recognizes Nurmik's positioning dead center, opts to take a quick 45-degree flick into the far post and hits it with pace, opens up the door here. Not that it was close before, but now only a 1-goal deficit. What has been a much more defensive matchup compared to the first series, and PV 2 quick back-to-back goals and we're equalized.
Nurmik went screaming at this, and then you had mentioned it a moment ago. Well, look at the way that he took a wider hook to get back to that ball. Instead of having the first touch as an immediate shot, he swings even harder from that right side. Nurmik thought that the shot was coming a half second or so sooner, and PV playing him like a fiddle right now, trying to get a bump. Nurmik from the back wall. PV must retreat. He doesn't have as much boost as Nurmik does, and so as he makes that cut, good recognition of space, he gets his lead back.
A smaller benefit here of the dominance as well. It's very minor, because this match is much more about hammer settings than anything else, but more visibility on plays like that. Nurmik was holding the ball on top of his hood and knew instantly when to flip the second PV turned. And his reaction time was on point there, able to get the flick up and over PV's head as he came screaming by on the challenge. But now PV looking to get one of his own, uses the wall to ricochet it to himself, and nowhere to be found.
Yeah, this initial approach, we're not going to see Nurmik in this shot unless the replay cam looks backwards, because he had already been beaten at the goal line. There was no recovery from that. And that is actually why he banked it from the right wall, so that it would maintain speed. And to your point, didn't even think about talking to camera settings. I used to be called a psychopath, because of how for several reasons, but to include that my camera would be much higher and looking down at the ball, so I could see the field from behind it. Because you want to see where your opponent is, but I kept that going to 3v3s and 2v2s.
that becomes an issue at that
Yeah.
point. Yeah, I mean, the benefit of the higher camera angle is you can see the ground play, which is where the majority of 1v1 gameplay takes poise here, or takes position as Nurmik finds a demo and is able to connect with the ball here for the back of the net. But you don't, that same elevation, you don't want in 3v3s and 2v2s because there's so much more aerial gameplay and challenging. That's not the case here. If you find yourself in the air, more often than not, you're going to concede on the opposite end. And so, as I say this, Nurmik going to make me eat my words with the setup off the play and setting up the mind games there, Monkey. Earlier, he went for that flip reset musty. This time, he opted for a fake, but PV read it. Trying to equalize with only 5 seconds left on the clock. Maybe this is it. Keeping on top of the hood. Gonna drive it in. It's overtime in game 1.
Just when you think we're going to have a stock standard finish to a game, no. Overtime in our first. It's MENA versus Russia versus into the APAC landscape. You don't know who's living where. Someone's got to pay rent. The Piper is saying that it's due. Nurmik's going to go for that midfield boost. He gets it before PV, so PV is going to retreat as Nurmik will begin his attack.
Attempted shadow defense here, but Nurmik with a lot of momentum actually comes to play against him as he has to take that one into PV's back wall. Good challenge, sends this ball high, lofting over the air. Quick turn by Nurmik off the post and it ramps up. Couldn't find the double. PV going for an in-out save just in case, and both players retreat to their own respective halves, trying to find any boost possible. That flick a little bit high from PV, and Nurmik just scooping up the pennies he can find in front of the blue crease.
Nurmik could have been taken advantage of. I don't know why PV didn't go for 2 separate shots. He had it, but he's just playing the long game. Dude put on his moon shoes and bounces on and past and through. Gets Nurmik to bite, wins off of the pickup, and then eventually gets it in 45 seconds as PV will take game 1.
The position of PV's car there on that challenge was pretty much perfect to land exactly where Nurmik was going to be challenging, but on the opposite end, and have the momentum with the jump coming up from the ground to win it over the top of the flat dominus. There's one downside there. You don't have the verticality on it to slow down those 50-50s. As we'll go ahead and take a look at the end result here. PV just on top, and the defense coming true for PV way more than it is Nurmik.
9 saves, by the way. 15 shots in opposite. This is like a completely separate narrative of what we saw in the previous series, where it seemed like a lot more even shooting and more. But definitely, I mean, we started that series off talking about how Risk was kind of forced to go attack, and that Ziad had actually a better defense. Well, PV comes up huge on his back half, where Nurmik was trying to basically throw everything all the time, and eventually it was consistency, the tortoise and the hare, that won the day, or at least won that first game there, Quanzek. So game number 1 in the book. Does Nurmik change the game plan? Felt like a couple times PV just kind of kept it kosher, kept it cool.
Yeah, I feel like that calm collectedness that we saw on the side of PV really enabled them to get back into this game. I mean, they were in the hole initially. Nurmik looked solid with a quick 3-0 lead in just the first minute, as you highlighted, but the saves on point and the defense able to lock it down, and Nurmik just got bit one too many times on the opposite end trying to go for the go-ahead or the insurance goals or what have you. So curious to see what adaptations are seen here in the Forbidden Temple as we're already underway. Nurmik hoping to equalize against PV.
All right, game number 2. And already a skid. And already a lid popped. Oh no. Nurmik will get the demo. Slap him up on the back of the head. PV, what are you doing? Get that goal. That one a top corner. What a way to respond, Quanzek.
Yeah, Nurmik looks good, and if this game ends up 1 goal difference here, PV is going to be kicking himself over that opener. Somehow hits the one part of the post where it comes back out and doesn't end up trapped and into the back of the net. Nurmik capitalizing on the misfortune, maybe you can say, of PV, as the Rocket League overlords did not favor him this time around. The same flick look for Nurmik, but PV closer on the challenge to intercept that one this time.
Nurmik's going to put an early test. He'll save it from off his own crossbar. but it's going to give him an extra effort. Nurmik, I think, is kind of outplaying himself at times. He definitely thinks that the early effort from PV will be coming through, and then he takes a moment of just kind of observance to see if PV's coming at him. And sometimes you just need to put something as, as fundamental as that drop-on shot. PV cannot get this one from around the post.
Yeah, enough peppering by Nurmik here puts PV in a difficult position with limited boost, and PV kind of just has to guess at where that shot's coming at. Unfortunately, it was the incorrect one if you're a PV fan, as this hard 50 goes in favor of Nurmik, but PV able to circle back and weasel his way in there before Nurmik could get a kickoff goal on. So doing better in the opening seconds of this game is PV. Nurmik doesn't have 3, and I say that with PV. He's the one with the game win in his it notched into his belt rank.
And Nurmik eventually gets to that 3 mark. It took him a second extra to really kind of get there, and it's about reading PV. And we've seen much more neutral time. I think this was kind of mentioned between myself and Boyo a little bit ago about how so much pace, so much non-stop play was happening up and down that field. That's why we had 15 goals. That's why we had double-digit score lines in combination between both players over and over and over again. Whereas both these guys have kind of taken to so much more of that head fake neutral game to burn some of that clock. And to some people's opinion, probably thankful to at least take this clock down a little bit quicker.
Yeah, there's not as many replays that will be seen of added 10 seconds about every 3 seconds like we saw in the previous series. It is last series was 2 players shot out of the cannon just looking to rack up the scoreline, and this one looks to have a lot more head fakes and mind games involved. More, you can call it strategy, but I think last series had a lot of strategy as well. As a demo is going to come out here by Nurmik, got by him all the time in the world. Is PV going to have to respawn, grab the full boost? It's a quick shot up for Nurmik, but one that PV will handle candidly.
Great recovery there. It's going to be Nurmik that's going to be on an island, and yep, he's a little bit too far outside. Even though he had a good touch after PV was aiming to sit him down, he got on top of him, tiniest little bump, and then he has to navigate well and around. He'd have to make basically a full arc over the top of PV to have a chance of really clearing that ball. So finally PV getting one. I'm sensing deja vu. Feels like we've been in this place before, and we're back. Okay.
This is identical. It's not even a parallel universe. It's the same one, just repeated. It's the exact same timeline. It feels like the seconds on these goals are identical as well. And Nurmik, on these 2 goals that have gone in, I think he needs Rocket League 2 to come out where they put like a pivot point in the middle of his car so he can start maneuvering around PV flying at him. As here he comes with the airplay, grabs that flip reset, holds it for the ground pinch, but PV meets him at the point of contact to find that save.
Spoiler for you guys, Rocket League 2, Bendy car. You don't just drift.
Elasticar.
You drift in 2 directions. Oh, a nice little tap. Just waiting until eventually Nurmik had to make a decision. This little float eventually comes off post, but he was too low as PV kept that one to the top shelf.
These scenes continuing to play out exactly how Game 1 did. Nurmik, the early lead, PV, 3 unanswered of his own now to equalize things. Takes a really good 50, well-timed, but Nurmik fakes out going for the ball to send PV to the boost and then cuts back on a dime. Finds the full boost and uses that tank to find a goal. That was clinical.
I have never seen such arrogance be so profitable. Wow. So confidently faked the ball touch in possession and made everyone, including the cameraman, look to instead get that boost, run away, because PV had a free shot that he never knew was going to be there. This will be the freebie. I mean, that one's as free as it really can get.
Yeah, they all count the same, unfortunately, at the end of the day for Nurmik. Despite how fantastic that goal was, it doesn't put 2 on the board, so PV gonna equalize with his own little tap-in, but I'd be lying if I said that Nurmik didn't head fake me too, Monkey. My head went to the one side of my screen, and all of a sudden the play was on the opposite end of my monitor. And I mean, that goes to show you the quality of fake that he put out, that even in a spectator view, he had my neck doing all sorts of rotations.
Trying to break the built-in director cam. Uh-oh, this one's going to be tough, but already Nurmik navigates it well. It's over the top of one. Oh, he gets him to bite, and that second effort, not going to make it. Nurmik keeping it close. What is it about getting a 3-0 lead and then getting, what, a minute or so? And then us finding ourselves just just one goal difference for the latter, like 2 minutes.
It's like clockwork, genuinely. I feel like this is how it's gonna play out every single time of Nurmik, getting an early lead. And this is the first time, I believe, in both games that after the initial lead, Nurmik has re-garnered a multi-goal lead. Now he's up 6-4 after that initial kickoff. So maybe breaking the pattern, I feel like that's necessary, because PB has found a way to claw and inch his way back, fight tooth and nail for every meter across this pitch in order to force an OT and a game win like he did in our opening.
60 seconds to go, though, and if I've learned anything over the course of my previous movie of a best of 7, is that no lead is safe. Looking for a Musty just to promote some extra oomph behind that shot. PV will back up, get the midfield boost. Nurmik is going to maintain control. That's actually the most important thing right now, especially because it's looking like it's a 3-goal lead. And that little move, that little shimmy, that little pump-up field might be able to finish off this game.
Yeah, when the camera swung back around, I was not expecting to see PV mid-air on the sidewall. I think he was trying to catch out Nurmik as well on a spooky challenge, but reads it well, and a little pop pass to himself to find a 3-goal lead once more in this game. I think you're correct, might have sealed the deal, but who knows? It's ones. Next goal goes in, and all of a sudden PV scores. Oh my! No! Did he just score against himself? That was so good! Double flip reset into one of the strongest musties I've seen this year, but he hits the crossbar.
Was it a double? Wasn't it a triple? I don't know, man. He kept flip reset, and I kind of lost track. He looked like a spiral scope. Oh, so Nurmik gives up one. He has the leniency to do so. He's probably going to play very shutdown style. PV going for the slow kickoff. And that ends up coming back to bite him. Can PV find anything? He's got to score with time remaining. Nurmik is being a nuisance. He has no boost here. And Nurmik, that should secure it. He's got one extra for the road. And no pomp and circumstance with this one. We'll be tied 4 seconds from now.
Yeah, hard fought game number 2 victory. Nurmik seemingly learning from his previous errors in game 1, not allowing PV to keep step with them and keep scoring these goals at basically the same timer as Nurmik, as PV has not gone for this ball entirely, content to let the clock tick out. Nurmik says, here you go, here's one for the road, do your best freestyling attempt, and PV says, nope, let's just see a game 3 instead, one apiece, and we might have a series on our hands, although Nurmik did fix his issues in the later period of that game.
All right, so let's go ahead and speak to it, though, because you're talking about Nurmik definitely kind of re-securing a game that definitely started off as his. It felt like that was what was necessary in the previous game. Does this feel like, at least into these first couple of games, even though we have split the first 2, PV winning that OT, that this is a series that should be much more handedly Nurmik's? He's taken 29 shots to maybe I think just about cresting into about 19 or 20 of PV's, who's had to really deal with Nurmik's early onslaught.
Yeah, I think we can look to this game 3 to be the answer to basically every single question you just posed, because every single scenario that you've just drawn up, I feel like is answered in the initial half of this game. Nurmik has far and away, as you just mentioned, dominated the shot total. And can we just look at the saves that PV found as the indicator for the difference in that game 1 and what might have been more of a fluky win? Or did PV actually have something there and Nurmik just found his stride in game 2? We shall see. I think it can go either way, but statistically, it should be Nurmik's with the domination in shots.
We also got to start seeing PV stop these 3-0 deficits. That's now twice.
Yeah.
You can't. That can't be how it be. Don't let that be how it do, because you don't want to have to fight from those great differentials. We saw it work out a couple times whenever Risk was chilling. I think we have a false start going into this game, so we'll see exactly how the rest of this goes. So we'll chill for a second as we establish what in the world is actually going on. So for the rest of this, though, I mean, fast starts. Nurmik is obviously bringing everything and more to the table, and that definitely is going to be how he wants to play. So PV, I think that they recognize that they're not matching pace. They're having to counterplay, and how? I mean, that is a way to play once. It's a frustrating way, especially if it works for you.
Yeah.
But I feel like if you're not setting it, that Nurmik will more often than not dominate.
1,000%. It is a double-edged sword, right? Because if PV's recognizing that Nurmik is raining shots down, peppering, just trying to break down that door after enough pressure, and he's answering by getting save after save after save until Nurmik maybe oversteps out of frustration offensively, and it's just a long rolling ball into the back of Nurmik's net by way of PV, it's going to succeed and it's going to work. The other side of that, though, is if you can't execute defensively, then you're just conceding goal after goal after goal. So live by the sword, die by the sword. I'm curious as to which option PV is going to choose, but I think you're right in identifying what strategy he's settling into with the posture that Nurmik has shown through 2 frames of Rocket League.
I mean, because both these players are fantastic, first off, but we haven't seen it be a reliance or a dependency for PV to have to be kind of more mechanically inclined. We got a huge showcase from both Ziad and Risk, much more heavily Risk to try and open up gaps in that capacity, and then the Fate game come up. I think PV has been trying to sit Nurmik on an island, but Nurmik is also kind of like scatterbrain minded. He knows exactly what he wants to do when it comes to when he's on the offensive push. Defensively, he's immediately trying to he's the kid constantly waving a hand in your face, like, yeah. Like, oh, you don't have a free look here, huh? But then PV just kind of keeps it calm to that same, the energy isn't the same between the two in that same regard. So, you can make him maybe make Nurmik get tired to that capacity, especially because this could be a long series. We're already now into a guaranteed 5-game set, so we're in your territory. May even get up to mine in a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, if PV can really walk in with that Mamba mentality, for lack of a better term that I can find right now, and really be unshaken in their steadfastness in this game, in this series, and find what they're looking for in terms of the poise defensively to be on top and finding crucial touches at the right moments, PV doesn't have to get flashy, doesn't have to worry about Nurmik waving that hand in his face, trying to take away his vision and just be a nuisance. If PV, I can't think of a goal that he scored in the series thus far that hasn't really just been a tap-in off of some mechanical error or just lack of boost by way of Nurmik, and it's worked for PV to get in dead even series. It's just you're asking a lot of yourself to be efficient at that level of play.
We appreciate your patience as well. We are waiting to go into game number 3 right now. This is a pause. Oh, we're good to go. All right, just as I was apologizing, nah, you haters, we're going on. So 5 more minutes coming in. It is game 3. We are in best of 5 territory, and PV trying to get the old body slam to work on Nurmik, but that ball fell behind him.
Yeah, PV, I mean, maybe heard us during that brief little break saying, mechanics who? Let me show you. Immediately off this kickoff, goes for an early air dribble bump, and then an in and out save to recollect possession. This ball tight turned by Nurmik to send this one coast to coast in a matter of seconds, as he's now cutting infield and trying to play this over the top of PV. The defensive strategy would have fell through there had PV found another touch, but Nurmik heads up play to find the demo.
We've seen a few demos, but nothing that's been to a scoring potential, and nothing that's had to be like, this is what I'm going to score off of. This eventually was a forced kind of reset of PV, but he had boost, and this was just, you know, preserving your flip, great flip reset, and just slamming it on home to get the first score. And Nurmik now has scored first 3 games in a row.
Yeah, looked good doing it too. That one triple flip reset. The second to the third was a flip stall in which he also got another reset in the defense with only 12 boost in the tank. Exactly where he needs to be, using that longer Dominus body to its full effect. PV though with a good challenge and a lot of boost in the tank to do what they want with this ball. Not the touch they want in the corner, and unfortunately we'll just cede possession over to Nurmik. Does collect it defensively though and gets rewarded with full boost to go along with this possession.
Keep it to the top of the dome. Nurmik is going to make sure that it's an unsteady possession, and he actually gets it over the top of PV, who's going to go to the corner. Good timing. Not a great kind of recognition of how that's going to come off from the sidewall. So they're sweeping for the demo. These have become dangerous waters to tread here for PV, as Nurmik is like a shark, and that fin is right up in his face, looking from off the fake, getting him to bite. He is now sweeping side to side. He'll take that corner boost. He will not get midfield, and that allows PV to advance forward. This is just kind of a punch and go back. Can PV get over the top? This will hang just under the crossbar. And Nurmik, it's taken him a while, but he finally gets a second in a row.
Good finesse touch there by Nurmik to... He had to get to that ball sooner rather than later, so he uses all of his boost, but doing so puts him in the middle of the air, but got it with the wheel as well as the corner of that Dominus, so didn't scream one at the backboard. Instead, it was a lofted ball in. Now Nurmik, here we go, Monkey. Is it 3 to open for the 3rd game in a row? Nurmik looking for it. Early flick, trying to beat PV. Going to get the rebound for a second attempt. It will go to the far side of the post, and the prophecy has been fulfilled.
You guys have seen it before. You're seeing it for the 3rd time. 3 goals to open. The key thing here, though, Quanzek, game number 1, there's 3 in the first minute. Game number 2, there's 3 in a minute and a half. Game number 3, it's taken a little over 2 minutes, so it's taking longer and longer for him to get it. But because of that, PV has less and less time to respond, yet he's done so twice. Great flick there, but Nurmik seems to have a kind of a better game plan. He's playing pure shutdown against PV.
Yeah, Nurmik looks confident. I'll say that much. These drift plays, these power slides, these challenges, just like that, to meet PV way before that play can play out and manifest itself. Nurmik challenges him before the idea even really gets formed in PV's mind of what he wants to do in mid-air. And Nurmik, for the first time, surpasses this 3-goal lead and gets 4 unanswered on the board to open up a game.
That is the first time he's able to do that, and that's why I was saying the first couple of games we're trying to see if maybe this is a series that seems much more dominant than, well, it is much more dominant than it's really seemed, at least scoreline wise. Did PV get away with things? Did Nurmik kind of settle in a little bit too deep to their own game plan and not continue to adapt against PV? Feels like the adaptation is just letting all the wild cards sit on the table. He is hitting draw 4 after draw 4 after draw 4 and changing the color between everything and anything against PV. Can he Uno reverse this one? PV, he's still looking for his first score.
Yeah, PV is staring at the plus 12 circle around the table at him and just hoping that falls through beforehand. But hey, maybe he has an ace up his sleeve. A good play here off the corner. Connects not once, but twice off the back wall. They will in a weird haphazard beansy dish around the side of Nurmik, and will get his first on the board. And in one's gameplay, there is an exorbitant amount of time on the clock for him to mount a comeback, but it has to start sooner rather than later. Maybe this is it off the kickoff shot on Nurmik. Good defense, as always.
I like that we go from Uno to poker, by the way. Really just changing the whole, you know, if you got to change the game plan, change the game. Make it something that your opponent's not ready for. New deck, new me. 115 and less. PV, still a ton of work to do. They have equalized the previous 2 games with 3-goal deficits. This one sat at 4, and it will go up to 4 again as a 5th is acquired by Nurmik. It's starting to feel like this one's much more in hand.
Do you think like an Uno deck is more standard than a deck of cards in like your average household? How popular is that game?
I mean, well, okay, it's pretty popular. I think us saying the phrase Uno reverse is like universal at this point. But I believe that a deck of cards, because it can be universally used for like anything, is more common than Uno. I don't know. We'll ask. I'll ask the Russian guys that we have in the chat. PV is going to turn this one around. 3 goals in 51 seconds is also not unheard of.
Yeah, no, it's definitely room, especially if PB is getting angles like that. Somehow able to ricochet that one off the post, off his own bumper, get enough power to sneak it into the short post. And PB has found a couple. As long as he's able to keep him out of the net, there's enough time on the clock. But Nurmik has been so lethal midair, just going to opt to carry that one in. Does have the deficit in boost, though, compared to PB, and PB going to make sure that happens by stealing that mid one. So Nurmik opts for the corner. Really good spiraling challenge there. It looked like his car was out of control, but it was calculated from the jump as Nurmik just looking to burn time off the clock, and he might have done enough to make this comeback insurmountable at this point, and PB seemingly has let go of the control.
Nurmik gonna let that one settle. Gonna bring it up yet again, and PB, I think it is well within safety margins to say that Nurmik is going to be able to take this one. So a much more dominant separation here in game number 3. Playing just a defensive and offensive masterclass, and PB has decided to let this one go. So it's going to be a pickup for a quick bit of double, triple, quad, looking for another, and he will land it. Okay, why not bring a highlight to the end of the game?
Oh man, Nurmik, no time for pleasantries. Doesn't want the formalities of the clock running out. He's gonna take the open space and just start freestyling with a quad flip reset and blowing his way past PB. And PB says, "Okay, you know what? I'll actually take the kickoff now and make sure the clock runs out." And I think now at this point, Monkey, we can circle back to the question you posed before Game 3 of, hey, Nurmik has been in the dominant position through, at this point now, 3 games, as we're going to see the shot totals come up here once more. Well, Nurmik will surely be in dominating fashion. This has happened now multiple cases, and I think there's an argument to be made that maybe Game 1 shouldn't have gone PB's way.
It's one of those, like Game 1 felt like a Rocket League moment where they're able to get that 0-second goal, or at least that late-term goal, nod us up into an overtime, and then ultimately get that breakaway. But Nurmik, at the beginning of that one, the second one, and especially this third one, has been really kind of just racking up the points and the moments that PB has been unable to respond to, at least in surplus. Nurmik, if he plays much more lights out, and it's almost exhausting the way they play, but it's also very fun when you look at that quad flip reset at the very end. So he's playing with just ample amounts of energy that my mid-30s body is not able to perceive or conceive anymore. So love the way he's working. So going to game number 4 now, 2-1. Yeah, Nurmik definitely seems to be much in the driver's seat in his dominance and overall for this series.
Yeah, in the dominance and dominating fashion. I mean, this man looks confident, he's poised, he's on top of it, and you see that in just the mechanics he's willing to throw out there. PV seems much more timid in that same regard, right? We haven't really seen a ton of mechanical outplay efforts by way of PV. He's been content to eat the pressure and hope to flip it on its head on the opposite end, but Nurmik just facing things head on, says, I'm going to score the way I want to, and it's going to be a fantastic mechanical play in the air. Maybe PB can get something going, sport his own Mina poise. It's one that has been known around the region to turn some heads, and PV starting off with a bang.
You know what? Doesn't take 4. He can do it in 2. Couple flip resets. PV separates and decides to not let that one sink any lower. It's that upper 50 horizontal of the net. Here's the problem, though. He's going to be coming in from behind PV with way less boost on this outside angle. The reason the flip resets are so strong is because he can re-navigate the pitch. That'll be one you just reverse into, and Nurmik ties us up early.
Yeah, Nurmik basically raising PV, saying, I see your shot, here's mine. And while it didn't go in off the initial attempt, it did just enough for him to just hold down his left trigger of what I'm assuming his controls are and back into that ball. Nurmik actually bumps PV off of a ricochet off that kickoff. It was a weird interaction, but now it turns to an opportunity where he's going to get the mind games going, and instead of using the flip reset for a shot, hold it to wave dash at the perfect time to play that ball in quickly underneath PV.
That's a speed ball. Goodness gracious. And having that in your back pocket as you then still get the tip of your nose onto it to make sure it's nestled and cradled so just finessed directly down into the side of your car so you can use that flip for all that power. Great use of just general mechanical flair here by Nurmik, who's really been in a good spot. PV at the better end of the boost, but he's going to have to back off because he couldn't catch up to the ball as it swam across that goal line. And for once, we're calming down after this first minute has acquired 3 goals.
Yeah, it seems... I mean, this is the, like, eerie state we were in game number 1 as well. It felt like both players were playing poised defense and were challenging taking up the greenery. As I say that, PV has pulled himself a little bit too far out of position. Nurmik instantly recognizes that and just plays a quick shot and flick over to the back of the net. So Nurmik working on his multi-goal lead once more, but PV has looked better this game than games 2 and 3, admittedly.
And it's not like he can't kind of pull out some of the same tricks, but it takes longer. It feels like Nurmik is able to do it just kind of in a moment's notice and just doing dominance things. I know I've seen you do that before, maybe not to like the same 1v1 effect, but like when you're given this much space, your opponent has to look at their own net, and you put that on just the hood. I mean, it's going to be all power.
Yeah, using that long dominance ball there, I know I've talked about this a couple times, but it's elongated to the point past Nocting Fennec where, like, that one you can afford to even have bounce off of your hood, and it still have room to hit the nose of your car before you fling it out of a slingshot at your opponent's net. And Nurmik just adding insult to injury, salt into the wound now with another goal piled on, gets the demo, and uses the respawn limited boost tools of PV to rifle a shot back to where he just respawned from.
Pound of salt with the way that Nurmik is peppering this net. A well-seasoned PV defensive as PV's been unable to stop much. And this feels a lot more like what Nurmik was trying to post up before. So 5 games could be the wave, could be the overall vibe, but there's still so much time. We have seen 4-goal leads in particular in previous series get dwindled down pretty darn close. Don't know if that's going to be the same narrative that we spin, at least into this current story. Nurmik was hoping to either get a bump or a demo, and that physical game has really been held in hand easily by Nurmik. PV gets right underneath that because he was hoping to catch that in stride for another shot off.
It does feel like this game that PV hasn't even really, like, sniffed Nurmik's net. There was, like, 1 goal and then a couple of shot opportunities, but Nurmik has been locked down, and he's getting so creative with a pogo attempt here. A little bit of plan B that was plan A with that shot attempt off the sidewall. A backflip that was mistimed that PV wasn't expecting, giving respect over to his opponent. Ends up sending this ball wide, and PV going to air dribble it towards his own half, trying to keep possession, but Nurmik got the boost, which means he also gets the ball. Going to use that extended flip to land on the ground sooner, but PV there for the defense to keep Nurmik away from that 6th goal.
PV's head is spinning. Can't even keep track of what the next plan of attack is going to be out of Nurmik, and this dude is just consistently rolling on, stealing boost. PV's got nothing. He's not going to see anything. He's hoping for some generosity, some charity, an egg in these trying times, but all the eggs are in the stands. Nurmik will eventually get challenged. He can't even get midfield boost. Dude is being bullied right now. A minute 40. Those early minutes are all of a nightmare. Ooh. Trying to take 1 extra challenge. PV stopped the shot, but he's not going to be able to catch up in time for 1 downfield.
Yeah, good save by PV. Got a reaction out of me, but the unfortunate result is he hasn't really gotten to play the game. It feels like Nurmik has done laps with possession of this ball. Finally, PV extended possession, gonna opt for an early flip as his boost was running out in his tank. Nurmik handles that save and then finds the next challenge in the midfield, and will once again have to cede possession, but I feel like he's almost content to do so as PV will finally find a goal, and lead will be cut down to something that's maybe manageable should PV find a couple good kickoffs.
Nurmik got their early flip on this. Did not complete the full flick. He just was able to use that back flip as he was basically vertical. And Nurmik was expecting the full cycle around that ball. So, you know what? Making use of what is typical and then making it the opposite. Nurmik, though, will neutralize everything that PV was able to do, even surviving the onslaught and just getting an easy one from the face-off.
Yeah, a little bit, slightly delayed kickoff there by Nurmik. I mean, it was fractions of a second, but he hit the brakes right before that ball was making contact and made sure his nose was pointed up in the air, so he would win the 50 and roll over the top of PV, and it's those small little finite details that are allowing Nurmik to just take such a commanding lead, and that is a beautiful shot there. Mind Game's coming out, he lands on a dime and just rolls that one underneath PV waiting on the sideline.
You feel the exhaustion by PV. He was hoping to read something that would kind of come off more from the air, but he's let those roll, and man, he's being led by the nose. Doesn't know when and where and how and what is going to happen. So PV, a lot of work to do, and if they're going to be taking this series back at all. 35 seconds to go, up by 5. Got to score basically every 7 seconds. Drafted across the box there, but Quanzek, Nurmik, definitely bringing out some Senza Esports pride with the rest of the Russia faithful that are out here in the chat, and feeling pretty darn good about it. So pause is called as we chill for all of a moment. This one feels like it's a kind of an inevitability before going to game number 5 with Nurmik up 3-1.
Yeah, my assumption is this pause is coming out with an FF being asked for on the side of PV. It is a new official ruling underneath the 1v1 rules this year. And that change coming out here just means that players underneath 2.5 minutes remaining in the in-game timer, they can call for FF, and once the admins confirm it, they will use their admin privileges to drop that timer, and we will get situated for the next game. So that is the case here for PV, as he's content to get out of that game number 4 and just realign himself on game number 5, where his tournament life will be on the line here, Monkey.
You know what? I'm actually happy that that rule does in fact exist, to give a chance to be like, you know what? Okay, I know I'm losing. I don't want to waste any more time here. Let me chill for a second. Let me move on to the next game, and let me simply kind of get moving with the rest of the series. So we at least have a few highlights to move into it, because Nurmik, obviously, after getting scored on first, took that one personally. They did not want to see that happen again. And no, Michael Jordan JPEG definitely came up big.
Yeah, I tuned into all of his previous sports inspirations, the pain he's experienced in life before, and able to route PV. And honestly, respect to PV, I understand the FF comes out, but I feel like at a certain point, yes, there's some momentum you can grab for the heading to the next game, but at the same time, it's like, okay, let me just forget about this one and purely focus on the next. Get it over before there's any waiting period, and PV coming out of the gates ready to rip.
You know what? GG go next. New favorite rule. Able to work out. Reset yourself. Go into a better headspace. But Nurmik, they at minimum have double match point before PV is able to grab their first. So, a very strong position to be in. Now, they have scored first in the last couple of games. Last one, it did not help anything. This one will waterfall down, and PV, they scored twice. This is their biggest goal advantage they've ever had this series.
Yeah, I mean, PV It's only been a 1-goal advantage that he found in game number 1 that gave him the victory, but he's doing his best Nurmik impression here, looking for a third within the first minute. PV got that FF and is now feeling confident, trying to come out with some kickoff strategies, intentionally delaying himself, but Nurmik got the better of him. A good save by PV, though, on his own goal line. Going to make sure the clean sheet stays on the scoreboard for just a few more seconds, and up for a high lofted flick that Nurmik will clear off his own back wall.
If you play to that speed and that kind of just regular, honest, kind of rotational Rocket League where it feels like you just have to answer them in pace, it will play against you. 3 for PV. Wow, okay. That previous, like, all right, let me wipe this game out of the way, really paying off in this early portion of Game 5.
There is not enough credit given to people who have short memories in competitive settings. Like, yeah, maybe you didn't play the greatest game. There were a few things you can nitpick and play better. But being able to realign your mental and worry about what's in front of you is a skill that not a lot of people have. And PD putting on full display here, even exponentially so, when he asked for the FF. He didn't bother playing out that game. He was like, okay, I'm ready. I don't need the time. As what a monstrous flick from Nurmik coming through, using air roll off the ground, and that Dominus showing its full power.
Woo. That is an insane arc from that far. Dominuses are built different, dude. I mean that literally. But also, what they can produce. You have to really be a magician to pull those things up. Goodness gracious. And PB just gonna, just be forward and kind of pragmatic about how they're forcing Nurmik to kind of open up their bag of tricks even more, because Nurmik, his creativity and elaboration on plays has really been where he shines the most. Oh, that post did not like Nurmik. It loves PV.
Yeah, no love there from his own teammate in Nurmik. I thought he might have gone back in time. Both you and I held our breath, baited, waiting to see what ricochet that ball would take. The careening off the post goes into Nurmik's own net. And so PV, a 3-goal lead, and Nurmik, I feel like the ball's in his court. He has to be the one to get creative. He's shown he can score from really anywhere, and showing that even more so with that flick, but the defense has not been here this time around.
I mean, you do have the leniency to do more and try more when you're up 3-1 in a series, and especially if it's 1v1s, you know that it's basically all down to you anyway. So it feels almost like Nurmik is kind of taking a game off. It's like, all right, you GG go next. I'm chilling. I'm gonna see what I can get from out of this game, and maybe if I can end it here. But he has the ability to kind of do what he has to and keep it within 3 at the 3-minute mark. Fitting for the numerical sense, but PV, I mean, they've really come alive in this game to force Nurmik to have to fight their way back up.
Even more so fitting in the numerical sense. 2 + 3 is 5. That scoreboard is so like visually pleasing for me to look at. As a attempted fake kickoff that PV sniffs out and ends up playing that wide, and look at this shot from the corner. PV's hit that before multiple times in this series. He is clinical from this one corner, and I mean, that's you play those 2 replays side by side, the trajectory where that ball hits on the backboard, that might be identical. PV showing he's been in the lab, because that's something you practice in free play. It's not something you can pull out that consistently, and the stakes as high as this 1v1 top 8 gameplay as PV already at the score line that Nurmik had in the FF last game.
Bro's gonna turn this one down. Oh my gosh. That was kind of Nurmik's final guess, but it was actually the down swing of PV with their nose just kind of turning out to be able to get that big floor pinch. 7-2. What a turnaround. We knew that PV could do this level of gameplay. It's just that Nurmik had been at it so much faster. The execution, he's very lackadaisical right now. Oh, they're maybe getting one, but it'll be again wide of the post, and we're now past the midway mark.
Yeah, a little bit concerning here for Nurmik, but I guess the beauty of PV getting so many goals this early is that Nermik can do the same, right? There's so much time left in this game. 2 minutes and some change trying to get started here, but PV, he hasn't lost the defense in sacrifice of this better offense in game number 5. That's still being put on full display as yet another save is going to be picked up here, and he'll shuffleboard this one north of the crossbar. Nermik finally gonna be able to cash that one in and cut the deficit to 4.
Took 3 separate field trips to get this one eventually to run through, and then a soft touch take away the timing for PV's quick squishy save. I do not need a forfeit to be a power-up, by the way. That is going to give so many of my teammates a reason to be like, nah, man, if I do this, I'll do way better my next game whenever they're playing with me. Like, I need this to not be that. Oh, what a save. I cannot stop the FF buff. Oh, gosh.
Yeah, I mean, this is PV's own version of the timeout buff that we tend to see across RLCS. It's just the FF buff, with which you're 100% right. I'm going to load into some ranked game, and my teammate's going to be like, I saw this in APAC Pro Play, by the way. It worked. Let's FF, and then we'll win the next. And I'm going to be like, you know what, man? I casted that match. Please don't. But they won't care about my own MMRs. Nermik is still clawing his way back into this one, drops the deficit back down to 3, and we've seen time and time again that 1 minute and 16 seconds is plenty of time on the clock to make this happen.
There's a lot of seconds still available. As long as time exists, Nermik will be playing into it. Gonna challenge quickly. Oh my gosh, he was in mid-flip, and that ball decided to go with him. And now off of the demo, he's gonna have PV come and get him. Flip reset, game very late. All right, it didn't matter that this was 7-2, because PV ain't scored since that point. Nermik's gotten 3 in a row, and he's vying to try and tie it up in this last minute.
Yeah, Nermik locking in, and for the sake of my own individual rank grind, wouldn't be the worst game in the world for him to win to deny the FF buff. The standard kickoff here to start, and Nermik looking hungry. He's connecting on that speed flip, going to grab both full boost, and PV recognizing that just goes ahead and turns around. Nermik early flip, doesn't get the reset, but will still retain possession. Actually has to give it up in lieu of the full boost, and then going to make sure he grabs his own corner too, so that PV has to take a longer rotation out. Good wide 50 on that Dominus, using the back end to get exactly perpendicular against that ball and find a monstrous surface for it to go off of, but he hasn't scored, Monkey, and his clock continues to tick down.
Yeah, for all of the good control and general possession, the key thing is to actually get the final score, and PV knew that. So keeping themselves as a car between a shooter and a scoring place, he just made sure that Nermik didn't have anything for free. And I felt like a couple times Nermik was trying to do his best pizza parlor impression and serving up a hot rock dish onto that hood. So 14 seconds, 3 goals. Nermik has to score literally off of this one. Will do so. Kickoffs are still possible.
Yeah, I mean, that one took a total of 3 seconds. There is time for 3 of those, theoretically. Imagine a game win with 3 consecutive kickoff goals. No, this is not a cast reverse. Do not say that. I'm just speculating as to what could happen. Okay, that kickoff won't immediately go in, but Nermik does get the boost. Good challenge by PV on no boost, and he will slam that door shut. Guaranteed that his tournament life stays alive, and Nermik 3 chances at match point. PV now making that 2.
All right. PV is now in my range of guessing how far this series will go. And Boyo is obviously in the back, steeple-fingered, knowing that it would go to 7. That I'd be here for a 2.5-hour movie. I've seen 2 different best of 7s. Maybe. I don't know. You guys can tell us in the chat, but right now it's 10 shots to the 11. But again, it's the save column that saves PV, because they started off very fast, Quanzek. This was obviously Nermik's game that he didn't have to close out the series, but it was a great way for PV to show that, you know, that forfeiture to go next really was a reset of the mental.
Yeah, Nermik maybe got a bit too complacent in PV, saying, hey, I'm here for a reason. Put some respect on my name. Coming away with a win in dominating fashion where it felt like for the first time really this entire series he got a chance to highlight just how often he can score, just how mechanical he really is. Those plays were coming left, right, and center, and it looked like he was trying to mimic Nurmik a couple of times with those shots that ended up finding the twine.
I mean, it definitely is. It's kind of like old man that definitely has the ability to, you know, showcase and strut their stuff in like whatever craft of choice, be it sports or otherwise. And then you had the other player that's like, "Hey, have you seen this before?" It's like, "Yes, gosh, yes, I've seen that before. Please, let me have a turn. Pass me the controller." And then PV showed up. So we go to yet another gatekeeper moment. Do we go to game number 7? Does PV pave the way here on Neo Tokyo? Or is it a land too far? And will Nurmik turn things right around and get back in control?
Yeah, PV searching for a couple goals to open up, give himself the A and the E to create that road on his way to a game number 7. Grabbing that full boost in the corner, Nurmik recognizing that, just going to say, hey, let's flip the pitch and go this way. You can't catch up to me, you can't drive faster than the ball, and now you have to worry about my flip reset shot, which PV will handle. Get that one knocked out of his own half. Nurmik, here he comes back for a second attempt, and PV, he's been on top of it this time around.
He's been on top of it, he's been top of the ball, on top of Nurmik. When he gets to the top of the shelf, he will. Oh, he nearly did it again! Oh my gosh, he was just like, he was a half car length too deep into his net.
Yeah, he comes out, I don't know if he actually had all 4 wheels. He got a flip off his own ceiling, actually. That was so close. That would have been probably the save of the tournament, but for now it's just a big old what if. Nurmik back on the board first.
That was tough to execute, but this is the stage at which you must. Oh, and Nurmik is executing. All right, we're back to game 2 in one form. Earl getting those 3-0s.
It feels like. I mean, PV came out with a couple of good early challenges, but Nurmik has just been more efficient on his chances. Anytime Nurmik goes into the air, it feels like there's probably like an 80% chance the ball ends up in the back of PV's net.
PV, nice. Delay on that punch in. All right, check this one out because Nurmik is operating from a distance behind. He ends up getting ahead. And left side to right side, that's fantastic. He was fading center to get it to move back right. Forced Nurmik to have to take a 50-50 and he could not confirm.
Yeah, he got Nurmik so twisted around, Nurmik ended up flipping the wrong way for that save because he expected PV to go back the opposite direction with the shot, but as you said, left to right. Good heads up there by PV as he's now getting in front of this for the bump, and Nurmik waits as long as possible to jump up into the air, avoid the bump, and still find the save. Good poise and control. Careful consideration going to that defense here as he'll collect another save, but the boost total is heavily in favor of PV. Trying to get on top of this one. Nurmik, in and out save, sends this one the length of the pitch.
Nurmik desperate for some big boosts. There's been 4 that have been picked up by PV before Nurmik has had a single one. He finally gets it in the midfield this time, but surviving very well with only wave dashes and small boost pads, and then just keeping it clean. A nice breakaway, survives that defensive onslaught, and then takes it past PV.
Yeah, PV jumps the second that flip comes out from Nurmik, and I don't know if it's a timing thing or just better heads-up reactionary play by Nurmik, but gets beat on that challenge, and there's nobody behind you. You're the only one on the pitch, staring down your opposition. Every single kickoff is now Nurmik going to respect PV's potential here with the boost, and PV can opt to go for an air dribble bump. Actually chips that one last time. It's kind of mixed ideology there. It looked like a double tap setup, but he went for the air dribble bump instead. Nurmik, a little bit awkward here, might have passed to PV, able to recover, and this might be a goal on the opposite end.
It will be. PV overcommit on that, but it was also because Nurmik immediately went skyward. Didn't even need this mid boost and really couldn't complete the run, but it was PV that he chased down basically a shot challenge from that back, or from that near post all the way across that net, and Nurmik was already launching back up because he had plenty in the tank. So getting a 3-goal lead, Nurmik right back to kosher, PV right back to needing to lock in and get himself in a much better position, and that's tough to do. 2:15, match point unlocked. Nurmik trying to make sure that PV's life is not comfy.
PV, other plans in mind though. He's shown he can still hang with Nurmik. We've seen a grimy game win out of him in our opener of this series, and PV just too swift on that transition play, grabbing a full boost, a quick cut that gets it over the top of Nurmik, and he's already supersonic to keep pace with that ball as Nurmik has to get up to speed. But now Nurmik off the kickoff full boost. He has been so efficient, so lethal mid-air. That one, a delayed flip, and PV survives off a ricochet off his own post.
Good recognition by PV. He's going to get another win by bulldozing through. That's going to be keeping him close. PV had that earlier save. He knew Nurmik put a flip in his back pocket, but PV through power alone punctuates a nearness in this game.
I don't know what some of these shots have me. That's the reaction coming out of my mouth of just, you know, gaped and air escaping because my jaw's on my desk at how in awe I am. Nurmik going length of the field. PV gonna let that one ricochet off his own back wall and just try to get nifty with that, feather that ball on top of his own hood, and now gonna be a stalwart off his own backboard. Use that one to give himself a little bit of breathing room, filter it out, get some air underneath it. Is now Nurmik collecting good backflip challenge by PV. He's executed on that a few times here, and it looks like Nurmik is actually respecting him for maybe the first time this series. PV maybe in Nurmik's head as he wins another challenge and will equalize the scoreboard.
Tiniest bit of height difference makes all the difference right now, as this Finnick was able to get that downward momentum through a quick flip to the floor, grab ball, and as Nurmik was trying to race from out of that corner, PV keeps himself steady and keeps himself alive. We're tied at 4. What does Nurmik do? He's had triple match point, but PV, they are going to be trying to unlock their own in just a moment, depending on how this goes. A super straightforward flick, and he gets the backflip. That will get him in the lead. 35 seconds to go. Is Game 7 imminent?
That one trickles off the bar, and PV, just a swift little backflip, gets it on the edge where his bumper turns into his hood and sends that one right into the north of the bar. Delayed kickoff from PV means he gets possession of the ball with full boost. Not going for a shot, and he's playing for time instead, Monkey. It's a bold play with only 1 goal lead, and Nurmik gonna instantly make PV regret his actions.
He's been playing up pace, up speed, up tempo this entire time, and so finally catching PV when he's not ready for it, able to make a nice little twist, and it didn't need anything extra on the other side. 21 seconds and we're tied. Nurmik wants to close out this series. He's had multiple chances to do so. PV having to make a choice. Does he go right next to the ball? This actually could be for the series. He has to retreat all the way back, and it's a flick underneath the crossbar. Nurmik gets it back.
Yeah, speaking of our P's from earlier, this one, I'm in shock, man. Nurmik, a perfect half flip, 45-degree flick that has so much power behind it, and now PV has to find the goal just as fast as Nurmik did. That's good kickoff. He grabs the penny, trying to cut on this. Gonna take his time, though. This is the attack, and Nurmik goes quick. There's no mind game potential for PV, and you will be spared from the director's cut of this movie here, Monkey. And your prediction also coming true with Nurmik over the top of PV in 6.
Wow. All right. That one gets done. Congratulations goes over to Nurmik as we are able to stave off yet another game number 7 in a row. I knew it would go deep, but PV, he kept it so close. I felt like that one move, I said it in amidst it happening, he got caught in no man's land trying to make a decision and did not do so fast enough where he didn't get boost and he thought, okay, do I challenge upfield with very little in the tank or do I turn back? And by the time he made that decision, he was on an island too far.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's a lot of circumstances like that you can point to in the series of, you know, Rocket League just being such a tight game of inches coming between these two teams, and Nurmik able to edge out PV in this one. PV did look like he found his stride in the later stages of this series here, Monkey, but the end result is Nurmik able to hold on despite PV attempting a rallying comeback and secure his ticket into the top 6.
So that's now Nurmik that will surpass, and that is actually now 2 of our MENA representatives that are trying to fight their way through APAC, much like everyone here is today, falling by the wayside. So there's 2 that are in still that top 4. I mean, Quanzek, from what we got out of Nurmik, I feel like between the 2 different matchups that we got today, Nurmik, I mean, they established themselves early. PV was starting to promote from a place of must come back, must play well, and Nurmik could play a little bit looser, but very mechanically inclined. I mean, that style, it's going to have to keep up in tomorrow, but they have 3 series if they intend to truly take this overall 1v1 tournament to have to do that. Can you keep up that level of energy for that long?
I don't know. Which is a pretty big concern given the circumstance that Nurmik finds himself in. It's a gauntlet he has to go through, and the answer of being like playing at that level for that long is very difficult to do. I think it just comes down to confidence, right? I think Nurmik came in feeling himself this game, and obviously the further we get along, the tougher opponents he's going to run into. That's just the nature of how a bracket works. But I feel like it obviously caters to him. That is his play style. The second he wasn't a foot down on the gas pedal, it felt like he let up. He conceded a few goals, gave a lot of respect over to PV, whereas when he was feeling confident, it was just doing whatever he wanted, and it would almost always work out in his favor. So whether or not he can do that against the opposition coming into tomorrow, into Sunday's finale, I don't know. But if there's anybody who can keep up that confidence, that energy, it does look like it's him, because he had some fantastic games that were thrown in there.
Great competition ego, great overall just a showcase that we got to have between both of those, and we've already had 13 of possible 14 games in total between these lower bracket matches, but we still have 2 more to go, and we're going to be thrown to a short break. More of the RLCS APAC 1v1 tournament. We'll be back in just a moment.
Welcome back, everybody. We narrowly avoid another Game 7 with a Game 6 win for Nermic. We'll be joining Risk in the top 6 position. But who will they be facing is what we are now to find out. I am Boyoroyo, joined once again, of course, by HailMonkeyman and Quanzek, bringing you all the APAC 1v1 action this weekend. And it's been a great day so far, but now we head to the upper bracket, Monkeyman, where, first of all, we've got, I think, the favourite for this tournament of Shady.
Yeah, Shady is very strong. I think you mentioned while we were in the green room that this is a player that has only dropped a game, and that one was against the current king of the 1v1 scene of Sphinx. So that was in that qualification game. So this matchup in particular is going to be strong, but let's see the pathway of how we got here in case you missed it through all the chat spam. Well, this is what it was. Game 7. A feature-length film, and a game 6 that was trying to be the same thing, but they decided to let my prediction be real. Quanzek, both those guys in Risk and looking really good for tomorrow.
Yeah, I think they've earned their spots, right? They look good coming through Swiss stage, coming through the open quals, GSL included in that. And I think the end result with them earning their spot further into this tournament, officially in the quarters, I mean, it should be a game, regardless of who loses in these upper side of the matchup. I think every single series that we'll have from here on out should be a banger. So get used to how long that first series Game 7 was, because I think it's going to be more of the same.
I think we're going to have some really good series on our hands, but you know, we mentioned about Shady only dropping one game so far to Sphinx. He's in the other upper bracket match we'll be getting at the very end of the day against Tifsu. Also a really exciting one, because I don't know much about Tifsu and his 1v1 prowess, but right now we are focusing on Shady against Perry. So as you see, vote in chat who you think will win. Hashtag SHDI for Shady. Hashtag PERY for Perry. Put your votes in the chat. And we'll get along with our predictions as well. Now, I think I've made it quite clear who I think is going to win. I think Shady is the favourite in this event. I think he is. He got top 6 in Salt Mine Europe. He has been the kind of player to watch in this event. I think he is the favourite, so I think Shady's going to win this one.
You know, I'd have to agree with you because I am not exactly Dr. Doofenshmirtz, and I'm not here for Perry the Platypus. I'm here for Shady, seeing that them probably take this one. In fact, I'm so confident. I think this is going to be a much shorter matchups. We've seen very lengthy first rounders. I think this is going to be a 4-0. I absolutely believe that this one's going to be much more in Shady's hands.
Yes,
but Quanzek, is it another movie? What do we do?
I'm not throwing in a ton of flavor into this one. It's more the same. It's gonna be Shady for myself, and I think I concur with, I'm assuming you as well, Boyo, because you suggested the 4-0. I think it's gonna be a sweep. Shady is just the man to beat. He's expected to make the finals, and he's gonna show why upcoming here on stream.
Well, what did the chat have to say? The chat on the same side as us, going the way of Shady, 75% to 25%. With a little bit of votes going the way of Perry, but I mean, I don't know what else to say about Shady other than that he is the favourite. Perry's coming into this, don't know much about him. Not got much history we can see online or anything about his play and such, and had a decent run in this event, got swept by Risk in the Swiss stage, had a decent upper bracket there, only losing in that final match of the GSL group stage, but here against Shady, I think he is going down to the lower bracket where I believe it is Risk who would be waiting for him. So the loser of this plays Risk, meaning that we could have a rematch of that Swiss stage and could see Perry up against Risk once again.
That would be really fun, actually, to witness. I kind of hope that that's going to be happening. I want a lot of vengeance duels to be occurring. Just, look, here for cinema, and obviously I bought several tickets to view it, but finally with this one, I won't be seeing it into its perpetuity. You two are going to have a front row seat, but I get to view it from the sidelines. Quanzek, I mean, do you think this is going to be as fast as we all think? Because everyone is thinking, yeah, this is like Shady all the time.
I think that's the expectation here. I mean, there is always room for the enigma that is Perry. He's coming in as the quote-unquote dark horse in this tournament. There's just not much information about Perry, and maybe that trips up Shady in some way, shape, or form, but I think the caliber player that Shady is, it shouldn't be an issue whatsoever, and I think the rematch in the lowers should be really entertaining as well if you get that rematch, especially in a 1v1 scenario.
Well, Monkey Man, we're getting rid of you. Have a rest. Enjoy breakfast, whatever you want. Just sit back and enjoy the show. Maybe a quick one. We'll see you possibly very, very soon. But it's time for our third match of the day. Exciting stuff coming our way. We get to see the, possibly second best Mina 1 player going by the salt mine he got 6th place in. He only done worse than Rawas, and Rawas is obviously the best Mina player at 1v1. So Shady had a high reputation to live up to here. He took down Jorius 4-2. I believe he lost to Moxie in a sweep. But it's a great, great history for him in results for 1v1. So it's going to be hard for anyone in this tournament to really try and get anywhere close to that.
Yeah, his reputation precedes him. All right, you're laying out the red carpet of just how successful Shady is in the 1v1 arena, and that's why we're so heavily in his favor over here on the desk as he's taking on Perry, who I just don't think can hold a candle to the success that Shady has seen before, and what we're about to see here on the pitch. This, as you've said it yourself, Boyo, you're very convinced that this is Shady's tournament to lose, and we're about to see why. I'm very curious to see how this matchup plays out, as we're already ready to go in game number 1.
Well, with an early start, quick into the action. Shady instantly taking control of the kickoff. He cuts in early, past Perry, slips it under the bar. Perry's car may be blue with a Smurf in the same size as one as well. He can nowhere near reach that ball. Stuck on the ground as he watches the ball slip on in under the crossbar. Only 10 seconds needed. And already, Shady 1-0 up.
Yeah, completely flat-footed there. Didn't have any boost in the tank, was way too far out from his goal line to make anything happen. Shady looking at insult to injury, backflips for a delayed 50, but Perry actually still had the boost to get back to this ball, retrading Shady. Well, now play this over to the side one, look to make a lot happen. The ball control is perfect, and the flick even better here, Boyo. Shady only needed 20 boost, he really only used 8 on this flick.
Well, another great goal. 2 to now, 30 seconds in. Shady, have been corrected on by chat, thank you very much. Made it to 2 now in his favour already. Game number 1. Shady is doing exactly as we expected, coming in strong and not giving Perry a moment to breathe on this ball. Clear out to the side here. Shady, really just keep the shots coming. A big ping towards the top corner. Will be saved here by Perry, but Shady's not going to slow down.
Yeah, Shady, why would he? He's in the driving seat. He's already gotten 2 goals, and they're confident ones. But hey, Perry able to cut the lead in half, make something happen of his own. Shady maybe a little bit too overzealous on that challenge. It's just a high flick, and he pulls himself out of position. So Shady has to respect Perry, as he will catch in a goal of his own. But Shady has still been in a commanding position through the first minute of this game.
Nearly shot to net off the kickoff, quickly makes that goal from Perry mean absolutely nothing. It's only, 5 seconds later, and already Shady's got another one back, 3-1 in his favour, only a minute gone by. Sitting comfortably in the lead as he looks to do as much as he can.
Creativity coming out here from Shady, and this one just gonna go in off the kickoff. Wins it cleanly, and Shady showing why he's so prevalent in ones. He's scored multiple goals at this point now with negligible boost totals in the tank. The card control, the possession, the movement around the pitch, all of it is textbook. And if you want to learn one, maybe just watch this series. Is Perry gonna get his get back at least on this following kickoff, and now the deficit down to 2.
Third kickoff goal in a row, this time going the way of Perry. It's going to be a long one by the looks of things here, but the way these goals are coming in. At this rate, we're on track for like a 20-goal game here if they keep scoring kickoff goals like this. But Shady finally going to have a kickoff, kind of kill the ball in the middle there. Can't recover well with the bump from Perry, off to the side, off to the corner now. Perry missed out on the corner boost, but as it rolls round the back wall, he'll narrowly avoid the demo. Shady's coming in with maybe a little bit of weight in his shoulders as well here. We have had a Mina player in every single, I guess even more specifically, a Saudi Arabian player in every single game so far today. And so far they have lost in both of their series. So Shaddy's trying to do his country proud and win a series here for Mina. I mean, he's certainly the favourite to do so. He doesn't want to have Mina going 0-4.
Yeah, this is a very prevalent point you bring up. I mean, he's seen his countrymen fall. There is one in every single one of our matchups to open up today, and so far they're 0-2. Looking to put a tally in the W column for Saudi Arabia in this 1v1 APAC tourney, as he is in the driving seat in this opening game and really running laps around Perry. But what I want to see from Shadi is just close out this game before it can really even start. Put salt in the wound, start grinding down your opposition and rack up those goals. But I think Shadi's more content to play disciplined as a double fake comes out here, and Shadi into his own net to find that save and keep Perry from finding the third.
Off the back wall, will bounce, but clearance back to the corner it will go. Shadi to the corner. But reset. Good control of the ball here. Perry's trying to play patiently, but might get punished for an air dribble bump attempt. But not going to make a connection just yet. Shadi back to centre. Perry quick into action. Will get the clear off to the side. With 2 minutes still to go. Shadi only having a 2-goal lead is not the most comfortable of leads he could ask for, but he's certainly controlling the game pace really well here. He's not allowing Perry to make many advancements. Perry only having 1 goal in general gameplay time, otherwise just getting one off the kickoff.
Yeah, it's not a star-studded lead that Shadi has equipped himself with by any means. It's a disciplined one, as he has just utilized the space given to him, and another example shown here with Perry backing up a little bit too soon, pulls himself too far away from that challenge before he turns back into it. Shadi with a quick double jump aerial, a fast aerial to make contact there first, and tacks on a 5th. Gets that across the 4 tally marks and gets this lead.
Perry, that was close.
That was very dangerous there off the kickoff, but I think Perry's feeling the woes, right? Shadi really exerting his will, and Perry just has to respond to it, but he hasn't done well thus far.
Oh, it's just harsh to watch here from Shadi in front of net. He's just bullying Perry here. Every single slow touch makes Perry go the wrong way, and Perry just has to sit back and watch that ball get walked into his back line. 6-2, a minute to go. Shadi is almost undoubtedly taking game number 1 here, as Perry just cannot find an answer. Even the kickoff not going favourably, something he was relying on to get goals just earlier on in this game. Still, he's stuck down. Shadi not going to leave an opening for him at any moment now.
What I'm really curious about, like, yeah, Shadi's been in the driving seat. You just highlight the issues that Perry's had. There's no space, doesn't really know when to challenge. He's lost and dizzy across the pitch. There's not a ton of small positives that we can draw here for him, right? It feels like Perry has to massively adapt the strategy going into game number 2 to even have a chance in this series. I understand it's only a 3-goal deficit, but if you boil down the statistics to possession, to field domination, to amount of boost in the tank, all of those would be drastically in favor of Shadi, and he just looks so poised and clinical out here on the pitch, and Perry is using so many resources to match the small adjustments coming out here from Shadi.
Shadi to the top corner, but no one back. He just lets that ball bounce down to the ground. It will go 7-3. That game's over. I mean, we have the forfeit rule in place, but I don't think there's really a point in forfeiting at this point. There's 11 seconds left. For all the time it will take to actually forfeit the game, just let it run out at this point.
Yeah, it's one of those games that, you know, if the opposite end was PV, it's maybe an FF that we see, but with the small amount tally, Perry's willing to play it out and give himself a little bit of a momentum boost. A little injection of dopamine headed into game number 2 as he'll find one of his own, but I think it's a concession that Shadi didn't really care about. no real impact to the game, and both players content to let this one tick out. So Shoddy officially the game 1 victor with that clock at 000, and he looked good doing it.
I mean, just great work from Shoddy. He controlled the game, controlled the narrative of the game, I have to say, overall. Only when really Shoddy got maybe a bit disillusioned by the play, maybe a bit careless, was any chance coming the way of Perry. Otherwise, Shoddy was in control. He didn't allow many chances coming against him. He was constantly threatening a damage or scoring, and I mean, Perry just had to try and deal with it, something that he really struggled to do.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself. You highlighted all of the issues that we saw here from Perry, and I think Shoddy, the biggest thing, my biggest personal takeaway about that game is that Shoddy looked like he wasn't trying over the entire 5 minutes. There was no, like, he was so calm. He wasn't burning any boost. He was moving so fluidly around the pitch. There wasn't any forced plays, any desperation that was obvious in his car body language. And on the alternative, Perry suffered. It looked like he was flailing a couple times out there, and I think it just goes to show the strength that Shoddy put on display. It was disciplined and poised without him having to put 15 goals on the board.
Well, with a game 1 win going the way of Shoddy, with plenty more to come. Potentially only 3 though if he keeps up this kind of level of gameplay. The question is, can Perry find a response? That's the difficult ask here. Can he actually answer back and challenge Shoddy, or will we just see 4 games of struggling to find something back?
The kickoff
Shoddy.
attempt here from Perry.
Oh, he gets the save. It's ridiculous. He just does it all right now. Off the kickoff, he has 0 boost, goes in the net, gets the save, barely in time. And Perry, seeming like a pure, clean chance on net, is once again denied the opportunity and left to the whims of whatever Shoddy wants.
He's always in the right spot at the right time without even really having to try. It's like he teleports across the pitch. Shoddy has to answer Perry's air dribble bump though, and look at that, another miraculous save where he times the takeoff perfectly, comes on an angle where he's going to avoid the bump, and now sets up a possession of his own. Only 12 boost to his name, and he fakes the flick. Almost able to sneak that one under, but he's just going to ramp it up the wall and opt to hold on to possession. Shoddy dictating where this ball is going, and he's had underneath 20 boost in the tank for about 30 seconds. Eventually, he will get punished by a phenomenal flick, as you just said, by way of Perry.
Fantastic here. The power, I don't think Shoddy was expecting it at all. He's been struggling with boost in this game, not often having almost anything in the tank here. Finally gets punished for it. After a minute gone by, Perry will find the lead and go, feeling maybe scammed after his kickoff attempt, but Shoddy, for quite literally 3 seconds, has now scored a goal back. It was a 3-second lead for Perry this game. Possibly this series. I think he's had a lead this series for 3 seconds.
I mean, statistics aside, you are right about that, of there being 0 lead outside of that one for 3 seconds. That's just such a brutal concession there by Perry. He scores a goal off of a fantastic flick, one that is swirled into the backboard, and it's answered by just an immediate kickoff goal by Shoddy, so there's no momentum. You can't cherish your lead as the delayed flip here by Shoddy, followed up by the tap-in, having his way.
What a reset. I mean, he's just so confident in everything that he does, and he makes it work as well. The reset into the back wall touch takes Perry out of position. It's a wide open net for Shoddy to score in. 90 seconds gone, but it must be like a lifetime for Perry. He worked so hard to get his first goal. And Shoddy just, it feels effortless what he's doing right now in the pitch. He doesn't seem to have a care in the world.
Perry continuously trying to build this bridge that just gets torched every single second by Shoddy. Mind game fake that Perry is able to track down and find a challenge. Is now Shoddy going to guarantee that Perry has no boost, steal 2 full boosts, and Perry left with the infield pads to pick up, but now at a disadvantage is Shoddy trying to bully his way through, muscle through that 50 off the ceiling. Another full boost grabbed, and Perry has finally found a little bit of space, but cannot get the boost to come with it. Shoddy, can he cut this quickly enough? Going for an air dribble bump, and that whole sequence is a thing of beauty, Boyo.
It's just that simple control. I mean, it's a simple thing in 1v1 that can really bring you success. The ball didn't leave his car until he actually scored. Dribbling round absolutely effortlessly, gets the bump into defending Perry, and now the ball into centre. It's another kickoff goal, something that, you know, Perry maybe could hope could go in his favour here, the kickoffs to keep him in this game, but Shadi just so good at the kickoffs as well. 4-1, half the game still to go, and Shadi just cannot be stopped by Perry right now.
There's seemingly no chinks in the armor, and Perry just has to try to throw a wrench in it. His answer is a very unique kickoff strat where he comes out the ball and cuts himself halfway through, and it will work in his favor, but you can only get cheeky enough like that so many times before Shoddy catches on, and I do think it's a little bit of a misplay here from Shoddy as he accidentally passed his own corner boost and didn't have the boost necessary for that save. Yeah. So Perry has at least found a save, but I don't know, or found a goal. I don't know how long this lasts for.
Yeah, it's unfortunate timing there from Shadi to miss the corner boost, try and double back for it, misses it again because he has to then turn back and run for net. It was a big misplay coming out after we talked about how good he's been. Nevertheless, so he recovers well here and position the net once again, trying to make the save on Perry with good control. And although Perry does all the effort needed there to get a goal in most situations, Shadi is just quick to defend it, keeps it out of harm's way, and keeps his game in his control. It's controlling the tempo. It's something he's done so well in game 1 and he continues to do here in game number 2. The pace of the game is fully defined by Shadi, and I don't think anyone's brave enough to really decide otherwise. I don't think they're good enough possibly either, but I think having that kind of confidence that you can control the game against Shadi is a big gap that a lot of players are facing, because they just let him do what he wants, and for good reason, because he's so good at it.
Yeah, the line of thought, this is going to be, bear with me, because I have something I want to explain, I just don't have the words for it. The line of thought that Shadi is using across the pitch to be so efficient on where he's going, what boost he's stealing, when he's using boost, when he's conserving it, when he's challenging, it's all so immaculate and perfectly timed. It feels like I'm actively listening to him narrate his gameplay. As I say this, Perry is able to just drive this one in. Shadi opts for an in-and-out save. It would have been very awkward if he just hit the brakes and tried to backflip, but not able to get there in time. So Perry has cut this down to a 1-goal lead. What's really concerning, though, is, Boyo, I have zero fear that Shadi loses this lead. Yeah,
I've got to agree with you here. I feel like he scores when he wants to. The game got close, so Shadi scores. I mean, it's as simple as that. There was a moment of fear, but he quickly disembowels it and makes it go back for himself.
It's at will. They're toying with his food, seemingly, is Shadi. As another kickoff win, Perry addressed those hard kickoff losses by changing up his strategy entirely and went back to default there and instantly lost. That's got to be a lesson officially learned, as he's trying to get one more goal, has to score rather soon to get a chance to equalize and force an OT. Maybe this is it. From the sidewall, Shadi perfectly timed challenge, gets the full boost, and with possession of this ball, should be able to burn the clock enough and maybe get another insurance goal as Perry forces that one off his own back wall.
Shadi to the back corner, just stalling for time now. Perry may get one more goal, but even that will mean 2 seconds are needed to find one off the kickoff. He needs the kickoff to go his way, something that this whole series long has not once worked out favourably for him, really. I think he has one kickoff goal maybe right at the start, otherwise it has all been Shadi on the kickoff.
100%. And I'm curious, Perry shouldn't go for this. Yeah, he has learned. If there's any kickoff where they are in the same spawning position with the same boost, which, you know, newsflash, could be every single kickoff, Perry has learned he's going to lose to Shadi. And so, only option left for Perry is to go for some weird trickster kickoff each and every single time, but at a certain point that gets very transparent. It's a strategy that Shadi's going to be able to see right through, and it's the biggest glaring issue, I think, for Perry, right? Is these kickoffs, let alone all the other tools that Shadi has in his toolbox as he collects his second win here, Boyle.
Well, a 2-0 lead for Shadi. It was a bit closer this time, but I still think he looked comfortable, and that's the defining factor here. 9 shots taken, 6 goals scored, and almost identical there for Perry, 5 goals and 8 shots. It was such a similar game, but I think the whole time it just felt like Shadi was more comfortable.
Yeah. When neither one of us were concerned that he'd concede a lead after that third goal went in for Perry with under a minute left, that just shows like he's exuding such confidence and poise that it's spreading to us here in the booth. I feel like calm and serene with Shadi being as comfortable as he is.
Oh, 100%. Well, we get into game number 3. Shadi will be looking to head to match point. Our potential first sweep of the day, if we can so make it there. Meanwhile, Perry is looking to find an upset game when he was so close in game 2, so it is certainly possible. But he's got to get over that hurdle of actually having a lead for longer than 3 seconds in a game. Because that still is the longest lead that he has had. 3 seconds at the very start of game number 2 until a kickoff goal was scored by Shadi straight after.
It feels like those 3 seconds are actually something to write home about. Shadi's gonna leave this series with a victory, and Perry will be writing home to his family saying, I fought hard, and I was able to get a 3-second lead as, yes, Perry opening with some kickoff strats that aren't him headed immediately at the ball. And hopefully, trying to get something immediately off the jump, but didn't like that shot attempt, and so he bailed off early and opting to play early defense. But now Shadi can execute his will. Doesn't like his shot attempt either, and both players trading blows is maybe a bit nifty on that backflip was Shadi. He does get the full boost, going for a quick shot. Double tap! Will get there. The backboard defense not reigning true for Perry.
30 seconds. 1-0 Shadi, quick to find it. And Perry just off of his own pose, backflipping, getting himself out of position. Good control here by Shadi early on, and it's just a continuation of what we have come to expect from this player. A kickoff goal might come his way as well. I mean, Perry must be terrified of kickoffs. Every time he goes for one, it feels like there's a 50-50 chance it becomes a goal. Because it's just constant at this point.
I feel like Shadi's conversion rate on these kickoffs is higher than 50%. If Perry is meeting Shadi at the center of the field and taking a 50, okay, that's the first one. I think the first one all series that has went into Shadi's own half, but the end result is still Shadi coming away with that mid boost as Perry ignores the ball and actually bumps Shadi off that double tap attempt. Good heads up defense there.
Yeah, really good decision making there. He sees that Shadi is primed for a goal, and he knows that he's not really in a position to get the save here, so he goes for the bump and it works out miraculously. Now though, he needs to touch the ball, and this time he did not do that at all. Perry gets punished after missing out in the midfield line, pushed up really far forward. It's a wide open net for Shadi, 3-0.
I'm beginning to think, Boyle, that game number 2 from Shadi wasn't necessarily Perry playing well. It was Shadi completely letting up and allowing Perry to come back, because now Shadi seemingly has turned off the quote-unquote Mr. Nice Guy switch and is just having his way. It feels like he can score from any which angle and maybe get the save as well. Oh my!
On air.
What a save! What is that from Shadi?
It's so
Are you
good.
kidding me?
It's a slight boost backwards. He had about 20 boosts in his tank from what I can remember seeing. He used about 10 of that just to slightly edge his car backwards, and the remaining 10 just to get that little bit extra height to make that save. That's an incredible bit of use of boost to the almost like exact amount there. just to avoid that air dribble bump, just to get that save away. That is so well done by Shadi. I want to see that again later on, because he just matrix round the car, honestly.
Yeah, that's a highlight that isn't a goal. I mean, Shadi, it was... matrix is the right word. He times his jump perfectly, feathers his boost the perfect amount, able to find that save off his own crossbar, using every bit of space that was privileged to him, and now not even allowing Perry to think about getting back in this game. It's a 5-0 lead. Just under 2 minutes have elapsed on the clock, and make it 6. I mean, this is a rout if I've ever seen one.
Oh my. 6-0. 3 minutes to go. I mean, if there's any game to see a forfeit happen, we have to wait till the 2-minute 30 mark. But I think this would be the game. Because, I mean, Perry, how do you come back from this one? Obviously it's possible, but I think you got to take it in the context of the game and the series we have saw so far. It really isn't that possible to come back from 6-0 down in this series. Obviously in ones in general it is, but from what we have seen from these two players, it's not a comebackable game.
Yeah, it seems like Perry has, I mean, he's getting a good challenge here, but on the one previous, it seems like he's completely tapped out. We are officially at that 2.5 minute mark, so on FF watch, but for now, Perry will play it out. And maybe he's just trying to get some form of momentum. Maybe he does feel like it's winnable, but I think the context you've just given here is important, right? In a general one setting, yes, it is. You can come back from this deficit. In this series, against how Shadi has performed, what he's put on the table, it's not. And another 30 seconds have gone by. Shadi seems content to not let in anymore, as he's just freestyling from his own half at this point.
Oh yeah, he's just running circles around Perry now. He is just freestyling, simple as that. Perry doing anything he can to find the goal just for good vibes at this point, try and get something cool for a highlight reel, but nothing's even coming his way. That's wide open, that's the goal for Shadi. I think Shadi's probably hoping that Perry FFs as well. He's like, yeah, let's get this game over with. He wants to go, I don't know, do something else. He's probably quite bored of this game.
Speed run the sweep, because there's really no reason for us to be here. There it is. It's been asked for. The pause coming through will erase the time on the clock, and it'll be Shadi walking away with what was theoretically a shutout here. And Perry officially submitting the FF. You get the brief winning screen, and I think both Perry and Shadi getting what they want. You're 100% right here, Boyo. Shadi wants to go about his day. This is the only series he needs to worry about today, and looks like we're en route to a 4-0 sweep, and Shadi can go enjoy the rest of the season.
We've been right in other than you, we've been right in most of our predictions so far. But we've always been wrong about the game length, for the series length.
Yeah.
We might actually be right for once. This is almost seeming like a definite 4-0 at this point. It's 3-0 to Shadi, and he has looked like the most comfortable player in the world in this series right now. One game away from that 4-0 victory after winning 7-0 here in game number 3 before a forfeit happened. They could have went even further, but the forfeit came before it did. And it's just incredible gameplay from him.
I'm gonna second you entirely here. It feels like Shadi's strength, Shadi's sheer grit and determination is going to transcend the tournament rules. And this series will be over in 3. It's a best of 5 now. It's no longer a best of 7. The game is over. For formality's sake, we do have to play a 4th, but following that FF, there is not a single bone in my body that is on Perry's side. And I understand currently, Boyle, we're in a very biased booth, but I just haven't seen anything.
Hey, I don't know much to say about Perry. He's only got about 7 games ever played of Rocket League until now, so, you know, miraculous improvement over time, but against a player like Shadi, 7 games is not enough. Maybe having to play a couple thousand before he can be to the same kind of standard. But Shadi, just incredible performance all throughout this tournament. As I said, only dropped a game to Stink so far, and even then he still won 3-1. People are called for the FF buff, but I mean, we shall see, we shall see. I don't have my hopes high here for the Perry side.
Yeah, I mean, statistically, on stream, for FFs, the person who is FF has immediately got the game win, but I have a feeling that record will not stay much longer. I just don't. It's so hard for me to envision a world where Perry comes away with this victory, but who knows? Maybe the FF buff is real and it can in fact hurt you.
I got very confused for a minute there because Perry did not show up on the cam at the start. I thought he was gone. I thought he left the whole series. Nevertheless, it's 3-0 for Shadi as we head to the match point game. Perry is at least looking for the opener. As I said, he has only had a lead for 3 seconds this whole series. That is his longest lead. Now, he has a lead. Can he last longer than the 3 seconds of previous, or will we have another kickoff goal from Shadi?
Well, we get to start counting up from 3. If Perry wants to cherish this lead, he's not going to take a standard kickoff. It's a standard kickoff. It does go in favor of Perry. He's going to get the mid boost and the ball. Maybe there's something here, Boyle. Hold on a second. Good challenge by Shadi. But the follow-up from Perry, it not only is it a lead for more than 3 seconds, it's his first multi-goal lead of the entire series. Hold on a second, folks.
This is the best Perry has had so far. Can Shadi wake up and bring it back? Well, I mean, not like it's in the end of times right now anyway, but certainly early days, and it's a good lead for Perry to have, a confidence booster without a doubt. What do you think Shadi can do now when he's on the back foot? We haven't really seen him, have to try and come back in a game yet. The most we've had of him, score a kickoff goal as a form of a comeback. We've not seen him really have a deficit to face just yet.
Yeah, a different situation for him to play from. That's 100% the truth. And whether there's some switch up, it does look like he's getting more creative with the shots already. I don't know if it was an intentional faked attempt by the flip reset, but it works out regardless. Recognizes Perry jumps early. And I think it was intentional. If he gets the flip reset, I think it slows him down way too much. The alternative is just letting that fall down and getting a free pinch into your opposition's net, cutting the lead in half, and Shadi executes perfectly.
I mean, that kickoff as well is just a consistent thing for Shadi. He's so good at the kickoff, and he's so quick to recover and almost trying to go back from it. Perry bumped out of the way. That's a wide open net. That's another goal for Shadi. So the lead lasted, about a minute this time for Perry, so it's an improvement over the 3 seconds.
Minute 3 seconds total. Hey, it's something.
So that is a good improvement for Perry, but he now has to get the lead again and actually win 4 games in a row against Shadi, who has only dropped 1 game all tournament, or else he's going to the lower bracket. So quite a hard ask here for Perry.
It may be an insurmountable task because Shadi was not gonna hold on to that even scoreline for a very long period of time. It's a little blip. If you blinked, you might have missed this one. Shadi officially back in the driving seat, up 3-2, 3 unanswered onto Perry after he got his first lead for longer than 3 seconds and his first multi-goal lead at that. But Shadi will not be denied as here he comes looking for another. Just going to bail off that one, recover in time for the possession and carry this back to the same corner where he just grabbed that full boost, and we'll go again. This feels like a little bit of deja vu here, boy.
Shadi looks at the bum, can't find it. He's got almost nothing in the tank. He still goes for the recovery here. Just going to be short on it as the goal comes away of Perry. The closest game yet as we're tied up 3-3. 3 minutes still to go. Shadi, a few mistakes coming out in his play here that he is getting punished for.
Well, even scoreline. It's like we started 2 minutes and 2 seconds into this game. Just fast forward the clock as here comes Shadi off the ceiling. Just ignores the ball and tries to find a bump. That one was actually on target. That's why he didn't feel pressured to touch it anymore. Had he made contact, it would have just floated in. Now from his own back wall. Has so much air underneath this. Plays it above, but he gets slightly tapped off on that bump and ends up wide on the double tap attempt. Perry, he's gone for that defensive look a couple of times, ignoring the ball and instead finding a bump, and it's worked out both times.
Ball cleared out to the side. This should be Perry's ball to play with. He's got no boost, so he lets it go to the back corner. Now Shadi, with time and space, is a nightmare for any player. But Perry deals with it well for now. They take that corner boost and take control once again. But he just doesn't have time to waste here. Shadi making him very much aware of that. Stop taking time again or you'll get punished. But Shadi getting a bit too confident there, pushed up way too far, and he gets punished instead. It is a lead again for Perry.
I like the shot look from Perry. Good heads up play, recognizing that Shadi is pushed up too far in a little bit of a no man's land. Ends up turning, but you cannot drive faster than the ball, especially when it's moved forward with that much pace behind it. But now here comes Shadi, just gets that taken off his hood. I don't think he saw Perry challenging behind the ball, and Perry gonna collect yet another multi-goal lead. And hold on a second here, Boyo. Maybe there is life on the side of the Platypus.
Maybe the forfeit buff actually means something. A minute 50 to go, and Perry is once again in a 2-goal lead. Let's make that number 3, in fact, as Shadi unable to find the save. A minute 46 now, and Perry is maybe putting us to question.
Question is the right word. It's not confident. There's still so much time for a 1-1 game for a comeback to happen. But it is something that causes some form of thought that Perry has fought his way back into this game and is playing decent enough defense to keep Shadi from cutting the lead down to 2. But now Shadi gonna feign how much boost he has and try to play that one. Loses the corner boost, which means Perry, if he's efficient with this shot, instead gonna go for the ground play. Didn't want to try a quick shot on Shadi. Wins the 50, but it ricochets off the post, and he's just gonna float that into the corner as he goes to find some more boost. Shadi needs to score. He's let 30 seconds off the clock. Air dribble bump. It's one of the most efficient shots, but I think he hit it through the smoke screen. That won't matter though. Shadi on the road back to even.
Yeah, slight tap on the ball there. Actually, no, not even. The ball was just high in general. Bit off the bar. Shadi is there waiting. Not a worry in the world for him to get that goal. But still, he needs 2 to tie up this game. A minute 10 seconds to do so, or else we will not be getting the 4-0 sweep. The kickoff does go his way though, but Perry beats him to the ball, gets it out the corner, keeps it out of the way of Shadi and his dangerous kickoff attempt. Another goal for Perry as well. I think that's his game over.
It might be. Shadi just didn't have any boost and he was still challenging this ball, so when Perry had the full, simple little jump, any tap on the ball would have sent it over the head of Shadi, his eyes to the ceiling, and that's exactly what happened for Perry to find his 7th. Shadi needs some kickoff magic to happen. Here's another kickoff win. He can't capitalize on that one though. Perry has been getting better over the course of the series, gets another crucial save, and there's a wall being built in front of the blue net. Perry has been able to collect some defensive showcases, some highlights, and Shadi can't break through. Okay,
yep.
Well,
he will now break through with 34 seconds to go. Maybe I spoke too soon, because you know, we had the whole thing about it being 1v1s, but I don't think it's possible for Perry. This had 1v1s, and I very much think it's possible for Shadi to come back.
yeah.
I don't think it's guaranteed, but I do think it is very possible, and Perry has to be careful if he wants to win this game. 50-50 will fall out the centre, but slightly in favour of Shadi here. Without the boost to play it, he'll have to rush on back. He misses his corner grab. Let's get a circle on back and finally get control here. Time is not on his side. Needs to go off of, realistically, this play. And he'll go for exactly that. He fakes out the incoming Perry. He has 13 seconds to go. And Shadi, 1 goal down, could tie this game up.
13 seconds is plenty of time for at least 2 offensive attempts if he's able to find a kickoff in his favor, which has been the norm. But Perry, any creativity here, it'll gonna be a delayed kickoff by Shadi, but he can't make contact. Instantly loses possession and boost. But Perry has given him a gift. He hasn't connected on that shot from the corner, so it's 1 final attempt from Shadi to keep this one alive. It's a high moving flick. Has he just beat him? No, a racing diving save, and Perry makes all of our predictions fall flat with the game length as he is able to sneak away a game in game 4 to avoid the sweep by way of Shoddy.
Coming off the back of the forfeit, Perry wins it with 1 goal between them. It was 7-4, 5-4, then 7-0, and then Perry finally comes back with a 7-6 win on his side. Almost every game Shadi has scored 7 goals. Only once has he got lower than 6. But this time Perry finally breaks through and gets a goal fest coming his way.
You know what this also means here, Boyo, is that the FF buff is indeed a real thing.
Oh, it's a
We're
real
2
thing
for 2 now.
Convinced.
And in the most insurmountable of games, what it felt like of Perry walking away with the game over the top of Shoddy, he finds it. And I have no choice but to believe that the FF buff is a legit thing and one that we have to calculate into predictions moving forward.
Well, do you still believe in Shadi winning this 4-1 though is the question. The FF buff is surely worn off for Perry at this point. So going into game number 5, I think I'm still on the side of Shadi winning this one here. But, I mean, I've been proven wrong just there in game number 4 by Perry. Can he do it again? Certainly so. Will Shadi allow it? That's where I think not.
Yeah, that's the biggest takeaway. I think, you know, Perry did, to his own credit, we should give credit where credit's due. Perry took the game off of Shoddy, with Shoddy playing for the majority of that game. Shoddy was in an early 2-0 deficit, now to make his way back as he's going to connect here and get a goal into his pocket. It's going to be Shoddy on a path of vengeance. I think he's probably kicking himself that he dropped that game 4, wanted to get on with his night, and the end result now is going to be a game 5 victory over the Shoddy, which means it's but Perry is coming off the back of a win. Maybe there's something else in his pockets that he can pull out and prove us all wrong.
Keep in mind that that last game is the second game at this event that Shadi had actually dropped. Losing 1 to Sphinx yesterday, going flawless in the Swiss. Now dropping 1 to Perry here in game number 4 of the upper round 1. But Perry looking to make it 2. He's found the goal back, he's tied up the game. He's keeping himself in this. A bit of confidence has certainly came to him here, and for good reason. He's finally taken a game. I don't blame him for finally feeling a little bit confident, and it's certainly paying off for him. He's playing a lot better now.
Yeah, I feel like it's just that little boost, like, I can do this. I can score, I can take games off of Shoddy, who has been a menace all series long, and Perry is going for challenges that we have not seen him go for before in the series. I mean, he's flying at the same pace Shoddy was there and wins the 50 right into Shoddy's net. Perry might have some newfound confidence, seemingly a force to be reckoned with as he's up 1 over the top of Shoddy.
Well, a 1 goal lead, how long can it last? Not very long, as it's quickly equalised. Not even a minute's gone by yet, and we're already 4 goals into this game. It was straight off the kickoff that Shadi finds goal number 2 for him.
Did Perry double jump, or was he clipped like at the tail end of his first jump and just got sent sailing? I don't know how he ended so high in the air on 0 boost, but Shoddy probably can answer that question. I think he did. He must have found a bump. But here comes Perry trying to strut the mechanics. Good challenge by Shoddy, but he loses the 50, and Perry there for a tap-in, gonna maintain the advantage in this tit-for-tat trade that we're seeing between Shoddy and Perry.
Well, 3-2. Perry once again finding the lead. Rejuvenated Perry has entered the pitch here, and Shadi's got to be a lot more careful now. He's got to play a lot more calculated. Something that I think he may be struggling to adjust to, but the goal almost sneaking by. Perry has to be very cautious here to tap that into his own net. He will succeed there. But Shadi, 50-50, sent high. But the bump won't find it. Perry looking for a mistake, and none will be found. Good control here at the back line though from Perry. He takes his time for that opening. Not allowing Shadi to punish until a strike happens from Shadi, which could go either way. It's really Perry saying, Shadi, you decide when to make the play, and I'll react. He's playing a real patient game.
Yeah, the defense coming out in droves for the first time, and that's a really good challenge from Shaw. He says, you know what? You've been patient all game. I'm going to stop giving you the time. Instantly turns. Perry had confidence with that ball right above his hood. Just gathering full boost. Shoddy nearly empty as you see his tank at the tail end of this replay, but the quick jump spring-loaded onto that ball enables Shoddy to catch Perry off guard and find a goal that puts them back even, maybe gonna make it 2. He flutters awkwardly there off the sidewall, and actually it's gonna be Perry regaining his lead.
A ball launched into the net there by Shadi by the end of it, but Perry just on the counter-attack, it's wide open. Shadi does the work for him, makes it go even faster. 4-3 over Perry, he's in the lead again.
This has been the trade. It's been Shoddy with a goal and Perry the immediate equalizer. It's going to have to be a 2-goal swing in either one of these sides' favor before we finally have a little bit of a break of this deadlock. Shoddy going to fake a challenge and get back in time to collect this one before it ends up in his net. Bumps Perry off that full boost, but committing to that foot pulled him off of it as well. He wins a 50 here in the corner. Gonna get a little bit of mind game, trying for that far post, but Perry retreats in time, finds the save after picking up the corner.
To the side, the ball will roll. Sent high, this time from Shadi on the ceiling, 50-50, won by Perry. The clear down, but Perry taken out along the road, and Shadi has free time on the ball to basically send it wherever he wants. He elects to go for the side ball, reset now. Isn't able to make anything work of it. Instead, Perry going to sit back, will control the ball again, but he elects to go for the boost here as both players unsure of who really wants the ball. Driving and circled around it, finally in control of Shadi. Reset from the side wall. He tries to fake out Perry, and the attempt is successful. Perry has no idea where to go, and Shadi finds a goal back.
Yeah, Perry, I mean, got sent out of his axles there. Shoddy, mind game's coming through. It's a hard-earned goal, and for the first time, I do feel like this could go any way. Perry's pace of play has picked up drastically as Shoddy has to avoid the kickoff goal here. And I do feel like we have a legitimate Game 5 on our hands where it's not Shoddy playing down, it's Perry playing up to that level. It's been very spirited from both team members in that fashion, both individuals. It's a strong 50, gonna careen here off the corner. Shoddy gonna chase it down and just play it into his own half so he can collect the full boost and look to regroup.
Shadi going to take his time in the back line. He's got Perry waiting in front of him. For the distance, Shadi will go. Perry, can he make the save? The bump comes on out, but the small touch from Perry only buys him a little bit of time. The recovery not enough, and the goal goes the way of Shadi. He finds the lead with less than a minute to go. But is it enough? Match point in his favour, a 1-goal lead, but there's so much time for Perry. Still keep this up.
Yeah, pressure is on Perry at this point. The ball is in his court. He needs to make something happen offensively. Theoretically, Shoddy could just park the bus and run away, or he's gonna say, I just want the insurance goal instead. Takes that ball off the hood of Perry, who, for whatever reason, had no real urgency to get to that ball, and Shoddy says, okay, thank you very much. I'm just gonna air dribble this into your net. And this feels like that could be the nail in the coffin here, Boyo. These two in this game, number 5, have been deadlocked for the entirety, but a 2-goal lead might be the cushion that's necessary to push Shoddy over the edge.
But we said not going to be found. Perry trying to stay on this ball, and he will win the fight. But with 30 seconds to go, he has got to score very soon to keep himself in this series. A chance towards net here, low on boost, and Shadi is already back. Clear away, the time ticks down, and I mean, this game is over as a goal comes away of Shadi. That will secure it.
So good. That's so good. The timing of that foot reset to grab it, not use it, and then use it on the recovery so that as Perry's falling, Shoddy can then re-raise that ball over the top of him. I mean, basically on a seesaw, with the ball being the pivot point between the two of them. Shoddy gonna make sure Perry doesn't have any sort of consolation prize. And this one, once the ball hits the turf, which it'll do so now, Perry flipped over at the very end symbolically as Shoddy wins through the uppers in only 5 games to book his ticket into the top 4 and into the semifinals match. Our first semifinal contestant, which means Perry drops down to play its Risk, correct?
Yeah, correct. Risk against Perry will be a match to make top 4. Match that happened in previous time as well in the Swiss stage. Risk won 3-0, but Perry certainly showing that he is capable of challenging some of the best, so that'll be an exciting match to see. And as you mentioned, Shadi has secured himself a top 4 placement into the semi-finals, where he'll play the winner of Nermic v the loser of our next series. But what a showing there from Shadi. I mean, he looks so convincing all series long.
Yeah, completely. I mean, we talked about in the initial games of the series how they're poised, the suave, the swagger coming out on the side of Shoddy made us feel serenity in this booth. There was no fear, there was no concern at any point, and once Perry actually found the game win, he tapped into a second gear. It was just too little, too late for the Goliath that was Shoddy, showing why he has his reputation preceding him in his previous 1v1 results, and didn't disappoint here.
I mean, he just did it all in that series. His kickoffs were fantastic. His mechanics were great. His general ground play and the fakes, he was in Perry's head for most of that series, always faking out when necessary, always making the right play at the right time, it felt like. And it was only in that game 4 and 5 where maybe he let his foot off the gas a little bit, where things started to be a little bit shakier. But even then in game 5, he still cleaned it up. I'm really excited to see what he does for the rest of the tournament.
I mean, there's a reason why you came in touting his name as the go-to favorite. There's only a couple names I can think of that stand in their way and stand in Shoddy's way, that isn't one of them, is coming up here shortly. We have Sphinx on the other side of this break, the Luminosity proud, the Luminosity bold, as they have made their way over to Birmingham. And Sphinx, the proposed, prince of APAC might be the right term, as he is a young gun that is up and coming. But it should be a really fun matchup against Tufzu in this upcoming series that I think could go either way. It'll be a quality matchup, but that one, we'll have to wait and see. It is our final series of the day.
Yeah, coming up after the break, so be sure to stick around, as we mentioned, Sphinx versus Tufzu coming up very soon. We'll see you then. Welcome back after a dominant series from the Middle Eastern player Shadi. He takes down Perry, sends him to the lower bracket. And Shadi now awaits in top 4 in the semi-finals. I am Boyoroyo, joined of course by HailMonkeyman and Quanzek. And welcome back everybody. It has been a very exciting time so far and we've got only one match left today. Sphinx versus Tifzu.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun matchup, a collision course between what is currently the reigning king out of APAC for the 1v1 scene, and Tifzu that I feel like is going to be, well, he definitely completes the quartet of MENA players that came and won across the board into our bracket, which will be showing updated and showcased. That Shadi matchup, though we have confirmed FF Buff, super duper real.
Oh, so real, so real.
But for a game, that's about it. So, as we see this bracket come up, we've got all of one matchup left today. Quanzek, how's the day been shaping up for you? We've gotten one of every flavor except for the 4-0 sweep.
Yeah, and I don't think it's coming with this final matchup. I mean, as much as I think we could get the quadfecta of different results for these series, I don't think it's going to happen, as Tifzu, I mean, Sphinx did win the off-season 1v1 tourney. I think he's going to be a lot of the crowd favorite here as just the character that he is in the APAC scene. But Tifzu has a couple of very quality wins in the GSL bracket on his way here. Over the top of Nurmik, who we saw earlier on stream, and over the top of Perry, who we just saw on stream as well. And those are two quality wins where he only dropped one game in totality. So quality 1v1 player of himself, and I'm expecting a phenomenal series between him and Sphinx.
Yeah, Sphinx has, as you mentioned, been the APAC off-season 1v1 tournament winner. He's been probably the best player from APAC in the 3v3 as well. But how will we fare up him 1v1 against the Middle Eastern player of Tifzu? If you think Sphinx will win, it is hashtag SPNX in chat. If you think it'll be Tifzu, it is hashtag TFZU in chat as well. Now, the question is, what do we think? Now, I've been an APAC boy for quite some time. I have always stood by APAC for all the years I've been here. And I stay with APAC for this match as well. I've got Sphinx winning this. I've got him going to top 4.
I definitely have to agree with you there, Boyo. Sphinx is really going to come into his own, very much showcased from a kind of a youthful age into the previous season now into this one, especially working with Luminosity. I think that's rubbed off on him in the best way. And in fact, you know what? I didn't even think about it until I saw this full spread of 4-3, 4-2, 4-1. I think we are getting a 4-0. I said that in the previous one, but the FF buff is real. Maybe that will come up to ruin me, but I just want the full gambit, you know?
Yeah, I get you.
Do you believe in Sphinx?
It would be cool to get the whole spread. I do believe in Sphinx. I think he's going to win. I cannot coincide with you on the sweep fashion. I think we have a series, and I think your work is not nearly close to done, Monkey. You are going to be in for the long haul. I think this is going to be conservatively 6, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Game 7. I know I'm on the fence here. If I had to pick one, I'm going to say a Game 7.
Well, what did the chat think? We've all went for Sphinx. Just want to make it clear that I have not been wrong today yet. Just making that clear. Neither has chat though, and they are also going for Sphinx on this game as well. 80% in his favour to only the 20% for Tifzu. The Middle Eastern audience not coming out strong for their guy this time, I will say. Maybe Shadi will be the only MENA player in top 4. We'll have to wait and see how this one continues, but Sphinx, he's our favourite coming into this one, and I think for good reason. He has shown in APAC just how good he is. I mean, Monkeyman, you've been casting the 3v3. What kind of impact does Sphinx have?
I mean, Sphinx does so much more with so little. He's one of the most creative players in the entirety of the scene. I feel like his youthfulness really comes and shines through, and that really has inspired a lot of people to get even better. We talk about how, you know, we had the torch, the blue torch, red torch group that really wanted to kind of improve, and I feel like that they, you know, have seen this awesome Malaysian player really bump up the level of difficulty that this entire region is able to bring. But Quanzek, we have to leave you in the dust. I'm so sorry, my man.
Yeah, we got it ready.
Yeah, he's gotta.
I cry
get out of
every
here.
time.
You're too cute for the camera, so we'll have to see you at the end
Don't
of the day,
say that. I'm gonna leave on a blush, monkey.
Oh man, well get out of here. Go away. We can't miss you until you leave. We're gonna go over to just me and Boy. All right, now that he's out of the room.
Oh,
no,
thank
you're the
goodness he's
cutest in the
gone.
room. I know.
So glad he's gone.
Gosh.
Couldn't get rid of him. couldn't get rid of that guy.
Ridiculous. Italian Stallion gonna leave us alone now, and so Boyo, yeah, Sphinx is he's darn great. He does, like, I feel like he can literally do anything with nothing in the tank, and the dude acts like he has 200 boost. He's insane.
Yeah, it's one of his biggest qualities is how good he is at 1v1 on his team. Of course, he's got the two import players on his side of Sosa and Catalysm in the 3v3 standpoint, but individually, Sphinx just plays so well as a solo player that it's really what sets him apart from his teammates at time is his solo prowess and the ability to adapt to opponents. Tefsu, on the other hand, haven't seen much of him outside of this tournament. I know that he has had a great run. He took down Perry in a 3-0, he took down Nermic in a 3-1. Even in the Swiss stage, he only lost to Moo in a Game 5, beating Finzi at his own OPX. So he's had really good results, but how will he fare against the best APAC player in 1v1? Well, like, undoubtedly at this point.
Yeah, I have to believe that Sphinx definitely has the leg up. I mean, he's got the boundary line on the connection side. He's got basically the entirety of this, basically recency of history behind him. And obviously, he's been playing at that upper level of APAC for a while now. And, I mean, he's done that across a couple of pure RLCS seasons. We'll get to see if that does pan out. I actually will stand by that this will be a shorter series, but it's only because Sphinx is going to frustrate, confuse, and befuddle this player in Tefsu. And Tefsu wants me to be a believer. It's got to be on the outset. Let's go to game number 1. It's our final best of 7 of today.
Well, straight off the bat, Sphinx goes for the bump on the defender but can't find it. Tefsu now down the other end will get a goal straight in the other end. I mean, an explosive start, quite literally by that demo as well. But Tefsu just sits, waits, and scores. Simple as that for him, really.
Had to park the bus, kind of straight up at the final end, and just waited for the full commit out of Sphinx. He's got a lot of tape to see on how Sphinx's playstyle really plays, and Sphinx is he's a nuisance, and I mean that in the most endearing way, Boyo.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely a guy that just creates on the fly, and also can finish great runs like that.
I mean, the mechanics are just great. Now, APAC kind of originally came as a region with the top players just being ex-freestylers, like Realize, Maxu, LCT, the 3 best APAC players at its conception of a region in the RLCS were all freestyle players. So it's something that a lot of the newer players like Sphinx and like Risk and such have learned really fast is really good mechanics. Because they came off the kind of shoulder of mechanical giants in APAC who maybe didn't have the game sense and the team working to kind of start things off. They've had to match it. So Sphinx and Risk and all these other young players alike are so mechanically gifted, and it's their general fundamentals that need to get worked on. Something that Sphinx has put a lot of focus in. You see that in the general 3v3 gameplay. But in 1v1, I mean, mechanics is what really pushes him apart. He is so mechanically gifted as a player.
Yeah, his mechanics actually become his fundamental. It's insane the way that it kind of is gifted to him. Or not, when I say he is gifted with it, because he put in the time to grind. And, actually looking for a demo of their own, but Tefsu Uno reverses card against Sphinx to make sure that he does not get that level of connection. And this is the 2-for-1. Look at that. Sphinx is able to take away the ball, get the mid boost, get a flip reset, and just spins Tefsu all in circles.
And another goal off the trot for Sphinx here. Flip reset against Tefsu. We think 3 in a row and 3-1 lead. They're just talking about how we talked about how naturally gifted Sphinx was in mechanics. If my memory serves me correct, now I think I'm right here. I believe that he was, for a while, top 500 in Overwatch. For a while, pushing Radiant and Valorant. I don't think he ever made it that high, but very, very close to Radiant and Valorant. And of course, he's professional in Rocket League. Like, I know that Zen is currently like 15th in the world in Valorant on their like leaderboards and top in Europe in Rocket League. Sphinx is just our version of that over in APAC, genuinely. If my memory serves me correct and I'm talking about the right games and the right person, then yeah, Sphinx is just that good at games in general.
He's also, you know, he has the leading record in, for getting championship wins in Jeopardy. He's also friends with Magnus Carlsen. He has a Harvard degree already.
Well, you're not far off. It's that he's also he's potentially moving to Europe in a few seasons' time to go to the University of London. I think to study medicine.
Oh my gosh!
So like this guy does it all, and at the same time he's a professional Rocket League player.
Dude is basically just getting the side quest done. Just trying to blitz through everything before he hits the old main story. Wow. You know what? And doing it all, what? I think it's like 16, turned 17, if not already.
Yeah,
very
incredibly
youthful age. Wow. So, hey, you know what? That's the kind of storylines. That's the kind of love I want to see out of these players. Because I mean, Risk obviously feels like that's going to be a future moment. Obviously, Sphinx into this fight, really bringing it. Tipsu kind of has his hands full. Might be able to get there. Uses a very clinical wave dash to at least cut this to a 1 goal difference.
Yeah, brilliant work here for Tipsu. Also, I was going to say I want to apologise for glazing Sphinx so much, but no, that's what I'm here for. It's the APAC stream. I'm going to glaze the APAC players to all degree. But a good goal there by Tipsu to bring that one back. A 1-goal game is very quickly became our standpoint. The Sphinx, you know, leading early on, maybe let the game kind of come in the way of Tipsu as another one will come on out in an even game very swiftly came our way. We expected this one to be close and Tipsu is certainly delivering.
It was Sphinx that went up to match him. That's also the kind of, like, you know, we had those interviews before. We got to finally talk to him at the end of Open number 3 for the first split. And it's the kind of attitude in a fun, loving way that Sphinx has. He went to match Tipsu to the ceiling, seeing if he could literally beat him at his own game. Big demo by Tipsu. You're going to have about 2 seconds before he has to turn around. That'll be a shot. That goes off the bar. That was a moment of panic there for Tipsu.
Yeah, 100%. I think Tipsu got a bit nervous there going for the shot, hoping to get it in time and fully being punished because of it. Hits the post and Sphinx just gets a clear counter-attack off of the misplay in midfield. Tipsu's going to be feeling pretty rotten about that one.
That's a complete swing. And again, that's the way that Sphinx wants to kind of get in your head if he can. Wants to get directly and beat you at your game in front of you as you play it, and then completely just drub you as you make a mistake. 2 goals! Very quickly turning this one around.
Well, Tipsu done a lot to bring this game back to even, and just after doing so, Sphinx finds 2 goals in a row to make that gap a little bit wider once again. It didn't take long for Sphinx to get back in control of the striking front, but when he does, he is hard to contain.
FF buff? No, not yet. Okay.
No, that's only 2-goal game. No, I'm definitely not on FF yet.
I've seen FF buff get used against me with only 1 goal difference. Oh, that one hurts a little bit, and that one's gonna make it even worse. 3, stacking it up.
Honestly, yeah, I'm Tipsu right now. I'm feeling tilted. That's 2 goals in a row for Sphinx that came off the back of a Tipsu mistake. Just hitting the post there, just going wide. Tipsu has got this game just like inches away from him being up 7-4 basically, but twice now he's basically cost himself 2 goals. He's not scored and he's been scored on. Each of those mistakes have been like -2 for him.
If only you could have the scores get taken off the board for you. I mean, virtually does so.
Yeah, basically
100 seconds to go. They're at least going to be, finding themselves into a warm-up. Sphinx.
What a save!
Does he get that save? Are you kidding me? The calm to go into that.
So that's crazy, because what Sphinx actually elected to do there is he went, not basically for the own goal, but to hit the ball towards his own net. It's really a win-win scenario. Either he gets scored on, but the goal happens faster to, you know, get himself back in the game quicker and he feels better about it, or he gets the ball off his post like he does. And the recovery, exceptional. Eventually, the goal does come the way of Tipsu now after Sphinx being stuck on basically no boost for about 30 seconds straight. But the general play up front there from Sphinx to push that ball into his post and recover to find that save was really well done.
And like you mentioned, 30 seconds. That's a heavy premium for Tipsu to have the preset holding it until he just basically is to the front face of the net. And even when you get that goal, it is quickly erased.
Oh, just the mechanics are so good from this guy.
Ridiculous.
There's almost no space between Tefsu's car and the crossbar, but still Sphinx finds the gap. The gap probably the size of the ball to a pixel, and he fits it in absolutely perfectly. A goal down for Sphinx once again. A minute to go. Tefsu actually going to fake out here. He does not have a flip, but Sphinx was not aware, plays it safe, and he still gets the goal out of it. 9-5 now. And Tefsu just getting pummeled at the later stages of this game.
Sphinx is going to get his doctorate.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, there it is. All right, game 1 FF buff going over. All right, so that's what's going to be happening at 9:5:51 seconds. If this guy is going to be going to get his doctorate, I hope he's a surgeon, and I hope that everyone goes to him because he's going to be getting your guts all rearranged in the right way within a pixel. So, congratulations. That'll be going over to Sphinx. Luminosity, that big ol' eyeball there, watchful of one of their favorite sons because they are currently putting up a clinic.
Well, a good game one win there. What was that, 9-5 by the time it was called. Sphinx is going to be feeling confident after. In game 1, I think this is, it's the only match today where in game 1 someone called a forfeit. So, if that's not a confidence booster, I don't know what is. Already his opponent is saying, no, I can't do this, I give up in the first game.
They also, well, I mean, they now know that the superstition is real. So why not take advantage of it, right? Like, if you're going to even up this series, go to game 2. Like, all right, you know what? I finally get to see a flavor of this kid. There's no reason for me to continue further. But 9-5, Sphinx is turning this into a day job. And he knows exactly how to go in and out of the office and make it so quick. So as we kind of go out of that, Tefsu, they, at least defensively minded, were able to make some great counterplays. But, I mean, we saw evidence of Sphinx over and over again. No matter how close you get to him, he's able to separate.
Oh, 100%. Every single time where I thought the game was getting a little bit closer, Sphinx was getting a little bit challenged, he just turned it around. He just started winning. He started scoring. He started being in control once again. As we get ready for game number 2 now, what can Tefsu do back? Will he be able to play off of this forfeit buff? Or will Sphinx be too much to handle for the buff?
It's really going to be up to Tefsu to take advantage of having the moment to give yourself a mental reprieve. They're going to get one early. They did this last time when Sphinx would kind of full commit, so they set the same standard.
Almost the exact same length of time. I believe that last goal came at 8 seconds, this one coming at 12, but it honestly could be 12 seconds both times round. So almost a mirror of game 1 start. Let's see if Tefsu can maybe take advantage of this lead a bit more this time round.
Brick by brick build this wall. We've so far seen that the majority of our Mina players are actually very defensively minded, and I think there was also a shift of overall mentality. He goes to a different car and he's looking to feel good out the other end of this one as he finds yet a second pickup as he picks the pocket of Sphinx too.
I think the simple car change can really be all that you need to just get some confidence back, because I'm not going to subscribe to the nonsense. If there's no difference, let's not pretend that there is. Let's not feed into the narrative of, oh, he's in a faster car now. No, he's in the same blooming vehicle, the same speed. He just feels better about it, and I think that confidence boost can really be what sets players apart sometimes. Is just having that chance to, you know, as you say, have a mental reset, have a second just to think and adapt into the next game. And I think Tefsu could take advantage of that with the car change.
Heavy car syndrome is such a thing, I swear. I used to do ones a lot, and you just feel like you're in the wrong skin. You're just not living the right way. Sphinx was a great stoppage right there, and Tefsu can actually go for this corner boost. And again, Sphinx is just a player that, one of the reasons he's such a menace, he's unafraid to do more with less. What a save. Getting up underneath it, conserving his flip until the absolute last moment to be able to pop that one up. He's aiming for a kill shot the other direction, but he also knows he doesn't have much, so he has to aim for these small pads.
I mean, one players in general are mental warriors, for better or for worse. Placebos are just the fact that they play one so often. But Tefsu, the flick in midfield, will find the ball past Sphinx here with 0 boost once again. It's something he's struggled with in this game, I'll say. Sphinx has very often been caught with basically nothing in the tank.
Does it a lot whenever he's playing around both Sosa and Catalysm, but that's also just how he constantly is kind of a utility player with them. He doesn't have to be the main man striking. So when he's playing up to that snuff, it feels like he can kind of do anything as a magician here in APAC. But Tifzu, I mean, gotta give him some credit. Currently at 3. Is he gonna have a flip reset at the last second? Yes, I feel like he just disguises it until the last possible moment.
I don't see how he got this one. Once again, with the tiniest bit of boost that he had left, he reaches that ball, just gets enough distance on it to get that reset. Genuinely don't know how he can wait that long to go for the reset. That's pure confidence right there. And if he doesn't get that reset, he probably gets scored on. Now off the kickoff, it goes favourably, and Tifzu, a game he worked so hard to find the lead in, is now even 3 apiece.
Having that flip ended up resetting his Fennec also down on, to all 4 wheels, and so Tifzu sees this narrative spin right back round. Script keeps getting flipped up and down. It looks like someone trying to figure out how to learn to read just how many times that paper has been turned. Both players will actually have a full tank of boost, so you go to about as even keel as you possibly can, but he's just going to outspeed him. This one's open, honest, and Boyo, I mean, Sphinx has now found themselves a lead here in game 2.
Wow, it's just such a quick change of pace in this game. I mean, Tifzu looked so comfortable, so confident at the start, and Sphinx with like a switch of a light bulb in his head has figured out the solution. He already knows what to do, and he's already adapted. And how do you play against that? Sometimes it must be mentally draining to think you found an answer, but so quickly be returned against. I say this, and we're watching some of the kind of saddest 1v1 gameplay there as they both just keep missing the ball. Finally back into some actual action. Out to the corner it will go from Sphinx, but it just must be hard to play against something like this.
I mean, I still harken back to from the previous RLCS season when Gladiators was playing together and they had Maxi with Realize and Virtuoso, and I remember them talking about how they have to deal with Sphinx, and it's literally always deal with Sphinx. They had hoped to get a forfeiture win in that grand final because his PC was messing up, and when he came back and they had 1 or 2 games up and they still couldn't beat him, they're like, I hate that kid, he is too good.
He is the, I won't even say next, he is the current top dog in APAC. You know, back when the region started, it was realised, maybe even Maxu contending for that title for a little while, but Kevin, even for a small point in time, contending as that top APAC player. I don't think anyone can argue about the fact that it is, without a doubt, Sphinx. He is APAC now.
Spinning mysteries and riddles that no one knows how to deal with. That's a tough one there for Tifzu because I think he went for that kind of that off bounce challenge with consideration that Sphinx might be doing the same thing. So what was a 3-1 lead, 5 goals in a row have been sprung by Sphinx.
No way.
And did the FF get called and they
Surely
still went
not.
for kickoff? Another in a row?
No, that surely must be like an issue. There's no way he's calling FF here. I'm waiting to hear confirmation for it. We haven't heard anything about it yet. But there must have been like a tech issue for someone. I cannot imagine a reason why you would call an FF with half the game to go with a 3-goal difference. Okay. It's being confirmed to be a server issue. Okay.
We're so used to the FF calls. We're like, oh, he's done?
There's just no way.
That would have been wild to do 2 in a row, too. Oh, my gosh.
That would have been maximum tilt.
I mean, okay. It's not unreasonable that it might occur. 1v1's crazy like that.
Oh, no, but with a 3-goal difference?
Yeah. Let's wait for 4 and 5. 9 to 5.
Yeah, exactly. 9 to 5. That's a bit more respectable of an FFing point, but either way, it's not happening. I think we'll have a server remake most likely, so it will be a little bit of time before we get back into game number 2. The scoreline should remain the same. Nevertheless, Sphinx is playing a great game. He is in control whenever he needs to be, and he's been really quick to adapt. Tifzu had these moments to shine here at the start of the series and at the start of the game, but it seems like as time goes on, he struggles to get back in gear and find answers to what Sphinx is really putting in front of him.
Yeah, everything is disguised until the final moment. Like a magician that just refuses to give a tell. Anything at all. Playing poker, being a magician, and casting absolute spells left and right. It's pure wonder and fantasy, but it's become reality that everyone has to live with whenever they're facing off against Sphinx. Now, you know, one person in this entire competition has been able to solve that, and that, in fact, was Shaddy. So Sphinx is not infallible because he is playful like that, and it's difficult to see what, you know, a player like this who acts like a gremlin is doing. But, I mean, he can outplay it, he can play it fundamentally, and the glaze will go on until, you know, the narrative changes. But Tifzu, you know, the early start was so expeditious, he just ruined the early tricks in this game. But that wasn't different than what happened in the early part of game 1, but then that's when it started getting poured on by Sphinx.
And I think that's also a part that comes of it being really mentally draining, playing against a player as adaptable as that. I imagine that Perry can have faced the same thing against Shaddy, is that if everything you do just keeps getting answered and keeps getting pushed back against you and keeps getting shut down, Ones is already a mentally draining game mode. I had a day where I played 100 games of One. It was a thing on stream years ago. I wanted to never play the game again after that. Unfortunately, I still have after all these years. But, like, Ones is so mentally draining after even just one game. And having someone kind of consistently shut down your ideas and really just outthink you, I think it hurts a lot more mentally, because it's sometimes that's just a battle of the wits and who can have the right ideas and who can execute them better. That it really hurts more to lose a Ones game than it does like a Freeze game.
It does. It's because you have no one to blame but yourself. And, you know, it's not about, you know, entirely having, you know, wanting to cast blame, but there's no workload share. You have to burden so much to go into some of these matchups, and I completely understand that. I used to play a lot of Ones. I can't imagine. Why'd you do 100 Ones game in a day? Was that a stream challenge?
Yeah, it was years ago at this point, and it was a regrettable time.
I hope someone gave you like a lot of donations or whatever you were taking at the time. That's a lot of subs.
Anymore. But it was a bad time. I got like stream sniped by Hargan. If anyone is a real APAC head here, remembers Hargan from India back in even like pre-RLCS, he was stream sniping me, just trying to beat me on like 300 ping, and I was on, and he was. It was terrible.
Oh my gosh. Oh, what an existence. All right.
Yeah,
well, we are currently fixing up that tech issue coming through, so we'll be going into it in just a little bit. But either way, currently the scoreline stands as 6-3. So you're going to chill with us for at least a little bit as we go into it. This is our final match of the day. So far, you know what? I feel like with the tech issue coming through, this is a kind of nice timeout for Tifzu to be like, all right, what I gotta do to get back into this? And really, the question is not easy to answer by anyone, especially Tifzu, who simply has to outplay Sphinx.
What we're saying is that Tifzu is not only getting the FF buff, he's also getting the timeout buff.
Ooh.
Getting 2 buffs here, and he's still down in the game. So he's really got to use these buffs to his advantage if that's the case, because he's had 2 buffs now, and it's not worked out for him.
Oh my gosh. Well, because the first buff ran out. Like he had 3-1. He was like, yeah, I'm fine. And then it all just went crossways. Yeah. So see if they kind of get to restack that one. Look, if you played any RPGs before, you know about restacking your buffs. So they're just in that catch-up time. And Sphinx, maybe this cools him off. Tells him to chill out. He just hangs out. And the coolest thing I think we had actually mentioned about some of these matchups going back into previous opponents, the loser of this one will be going up into Nurmik. And if that ends up being Tifzu, he has the recency that he lost to him in the GSL, which put him into the lower section of that in, what was that, I think 3-1? So... Yeah. Could see a collision course there. Maybe Tifzu is not really uncomfortable whichever way he goes.
Yeah, it'll be an interesting matchup to see Tifzu versus Nerm at the rematch if that so occurs. And then if we see Sphinx in the lower bracket, I think he can make a really good run there, but I don't see him going there currently. I still, even making me feel really, really confident. I kind of came into this series a little bit apprehensive because I didn't know what Tifzu was going to bring to the table. But I think everything that he has brought, Sphinx so far, has been able to answer with relative ease.
Yeah, that's true. And also, if you're facing off against one of the best, if not the best, kind of Ones player in the entirety of the region, you're holding it at least as tight as it's been.
Yeah.
And you're doing pretty decent. Now, the problem is that you'd have to reface into Nurmik, who was very mechanically gifted. You have to very much counterplay him. And then if you have Shaddy, I saw you guys with Shaddy. That looked not fun
Oh,
for
no
literally anyone, especially Perry. So he had to deal with that. And we could also end up with the same, if that ends up being the outcome, with Sphinx versus Risk if Risk makes it beyond Perry. So,
I mean,
lots of
yeah, as we
big
mentioned, we
rematches
could
all
have a guaranteed APAC finalist then. If Risk does beat Perry, then goes up against Sphinx. We could have that guarantee. Downside is that we can't have both of them make the final, but I don't think that was ever to be expected anyway, considering the quality of just having Shadi in the tournament. But
yeah,
I would love to see a guaranteed APAC player in the final, but that is all in the distance. We have got this game to get back into. We should be getting back in a few moments now. We'll be starting back at the same scoreline of, I think, 6-3, I believe it was, by the time we ended. And we'll have about 2 minutes 20 on the clock. I can't remember the exact times to be fully on, but it will be coming back very, very soon. I think we'll have that lead. They'll start from kickoff fresh, so nothing different will happen. Just need the server reset, server test to make sure everything is good. But, I mean, Sphinx has the advantage in one key part. He has the low ping. He is the APAC player here, and that is already an advantage in itself. But he plays it so well with that. The MENA players have so much experience playing on ping that it shouldn't really cause too much of a detriment to them, because they play in EU a lot. They played in APAC many times before, all the way back in like the APL tournaments. We had MENA teams playing in APAC, so they've got experience on the ping. So I don't think it's really the defining factor of why Sphinx is winning.
Yeah, it's one of those things why I have really come to understand how dangerous MENA players are when you get on LAN, because you're like, oh, okay, now it's like 2 to 4 ping instead of the 170. It's just living in another entire area code. You can't even deal with any of that. Different dimensions with the way some of the server side stuff situates. But 4-goal lead right now as Sphinx found a good counter to make this up to a much more manageable and maybe even just purely winnable situation over Tipzu. I believe that Tipzu is probably going to keep with this game and not have the FF call, just so he can get into better strides, considering how cold that break probably made both these players.
Oh yeah, he's gonna let himself kind of warm back up here. Had the break, get back into gear. It's 7-4 now for Sphinx as Tipzu does find one goal back. I mean, with 90 seconds left to go, this is well and truly not over. Plenty of time for Tipzu to find this game. But Sphinx, will he allow it? That's where I beg to say no. I don't think Sphinx will allow the comeback to happen. I think he can play a really solid defensive game when necessary. And if not, I think he can just score when he wants a lot of the time. Like right now, a wide open net against Tipzu makes it 8-4. Oh, yes, he does okay. I had to pause for a second.
The pipeline was like, we're going to make Boyo sweat. This is not going to be the easiest win. But he does, in fact, bend the rest of the metal, and it will bank on it. And just like you said, scoring when he wants to. He actually beat Tipzu to that corner boost, and I mean, basically he was dead to rights at that moment. He may even make this another 9-5, depending on how the kind of remainder of this goes. Wants to pause Tipzu and then just goes in, gives him a little kiss, and then runs away.
The no dolly partner was so big in Malaysia. Shot to net here for Sphinx, and another goal makes it 9-4. This is the biggest deficit I believe that Tipzu has yet now. And we both agree that he should not FF here. The game is already over, I would say, at this point. He shouldn't FF. He should keep playing to stay warm and stay ready for the next one. Go on a clean slate. But either way, this is a great look for Sphinx.
He's definitely found himself in a very controlled position, and he's winning on every challenge that literally exists. He's a 50-50 god. He's a magician with an endless bits of arcane power behind him. Look, the takeaway, he has no boost, finds a pocket, and still is able to just get there. A wall, a masterclass at frustrating your opponent up and down the pitch.
Tipzu going to try and take his time here. Sphinx just letting this ball roll downfield. Control of the ball. He's going to keep faking out the Tipzu approach. Never does Tipzu actually approach, but Sphinx doesn't care. I mean, all he has to do is hold on and win the game, and it's exactly what he's done. That wasted about 20 seconds of time there, and I don't think Tipzu actually approached the ball once in that whole exchange.
He just watched Sphinx basically shake his head left and right.
Yeah.
looking for a fake, looking for a pickup. Sphinx would love to be able to get one for the road. Both these players would. It's going to end up hitting grass, and we finally get through game number 2. patience for everyone paying off, but mostly for Sphinx. They'll be up 2-0 in this series, and I think that's actually... No, have we seen a 2-0 start off today? Did that happen even in the Shaddy matchup?
Yeah, it started 2-0. I'm sorry, 2-0. It's already 3-0, that one.
Yeah, okay. Got it. So nothing too new in history books, but Sphinx, all right. You're a trendsetter now into game number 3. Tifzu, if they can get the early start they had in this game, but they gotta hold it. And that's the hardest thing ever.
That's the hard part, yeah. If he can find the lead and actually hold on, it'll be great for Tifzu. Because he's always scored the first goal. He's always had the early lead. But you wouldn't know that by the fact that the game ended 9-4. Keep in mind that Tifzu, I believe, started this game up, what, 3-1?
Yep.
And it ended 9-4.
That
was 8 goals to 1 in the latter 3 minutes of the game.
Ooh, that's not the kind of deficit that you want to see, be it in car ball, basketball, any ball, if you're on the other receiving end of that. So game number 3, Tifzu has to really kind of pick up and make Sphinx ultimately shut up. Sphinx, he's playing for this one in terms of fun. I was saying it before, even the GK weekend was happening a weekend or 2 ago. The fun meta is back, and Sphinx lives it live and large, especially on the Luminosity side of things. But he can do it on the solo side of things as well. Can Sphinx unlock match point first? Can they score first? Let's see what happens in this next 5 minutes.
Well, 5 minutes, a clean slate. It's exactly what Tifzu was hoping for. Didn't forfeit that last game for a good reason. He wanted to keep warm, and to probably no one's surprise, Tifzu gets the first goal of the game once again.
It's a great pickup setup though. He actually forced that ball to separate from the wall so he could bring it outwards and then take a slight angle shot. That's actually great. Now, can he continue to thrive? He had 3 in a row before Sphinx cut him down and went on that 8-1 rush. And Tifzu gonna make Sphinx at least come up to him, and these moments of just pause really are giving him a chance, but Sphinx is going to hit the go-go button.
Show here by Sphinx, beats out Tifzu. What a brilliant touch here. Hits it with the underside of his car, slows the ball down, keeps it close to his chest, and just instantly bangs it to net. Brilliantly done.
All right, well, snagging ourselves a equalizer here. The first minute of play. Sphinx, I love that he basically just daredevil plays straight into these fights, because I mean he had two boost pads just to conserve against Tifzu. Tifzu should be able to get this scoring goal. You can't fight the demo gods. You're going to sit on the sideline, and that's going to be a lead back to Tifzu.
Keep in mind, game number 2, Tifzu was up 3-1. So I need him to do better than that until I'm confident. Currently 2-1 the scoreline in favour of Tifzu. It's a great start, but we know what Sphinx can do. He ended that last game 9-4. So I think Tifzu also has in the back of his mind that this is not in any way a safe start just yet, or close to it.
Oh wow. One extra effort, and yep, that's eventually he goes from coast to coast, pole to pole. He did have a pit maneuver against Tifzu, and Tifzu went over the top of the ball and could not pop it up in time, and in fact tees it up for Sphinx. So it's kind of not haymakers quite yet. We're jab for jab through the first minute and 8. And it's been whoever's getting that midfield boost first has just had this early advantage. And he's going to try and go for another demo. Should be able to park this one in.
Well, Tifzu's got a strategy, and it seems to be working for now. It is bring the ball round the back wall, demo Sphinx, and then score. Simply done. And Sphinx has yet to find an answer to that strategy, so for now, Tifzu 3-2 up.
Sphinx is not there to stop him, then he can't be stopped. Oh, big save, especially from the kickoff rip, but he's also going to be on an island now. No boost. He's going to go to the ceiling. A dangerous commit, and yet he forces Sphinx to go to the absolute top echelon of that peak. Oh, and then a big miss. Tifzu sticks around, and he'll find another goal up. Taking big risks, and it pays off.
4-2, and Sphinx just off the sidewall, inches away from basically getting a goal there. If he got that touch, he gets the goal on Tefzu. But instead, into Sphinx's own net means that Tefzu is up 4-2. Still only a 2-goal difference, not a comfortable lead, but certainly good to have it. Sphinx now down the other end, but reset, top corner. And Tefzu may be in the lead, but if this was like a Tony Hawk Pro Skater game right now, oh, Sphinx would be miles ahead because his shots have been beautiful.
Just hit the full combo off a 50-50 on the ball. Super McTwist 9000 right there. All right, so can they get this to continue? And like you said, I feel like you get the quality of the shot, the quantity of the pressure though. Well, it's on and from Tefzu. Sphinx just put it back. And he just took just a solid ripper. Tefzu does not expect this one from space.
4-4 and 3 minutes to go. Sphinx is very swiftly taking away the Tefzu lead with an equalizer of his own. Up on the Tefzu to no success. The big clearance away here. They're all getting sent out to the back corner. Sphinx has to barrel on back, hoping to find his touch in time, and that he will do. It's our closest game yet for the Tefzu versus Sphinx match. Shot to net, saved by Tefzu. Quick return down the other end. Sphinx good control to keep the ball out of harm's way for now. Boost, not fully on Sphinx's side, but he does just use it all to get downfield. Tefzu collects 300 boosts along the way to make sure Sphinx is left with absolutely nothing, and Hail, that's what happens when you have no boost. You get absolutely punished.
And usually I see Sphinx do pretty much anything without even having any boost, but this one was about timing. He teed him up, recognizing that he had to go more to the midfield for looking for those small paths because everything was stolen from that long outside lane. And then he figured that Sphinx would come down, challenge him, so create that massive flick opening. And Tefzu has been keeping this close. I do wonder when the lockdown will begin. Will Tefzu start being a lot more defensive? Can he be able to shred this away from Sphinx? Because Sphinx, as simply as this at the midfield, we find yet another equalizer.
Now, this has been the best game for Tefzu yet. And I think that's saying a lot considering the scoreline is currently 5-5. Yep. Every single time that Tefzu finds a lead, Sphinx is quick to answer back, and he's making this a really difficult lead to hold for Tefzu. I think the moment that Sphinx maybe finds a lead, then things are going to get a lot more difficult. Here it is, 6-5, and Sphinx, with 2 minutes to go, is looking to go to match point, and he finds that leading position to do so.
You speak it into volumes and into existence, Boyoroyo. Just happens to rip straight off of the curve of that shot. And not at all surprised. And yes, because I believe Sphinx just absolutely plays from a different vantage point when he's in the lead. He's a completely different style of beast once that point is in his favor and he just starts building. I would not be surprised if we hit a 9-5 differential now that he starts to really take a big bite at a Tefzu.
Tefzu used Sphinx for too long. He considers the approach, decides otherwise, and it's already too late. It's a goal once again for Sphinx. 7-5, a minute 48 to go. Things are looking good.
Great control. Sphinx is daring Tefzu to come and challenge him. He's going to eventually do so. It's going to be off of the 45-degree angle from the corner, so he'll bring this one back. He's actually going to arc it probably over his own net, or at least up to the top ceiling just there in front. Tefzu will retreat. He has a full tank. Oh, but my goodness, he actually got it down from the floor. Hot shot will ride hot.
Tefzu beat by Sphinx. Good challenge again. I mean, he's low on boost, but he doesn't seem to really care. Constant challenges going his way. Finally getting 100 boost, and now a quick reset once again. I feel like he gets him at any point he wants. I mean, if the ball was in the air, he's able to get a reset on that. Like, just one right here. Must they flick fake? Goes for the wave dash instead. Shot to net. Tefzu left wondering what's going to happen next. He'll get the save on the line, but the ball's still yet to be cleared away. How do you play against this?
It's like someone that is just getting all the he's basically playing with cheats. He gets everything just activated at the same time and able to play, all right, well, I want to just kind of do this. And then for the first time. He actually, Tifzu doesn't get a touch from the wall. He kind of has a misstep, but Sphinx fully trusts that he's going to get there, and he actually was running for the demo. So Tifzu, just a small break in the overall chain of contact, and he finds himself within an inch of Sphinx.
Very close game here with the time ticking down. Sphinx against Tifzu. Ball just going to go wide. For a big demo. Sphinx, they're going to let that clock keep on ticking. I mean, he's only got a 1-goal difference right now, but he's in no rush to score. He's already got the lead. Though he should be trying to score because the game's back to even off a massive blunder off the post. A quick skip of the wheel here, and Sphinx has lost all control of his car.
Oh, that's the noob pull. You go to that low corner, that little curve, and that will force your car to just completely lose control of any jump that's coming after you. You're just gonna flip-flop, look like a baby seal, and the baseball bats are coming. That's gonna be from the sidewall with seconds remaining. Is overtime imminent? Sphinx thinks so. At least it will be Tifzu that tries to keep it upfield, but overtime we go, and this is as close as it can be. Tifzu desperately needs this game.
Tifzu gets the corner boost. Easy chance onto net here with Sphinx having absolutely nothing. A game win for Tifzu off of some blunders from Sphinx at the end of it. An 8-7 victory. Tifzu will take game 3, and say to Sphinx, it's not going to be as easy as you hoped.
Job well done. Tifzu makes it forward, and he takes this an extra step. What was a very tight contest and continues to be so. The first couple of games felt like everything was wonky, out of place, and just completely dominant in favor of Sphinx. This time around, there was a lot more just kind of standing at the goal line, but so much response by both sides, and Tifzu basically just did not give up on the possibility of sending that to go to the distance.
Oh, no, not at all. I mean, Sphinx, I felt like we should have had that game at the end, but coming off of that demo, he left a lot of space for Tifzu, gave away possession. I think even if not going for the goal there, because he didn't have the really the boost to play it, taking control of the ball may have been the better idea. Then in overtime, the kickoff just goes unfavourably, and that's the game, that's the match, and that is it for Tifzu finally finding one on the board. Now Sphinx, still up in the series, has to be a bit more careful here, has to try and not allow Tifzu to kind of harp on at a comeback and keep the game in his control.
If there's anything that we've seen out of Sphinx over the course of the entirety of the split and then running into the 1v1, he definitely knows that okay, I'm playing to my opponent. Maybe not down, but definitely to a capacity how he wants to kind of measure them. And the first couple of rounds, if you put this into a boxing match term, he definitely put his arm out and put the kind of the knuckles measured to the chin. Then he just started clobbering. But game number 3 felt like maybe not fatigue, but he started kind of going into these mindsets where he was allowing Tifzu to find moments of success. Then that all ended up being stacked up upon. So, how do you finish out a game? How do you get a series done? I'd be able to just be as lethal as you have been. What a save from the interior post by Tifzu.
Brilliantly saved, but a great demo to go alongside it by Sphinx. It's a wide open net. He may not have got the kind of early incredible goal, but I mean, a goal nonetheless off the back of a demo means that Tifzu has to just sit there and watch the ball get walked into his net.
Now it's such a boon to have demo cam these days, Boyo, but it is also such a cheese whenever you're playing 1v1s and you're like, wow, okay, I get to watch this. This hurts ego and salt and everything in sight. Tifzu will take all the left side boost. Sphinx will be relying on what he has at the goal line in small pads, and he's just actually sending it the other way, and he will punish Tifzu for his hubris.
Well, Sphinx is trying his best to punish mistakes the same way that Tifzu did just last game to him, and well, he certainly learned his lesson. Very well positioned there, just playing off of the mistake of Tifzu, and a goal found for Sphinx sends him 2-0 up.
Score with every single time that you can. This is also the first time that we've had Sphinx score first, I believe. So
yeah, you are right.
Kind of a different vibe overall. He's going to get that Extra touch from the ground, and Tipsu is kind of, he's not seeming very firm where he stands, where he runs to. He's going to try and go for this corner boost, aim for possession on ball, and as Sphinx just knew, might be able to kind of run away with it, but now we go into an aerial moment. Great overall challenge there by Tipsu to keep it even.
Go back to center, Tipsu bumped, but he will recover quite well, to be honest. Could have been an easy goal there for Sphinx if Tipsu wasn't to recover so cleanly. Low boost for Sphinx, he needs to know not to push up here. Makes the right call, goes for the challenge, Tipsu goes high, the bump from Sphinx, he cannot recover. So they go for Tipsu down the other end.
He was thinking that Tipsu, because he would see him jump, that he would end up either keeping it low, and then so that's why he kind of flipped lower into it. That actually gave Tipsu the timing to collide with his car. So very mindful to just play his shot instead of being baited into the moment was Tipsu, and he was going to get a second one. So a 2-1 way becomes 2 the other very quick.
Just off the kickoff, Sphinx is punished after a very dominant one there by Tipsu. The ball landed perfectly in his way. 90 seconds just over gone. The game is even once again. All these goals previous mean absolutely nothing now. Back to a clean slate for game number 4.
Always try to pretend the 0-0 scorecard is up. So tough, considering that these guys put so much flavor into it. Now from the outside, I believe that Tipsu was actually facing their net when they made that save. And Sphinx, he's doing the same thing as he slaps it to the corner. Tipsu turns right the heck back around. This will drive from in, and he mindfully jumps. That is such a next step IQ, as he's able to realize that if he gets demoed right there, it is going to be an easy score.
And you talk about the demo avoidance there from Tipsu. Sphinx does the exact same thing almost. Tipsu cuts in for the demo, Sphinx expects it, reacts so quickly that he jumps into a better position, gets the shot off the wall, off the volley, and gets a goal because Tipsu's too far back. He can't catch up now. Both of these players are reacting so well to what the other one is doing that it's just whoever makes the bigger success of it, I guess, the bigger mistake on the other way. Whoever can get and make the biggest read is the one who's going to get the next goal.
It's coming to a battle of millimeters. Who's unable to read the other. Another shot on target. Tipsu, he'll get boost this time as a nice takeaway from Sphinx, but he also is going to get back defensively positioned. Both have something in the tanks. Sphinx will have a slice of the ball from the side. He'll maintain this lead for now. He also aiming for a hook shot. Very good challenge. Just gets right onto Sphinx, right when he was ball blinded. He kind of had that one in his face. And even looking for the power flick, Tipsu cannot break this overall defensive challenge that Sphinx is posting up. But both players are they're having to find themselves in these weird pockets that's in the cocoon. And even when he had control at the crossbar, it ends up paying off. He might be able to get a third. We're tied up.
Sphinx almost makes that recovery on the approach back, but just could not get that touch here. A goal for Tipsu makes it even 3-3, and it really is just a matter of weight and pounds whenever you can, because it's such a tight-knit game, as you mentioned.
Basically just sewn together who can rip apart from their opponent. Tipsu, he's going to go for this flick. Sphinx, again, forced to be defensive with nothing, and that entire lane will be stolen. But I think Sphinx recognizes that. He already went to the opposite side of the pitch, but he is also in full force trying to be defensive. He catches it, but not quick enough with enough ball. So Tipsu will have another lead change in his favor.
Go here by Tipsu. Sphinx tries to play it low, but Tipsu just boxes him out here. I mean, Sphinx got there at the perfect time for his positioning. But Tipsu made that was way too late. A good goal, but Sphinx off the kick-up will find one back the other way.
No, we haven't seen him weaponize that a lot here, Boyo. He actually played this much further back and forced Tipsu to just kind of stream into it. And it's good conditioning. You've been pretty much doing the same thing over and over and over and over again, and so has Tipsu. Both players have actually been kind of just good standard face-offs. And that time around, recognizing, all right, I need one just with how late this clock is. I just need kind of something to neutralize.
Keep in mind that the situation this game is in the series is in, I should say, if Sphinx wins this game, he goes to match point. If it's Tipsu who finds it, it's just an even series, and of course it's only, you know, this one game that determines that, but it feels like a mountain of difference there. And even series at 2-2 or a 3-1, there's a real narrative difference between those two scorelines, and I think really benefits Sphinx if he can find this game here, just in terms of confidence and the nerves that will come out for Tifzu.
Definitely, because Tifzu, it feels so exhausting. You have to get 3 in a row at that point to actually win. Oh my goodness! Preserving it, got the flip reset, looked like a musty was forthcoming, but this overall control, they had it on a ceiling reset, and they just were able to make the top end of that Fennec get so much power.
5-4, Tifzu up. Wants this series to get a guaranteed game 6 perhaps, and well, he's on the right track to do so. Sphinx does make it back in time, but the touch is not ideal. Late game here. Sphinx has to act fast. He is down. Tifzu made the comeback just previous in game number 3. But here's Sphinx in game 4. Reset to net. He'll tie it up 5 apiece. Do we go overtime here? Or Hail? Does someone find it last second?
I'm expecting one score. I'm expecting one big score here in the next 18 seconds. Both these players have proven that they want to do it quickly, and that was such an aggressive push by Sphinx. He cut down the space, made it so tough for Tifzu's angle. You're going to get this pop-up, and it's actually super favorable for Sphinx. He's going to get demoed. Tifzu, he can gain a lot of territory as the respawn comes from the other corner of the pitch. Does he go for it? He's going to get bumped. He gets a body. He's going to get the boost. Can he gain enough speed? He got 4 seconds to go. Put it on target. It's out of reach, but also off target. Oh, man. We hit overtime.
The ball just goes wide from Sphinx's shot, but the kickoff is monstrous down the other end. Tifzu rushing back just in time to get a touch on before Sphinx can really cause some damage. Now to the midfield. Sphinx have heated up here in this overtime. It is an important one for both of these players. Sphinx wants match point. He is desperate for it, and that he will be granted. 6-5, only 18 seconds of overtime needed, and it's Sphinx with a dunk to the top corner. 3-1 for the young Malaysian.
He did all the work necessary from the floor, and as soon as he popped up, he'd let Tifzu slam it into him so that his ricochet would send it through. And that will push us to match point with Sphinx. 3-1 heading to game number 5. But completely unlike the first 2 games, these last 2 games, Boyo, have been really darn close.
This time around, dead even shots, 13 apiece. With 8 saves for Sphinx, 5 for Tifzu. 1 demo each as well. They could not have been closer in that game. But Sphinx, in overtime, is the one to come out on top, the one to make it to match point, and now 1 game away from guaranteeing a top 4 finish and moving on to the semi-finals.
1 game. It sounds so simple, but it definitely has not been. You know what? Both players, I think they've seen the best and the worst out of each other. Some mistakes have been punished. Some amazing mechanics have really come alive. But Boyo, I with the way the last 2 games have been, is it Tifzu keeping up? Is it Sphinx slowing down? Have both players simply found that even match? Because it is razor-thin margins of difference.
It is such a close game right now. As I said, 1 more game is needed for Sphinx. It's a real mental shift as opposed to a 2-2 series. Also keep in mind that, you know, game 3 was won by Tifzu in overtime as well. This series could have very easily been a 4-0 for Sphinx if, you know, both overtime just went his way. If game 3 just ended in his favour. But now we are here in a situation where Tifzu could really pull something out. He's just got a lot of work to do.
It was a tough moment for Sphinx. We were still basically in the kickoff rotation. He had 15 boosts, and he thought that that one might go a little bit more off angle. So again, an opening goal. Of the 4 games we've seen, Tifzu has gotten openers in 3 of them. Sphinx is going to steal both sides of that boost. He's going to try and bully Tifzu. And, I mean, not just try, he will. As he deletes them, he'll be able to kind of reset from the other side of the pitch.
Sphinx, good shot towards net. Tifzu leaves that very late, but will get the save. But leaves him in a bit of a precarious position here. He has to be careful of a bump coming out from Sphinx, but also has to try and kind of egg him forward. finally does exactly that. Flip reset onto net should be a goal for Tifsu. As Sphinx left awkward at the back line. It's a 2-0 start for the Saudi Arabian player, and it is all that he could ask for right now.
And that's a great use of that flip reset. There is literally no delay. He had to be able to pump that one off as quick as he could to get it to the opposite side corner of that pipeline. Otherwise, Sphinx was going to be there, and he was still just in recovery from that corner. So, open that he chases after this shot as well. Sphinx going to put one to open honest waters and grass, and actually Tifsu has a chance to turn this into a 3-goal lead, but Sphinx will come up and he goes bowling.
Just off to the side, the ball will go wide. Sphinx, another attempt with no success. Pass back down the other end. Tifsu avoiding the bump, avoiding the demo, almost gets a goal out of it as well. Sphinx now doing a good job avoiding the demos. He might just get a goal out of this, he should do here. No one in the way. It's another goal back for Sphinx. He makes it 2-1. On the way, climbing to get back against Tifsu.
I swore that Sphinx was going to end up being demoed right before he got a shot. I thought that Tifsu was bearing down upon him, but it ended up just not coming about. So you do have a lead splitter provided by Sphinx. Did he just drive by that and it didn't go in his car? Wow, okay. I thought he was real close to that.
Either way, and now Tifsu down the other end. Good challenge by Sphinx. How's the recovery? Not got the boost to make a push for the ball. He's going to have to instead go for the back corner. It's a position where Sphinx has often struggled the most here. Giving Tifsu space when Sphinx goes back is really the recipe for success for Tifsu. In that corner boost, Sphinx left with absolute zilch. Battling upfield, he may just get a goal out of it nonetheless, but no, punished by Tifsu. Sphinx is honestly somehow still on that ball. I actually don't know how he's managing it. But with zero boost still in the tank, he's finally picked up some small pads. He's actually gained possession. Don't know how he's done it, but miraculous work from the young man.
He was supersonic with nothing more than I am with 300 boost. I don't know how in the world. And eventually this comes to rot as Tifsu. I felt like he was constantly just having Sphinx in chase. And you see Sphinx belly up. Dude looks so tired. It's like a dog at the dog park and the sun is high and he is just all out of gas.
A goal finally found for Tifsu. It took a while with Sphinx just chasing around. The goal finally comes his way, 3-1. Half the game to go. Of course, Tifsu, if he loses one more game this series, will head to the lower bracket, will head to that top 6 position, where he'll fight for another chance at top 4. Sphinx, though, he can afford to drop a few, but as each one gets closer and closer to the end of the series, things get a lot more worrisome.
Great preservation of their flips. Sphinx did not know that they still had it all in the back tank or when they were going to use it, but Tifsu has established, I think this is one of the largest leads that we've had by them over Sphinx. So, and I mean, it has to be said, and I think it's been known, it has been all about the early boost game. Sphinx will turn the corner. I love that he cut that angle instead of fighting to the wall because he has nothing really in the boost department to fight with.
A good goal here off the side. Tifsu just caught lacking for a moment there. A little bit of hesitation, a little bit of patience causes so much disaster so many times. The Sphinx off to the side, rushing that ball down. He's on the road for a comeback in this game, and it's a good start. The continuation is even better.
Making something so complex so simple. I mean, you see Tifsu, he feels like he has to go upwards. He actually just drops as soon as Sphinx sees that. He knew that he had him exactly where he wanted. So puts it on his left side fender and walks it in. So from being a 3-goal lead to now just 1. Matter of moments, less than 2 minutes to go. Plenty of time for either player to build or come back. Tifsu wants to get a bump, a demo. He wants to get him to bite. Really kind of waste whatever's in the tank.
The ball's going to go wide. It's Sphinx now to the back corner. Oh, looking for the bump on Tifsu. Won't be able to find it. Tifsu full in the boost department, whereas Sphinx stuck on 0. It's a familiar tale for Sphinx in this game, especially. Stuck with nothing, and a goal found for Tifsu. Oh. Never mind, he honestly kind of fluffs that one. Should have been a shot onto net there, but Sphinx given a lifeline as he's able to find some push once again. One goal in this one. Tefzu with an easier chance on net, should score this one. Okay, I almost ate my own words, but it is a goal.
I understand missing the first one because you feel like you had the power flick. I'm confused as to where Sphinx went in this margin. Did he think that this was going to be heading back to basically center field? Because that definitely crawled wall a lot faster than his expectations. I guess even mine. So 1:08 to go. Tefzu just needs to play the stiffest defense he's ever really played before. He's going to get knocked in his own exhaust pipe, and he goes for the squishy save, thinking this would go high. Sphinx plays it from the ground.
Good ground game here from Sphinx off the bump onto Tefzu. Tefzu goes high, Sphinx goes near post. One goal in it, 1 minute to go. It's a close affair right now. Sphinx wants to avoid this game 6. He wants to end it here. But Tefzu doing a great job at denying that.
Right, this clock. He's going to force the bump if he can. He wants to get a demo. He wants to also get that corner boost. I don't think it's in. No. Oh, but he's giving him so much space. Oh, the whiff by Sphinx. But he does get a demo. Might be able to get a second chance very quickly. The respawn will go from the opposite side corner. He forces it back post. Are you kidding me? He gets Tefzu to bite.
Now, Sphinx did tell me before that he hates open nets. He actually said in regional number 3, he thinks he's going to lose because he missed so many open nets on that same day in scrims. So open nets are certainly not his friend, but when the defender there, apparently he's got great accuracy. 5 to 5, 30 seconds to go. Just like Game 3 and Game 4 before it, Game 5 is a real showcase of both of these players' talents. Sphinx now, quick to approach. A good save by Tefzu, but it's not enough to keep Sphinx out. He comes knocking, and you have no choice but to answer.
10 seconds later, the young Malaysian comes through and just becomes the madman we know him to be. A fantastic follow-up. Tefzu in the pit. But it can't be misery. He's going to climb his way out. 20 seconds to get an equalizer. And these players have done it before. Sphinx, can he get one more? He's going to keep it out of the hands of Tefzu, and it's so difficult to do.
Push up field, it's Tefzu against Sphinx, one-on-one. Tefzu sends it high under the crossbar. Sphinx cannot make the connection. 6 to 6. 8 seconds to go. This game is the closest it can be.
8 seconds. That's just enough time for kickoff. Boyo, I have no idea which side of the old ship that this is going to fly. Tefzu has gone for the delayed response. He gets bullied! That's enough!
Oh, that's it!
And that'll be time! With 1 second to go, Sphinx is able to get the leading goal.
That might just be the winner. Sphinx, with 1 second on the clock, Tefzu needs a miracle on this kickoff. As he approaches now, Sphinx just sends it to the ground. The young Malaysian makes his way to top 4, winning it 4-1, Monkeyman. A 4-1 victory sends Sphinx to the top 4 semi-finals. Oh, what a showing.
Wow. You know what? A lot of credit over to Tefzu, though. That was a heck of a fight. Those last 3 games, every single one of them, a 1-point difference. After what was a couple of blowouts in the opening part of this series, Boyo, I think you and I were looking at this and thinking, all right, it's going to be slipping sideways. But we had, at least 2 overtimes. I think it was actually 3 in a row. And, I mean, wow. What a way for both these players to really show up.
Oh, I mean, without a doubt. Game 3 overtime going the way of Tefzu. Game 4 overtime going the way of Sphinx. And then Sphinx with a goal of 1 second left to avoid that final overtime to secure the series, win the game. Oh, what a showing. Incredible stuff, Monkeyman, but that is our last series of the day. And with that, we've got a guest to bring it on back. I wouldn't call him really a guest here, but we've got Quanzek waiting on in the back rooms here. And I'm sure he had a great time watching that one as well.
Yeah, we'll definitely bring him back in. I'm sure he was, I think he said we were rude that we, said, oh, thank goodness he's gone. But just so we could give him one of the best seats in the house to come back with. That's just fantastic. So Hey, Quanzek, where are you?
There
you are. Oh my
Look,
gosh, look how
there needs to be a
we-
conversation.
we
that is
missed you
had,
so
okay?
much.
The second I leave, thank goodness this guy's gone. I'm getting called a guest by Boyoroyo. What's going on, man? I've earned my spot.
I don't know where you
here.
heard
Put
that.
some respect on my name.
I don't know nothing about that. Quanzek, how do you feel about that series? Much closer than really what a 4-1 makes it look like.
Yeah, no, a phenomenal series. I mean, on paper, it looks like Sphinx routed Tifsu 4-1, ending in Game 5, but a couple different bounces, and maybe Sphinx doesn't find that goal at 1 second left. Maybe the overtime goes in Tifsu's favor as opposed to Sphinx's favor. We could still be playing in the Game 6 or 7 right now if things played out a little bit differently. I know for a fact that's not going to be the last we see of Tifsu, because that series definitely could have gone his way, but Sphinx able to fight through thick and thin, and it came out on top.
Well, we had several great matches today. Unfortunately, Monkeyman, we didn't get the 4-0, 4-1, 4-2, 4-3 you were hoping for. But, I mean, Game 1, our first one of the day, was a Game 7 winner from Risk. That was a real showing coming out from the other APAC player still in the event here. Of course, we had the Game 6 win from Nermic as well down in that lower bracket match and got him to have a top 6 finish. Then in the upper bracket, we saw just how good Shadi was. And then, of course, just there, Sphinx with his victory as well. 4-1 for both those upper bracket matches. And, I mean, what player surprised you most today? That's my big question for both of you here.
Ooh, I'd have to say that I'm actually gonna go with Ziad, because like with Risk showing up, I knew that they were good, but I thought that they were much more gonna be dominant, and Ziad actually kind of gave me kind of the best look. They did end up losing, so it's kind of a weird choice for me saying that, but they definitely pushed Risk into that Game 7 in such a tight contest. What about you, Quanzek?
I'm going to take Nermic myself. I think the couple games that PV got on top of them, I mean, the first game, kind of a little bit of a fluke match and was able to rally late, but Nermic looked so fluid. And I don't know if that was a difference of who he was playing. Maybe a lot of that space is taken over in his match against Tifsu tomorrow, but Nermic looked confident, he looked mechanical, and he looked like if he battened down the defense, he's going to be a threat going through the quarterfinals in this tournament.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that Nermic versus Tifsu match for tomorrow, because coming up tomorrow, we're going to have the rest of the tournament. We've got the quarterfinals coming up first, as we said, Nermic versus Tifsu, a rematch of the GSL group stage. We have Perry against Risk, a rematch of the Swiss stage, where Risk won 3-0. Then we've got Sphinx and Shadi waiting to find out who their opponents are. We could have Sphinx versus Risk. We could have, Shadi coming up against anyone I think is going to be a hard match for whoever it is, to be honest. But exciting things are coming tomorrow, guys, and I want to hear your kind of very early predictions. What player is going to surprise us tomorrow and make that run? Maybe not win the event, but who's going to surprise us tomorrow?
You know what? I am going to steal Quanzek's idea, because in terms of surprise, I think that Nermic is going to actually win the rematch against Tifsu. Okay. Now, we did just see what Tifsu can do in a measured approach against a player like Sphinx, but Nermic is one of those guys that looks like he brings ego to the pitch to try and just outdo it, and I think that if that's been building up, he has enough time in a best of 7 to make it happen. But obviously Tifsu looks so strong. That's a tough side of the bracket. I'm actually glad that we have Sphinx and Shadi separated for that to happen.
Yeah.
What about you, Quanzek? Who have you got as your kind of underdog player going to surprise us most coming into this? Do you want to stick with Nermic, or do you want to go with someone else?
I mean, I like the Nermic look, but I think personally I'm going to pivot here. I still believe there's going to be a run that'll be made, but I think personally I'm going to take Risk, and I think he can make a run on his quest to the 1v1s that'll be held in France, the World Championship in Lyon-d'Assy. September 12th to 14th. It'll be a very fun event, a long-awaited World Final coming to France, and there's a reason it was sold out instantly, because of the caliber of fans that come apart. I know KC specifically bought an entire section of the arena, so the blue wall showing up in
course
form.
They are,
but
right?
yeah. I think going back to our 1v1 event that'll be happening tomorrow, I think it's going to be Risk. I think if Risk can put in a small amount of time into his kickoffs, not allow so many that we saw in that matchup that we started the series with, I think he'll be better off.
Now, as you see in the bottom of your screen there, the Birmingham Major coming up very soon, the end of this month. And we've been talking a lot about Sphinx today. He will be playing for APAC at the Birmingham Major with Sosa, with Catalysm by his side, over on that Luminosity team. So I don't know if tickets are still available. If they are, you should go. I'll be there, so if anyone gets tickets, I'll see you there. But it's really exciting times coming up. Of course, the Rally Major as well coming up for split number 2, so exciting things for that. You have the QR code down below for the Rally Major, the 28th to the 29th of June, over at the Lenovo Centre. So if tickets are still there for that, get your tickets, because the Rocket League tickets are going fast. And HailMonkeyman pointing to himself, because either he is the Lenovo Centre or he's going. I'm not quite sure yet.
I can be both. I can live both. Why not? I will cosplay as a giant building, whatever. But yeah, I will be there in North Carolina. So if you want to see some Raleigh action, you want to see a giant bearded guy, I will be there. I'm not giant, I'm just under 6 foot. Either way. Also, we're sending Rhino to go see you, basically, Boyo. So I hope you guys get to high five or something. I think he's going to go to the Luminosity desk if they have one. But yeah, that's the couple of majors that are coming up. If you have to go to a scalper, don't pay too much above MSRP, but if you can get tickets, they will be really, really fun events overall. So, Quanzek, feel like had a good first day. How you feeling about APAC overall, especially for the 1v1 scene? What do you got? Final thoughts?
It's been an absolute pleasure. I had a great time today. First time on the desk. I had such a good time watching the games. I felt like every single series could have gone any which way. We got some pure entertainment in here. And a couple favorites that are walking away out of today's Saturday play. Well,
I want to thank you both for joining me on the broadcast today. I mean, I guess we're both joining you, Hail, to be honest, but thank you so much. Now, guys, quickly, where can they find you? Hail, where can they find you?
Well, right down there, Hail_Monkeyman. You know where to go. And I think the same for what? Hold on, one point. Wait, nope, that way.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
there
gone.
You go.
Well, you can find
same for me. It's Quanzek everywhere.
Chest hair everywhere.
You find me, Boyoroyo RL on Twitter. With that said, have a great rest of your morning, night, afternoon, whatever time, whatever you are. I don't know anymore. Thank you all for watching. We'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place. You don't want to miss it.